Yo, 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 what's up, everybody?
What's good? Good morrow. Good morning to you all. How are you doing?
Oh no, what happened now?
Oh, I don't know. Is it frozen? Oh, no, we're back. Oh, we're back.
There
We're
we go.
so back.
Dude, weird. Strange things are afoot.
Strange things are happening.
And
But,
even stranger things still. What's up, mate? How's
yeah, come on.
how's the morning?
Yeah, good. Really good. I feel a bit better. Still feel like my stomach's a bit groggy, but I feel a lot better. I've lost my ring light thing. I found it. My ring light control. Must be better. Yeah, no, good, man. Really, really good. Woke up this morning, feel fresh, feel good. I woke up slightly cold, which is nice. Had that nice crisp morning feel. So yeah, I'm ready to smash out the markets. I don't know if I'm going to be trading today. We'll see. We'll see what the news is saying. I want to trade at some point. You know, I'm starting to get a little bit bored and fed up not trading. So hopefully we can get a nice A+ setup today and see if we can earn some cashola. What about you? What's news?
I'm just looking now and I see where the YouTube channel again is not connected.
Oh, great. Good.
Yeah,
That's fantastic.
fantastic.
Right, let me open it up then.
That
The
is
luxury, though, the luxury is I've got my 49-inch monitor back running now. So I got my 32-inch 4K up here, which is why I'm looking at you guys. I've also got my trading view and a couple of other terminals and the YouTube split into 3 sections on my 49-inch monitor. So I don't have to like do any of that like drop in and come in like bringing up new screens like I did with the laptop, which is nice.
Yeah, so I'm gonna have to pop out the chat so I can actually see. There we go. Unfortunately, guys, it seems as though we're still having some technical difficulties with our streaming platform. So, unfortunately, I can see your chat now, but I can't bring your chat up within the platform itself. It seems as though we still have some issues.
As I say, yeah, we can see the chat, so we will still chat with you guys. Don't worry.
Yeah.
But yeah, we won't. We just won't be able to bring it up.
Yeah, so we'll just verbally kind of like mention it.
Yeah, indeed.
Right. Let's have a see who is in chat at the moment. Abradolf Linkler was first in. Goat. Abdos saying good morning. Daily Facts. Yeah.
Yeah.
Azrael trades. Good morning, guys. Stash morning got an SL today in that candle at London Open. On which asset? Sorry about that. It sucks.
Maybe.
Abdo saying Will looks really happy. Will looks really happy. Will looks really happy to be home.
Dude, I am. Dude,
Raphael.
I left my Fivers t-shirt at home as well, so I got my white Fivers shirt back on. So
Nice.
a little bit nippy. So I got my trackie on. So once I start, getting into the market, I'll probably heat up a little bit, and then I'll whip out the Fivers shirt.
Whip it.
Whip it out.
Whip. Taiki saying good morning, Rich and Will. Good morning to you, Ty. Raphael saying, how are you guys? I'm good. You, Will?
Gravy,
How are you?
Gravy, baby. Gravy, baby.
Gravy, baby. Gravy. Daily Facts saying, banked 2R this morning, done for today. Congrats.
Beauty. All before 10 a.m. Dude, it's like 10 past 9.
I love those.
Yeah, I
love
love those days.
Where
They
you
are
just you get an
fantastic
early win and you're like, done.
Yeah, it's just such a relief. It's such a relief when you don't have to graft the markets all day just to find a setup that just piddles about a little bit. Instead, you just find a nice little setup, quick 1 to 2, quick 2R, quick 3R, whatever your case may be, and you're like, huh, I'm done. Yeah, okay.
What?
Alrighty.
How did this happen? Yeah. I know the feeling, mate. Like,
Yeah,
it doesn't always happen, but when it happens, it's pretty good.
I remember I was in London for a big seminar with my family. It was like a big so my family business went to this big expo, and it was super super nice, like a tuxedo day. So it was a tuxedo day. So we were all super excited. I was there, and I was like, I got a quick check the markets. And my brother was like, "Why are you trading? Just chill." I was like, "Nah, nah, it's like a Thursday or whatever it was." So I was like, "I'm gonna go check the markets real quick." Hopped onto the markets, placed a trade on, and I remember I placed a trade on G and EU for a 1 to 2 hour each. By breakfast, I'd literally finished my breakfast, checked my phone because I got an alert. I hit a 1 to 2 hour on both of them, hit 4% before the end of breakfast. Went home,
Dude, good.
went went back to the went back to the room, chucked the tuxedo on. Bro, I felt like Batman for the rest of the day. I was like, I've just smashed a 4K day before.
Wait, you felt like Batman.
Huh?
You felt like Batman.
Yeah, I felt like Bruce Wayne. Like he's a billionaire,
Oh
and
yeah,
he.
yeah, but he also lost both his parents. So
Okay, well, yeah, fair. Yuck. All right, fine. I felt like I don't know, James Bond. Yeah, yeah. There you go. Felt like James Bond in the tuxedo.
a little bit better in
Just
life, mate.
smashed out 4K up during breakfast. Came home, tuxedo on, and then bosh, out we were for the rest of the day. It was fantastic.
Raphael did ask, "Will you feeling better?" I mean, with that explanation you just got now, I'm assuming that the answer is yes. I'm
Bro, yeah,
feeling
I'm feeling
better.
so much better. Yeah, I'm feeling
Nice.
human again.
Raphael saying, "I'm on my way to work on the busy London Underground." Oh, dude, I don't envy you. I don't envy you at all.
Neither, dude. I'm so sorry about that.
Sucks to be you.
Yeah,
Here we are, stuck in our homes,
yeah.
comfortable. Oh,
I
damn.
hate this.
Life. Oh.
This
Unbiased
sucks.
Trader. Unbiased Trader saying, good morning. Good morning to you, my friend. Mr. Duck Trade. Hello, good morning. Don't mind me. I'm trying to hunt Omega Duck Lord. I mean,
I
Omega
know
Duck
exactly.
Lord.
I'm pretty sure I know exactly who that is.
Yeah, Omega Duck Lord is going to be around momentarily. Akram. Mr. Duck Trade, you're safe for now. We won't give away your
Yeah.
secrets. Pooley, we haven't seen Pooley in a while. Good morning, Richard and William.
Hooray.
Good morning to you. Mr. Safi Official, free account. No. Going on. Shirk saying, good morning, guys. What's the plan today? The plan today is exactly this. So, for this first hour, we're going to chat with chat and we're going to try and take some trades. The idea is generally this first hour, we're going to look for setups for the rest of the day, and then we're going to try and get some entries. I'm going to look for some NASDAQ entries. Will is probably going to look for either gold, euro, or pound entries. But whatever you guys want to talk about, we'll do some analysis, just some technical analysis, and then in 48 minutes or so, you will have LJ, Pedro, and Jeremy joining us, and they will be talking about whatever the hell they want to talk about, which is technically going to be probably some macroeconomics along with some swing trading and some Quasimodos, and then please talk about corn. You can talk about corn if you want to, LJ.
He's talking
And
about
then after,
frozen orange juice.
yeah, and then afterwards, or after Pedro and Jeremy has dropped off, Rich Wells will drop in, and we will talk about today's topic: how important is coaching in trading. And then after that, you'll have Mr. Will over here with Senor Grief. As well, and then I will drop in after that. And after that, you will have Samir and Victor closing out the stream just about an hour before New York Open, talking about US 30 trading as well as order blocks and Quasimodos. So yeah, that's the day for us today. A simple, straightforward, nice. I wouldn't call it relaxing, but a nice conversational, just technical trading, technical setups. That's what we're looking for today. Yeah.
Yes, indeed,
Nice.
my friend, indeed. See you in CC Cat Lady. Hello. Yeah. Good morrow.
Charlie saying, since I'm the first trader or first viewer, a 10k one step won't kill you guys. It wouldn't. You're correct. It wouldn't kill us. But I'm pretty sure you weren't first. The first one to comment this morning was Abradolf Linkler. So if we're going to give away one for whomever's first, wouldn't it be fair to give it to Abradolf? But yeah. Now, unfortunately, guys, we don't have any giveaways on the live stream today. However, what we do have is we have the community month, this Discord community month this month. So if you want an opportunity at getting yourself a free account or maybe some other interesting prizes, like for argument's sake, winning some hub credits or nice big accounts, get yourself into the Discord. That is where it's all at this month, is in the Discord. Get yourself in. If you want to get into the Discord, it's simple. If you previously purchased an account with the Fivers, all you need to do is just go into your hub. Top left, there's a Discord button. Click on that one. It'll give you the link. You just link up Discord and you can join Discord from there. If you haven't purchased an account before, the account size doesn't matter that you purchase. You can purchase the cheapest one that we have available, which is a $19 2.5K high stakes account. And you can literally get access for that singular purchase and you get lifetime access. And then you're in. And just go and join all of the festivities that's happening in the Discord. Yeah,
exactly.
Straight.
I have got a quick thing as well, guys. So I wanted your feedback. I've spoken to Rich about this already. I seem to be lagging a little bit, but hopefully that's not my camera's issue. So I've got two cameras set up in the background right now. This one, as you can see, is the one that I was using yesterday. It doesn't make my, it's a little bit more difficult on my face because if I bring like a brighter screen up, and this is a black screen just with a little bit of white on it, you can see it really sort of distorts the color in my face. However, I have got this camera as well in the background, so I'm going to switch over to this camera now. Let me know what you think.
As he says that.
Yeah, as I say that. There we go.
Dude, this one's better.
It is, isn't it? It's just such a faff. No.
Other way.
Other way.
Other way. One more. One more.
There
we go. There we go.
Was that
slightly off? One more.
Move, Mike.
I was about to say, use your strong hand.
I'm fucking wrong way again.
Dude.
Oh, so much effort.
There we go.
How's that?
There we go. Yeah, camera quality is a lot better, mate.
Awesome.
It's also not as janky, so.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's what I thought. Also, you guys will notice as well, maybe, that... Do you remember when I was in Hong Kong, I had those painted...
Oh, yeah.
1, 2, and then the other one is up here.
Is off camera at the moment.
Yeah, you can't see it right now, but yeah. So, that was sick. I was on a mission this morning. I was like putting them all up on my wall.
Nice, but your back wall still looks really good, mate. I remember when you created that little back wall.
I was so, dude, I'm so happy because do you remember I created the back wall and then I was moving to Hong Kong and I was like, oh man, I was like, this sucks. I got to go back to a plain wall after spending a fortune on my back wall. And I was like, you know what, this is now sick because I've come back and I've got my appropriate wall again. So it's pretty cool.
Nice. All right, Will, let's do this. You get a screen share up, and then we go through whichever pairs you want to. I'm going to go through NASDAQ, and yeah.
I'm lagging again. It's every time I bring a... Yeah, it's every time I bring a screen up. Yeah, it is. Weird, isn't it?
Yeah. Don't know if your RAM of your PC is being blocked up, but yeah. All right, let's bring my screen up. There we go. Am I lagging? No.
No, you're okay.
Yeah. Maybe it's just because I'm better. Anyway, all right. So yesterday we had a nice bullish day after a massive gap. First, let's get rid of that. After a massive gap on the open of the day, this was because of a tweet that the Tangerine tweet terrorist Trump tweeted. And that was him saying that they were going to start let's call it policing the Strait of Hormuz, that they were going to block it off to anybody that had basically paid the $2 million fee to pass through the strait to Iran. And initially the market was like, ooh, okay, what the hell is this? This is scary. We don't want this. But as the day went out, we realized after the Tokyo session that price just continued going up through London session and then continued going up through New York as well. So this initial move that we had here had no feet. It did not carry on going in the direction that news event created. So this is why I always talk about, if you're going to have an impulsive move, consider the after effect of this impulsive move. You need to have follow through. So if in this case there was a massive gap, you needed to have either the gap filled and then price start pushing lower, or what you needed to have was from the point where the day started, you needed a bit of a pullback and then a continuation lower, sweeping these lows. We got option number one, which was we got the gap filled, but not just that, we had continuation after the filling of the gap as well, pushing price higher yet again. So if you got in on a lower time frame trade, you had a very nice engulfing body engulfing candle on this 1 hourly chart. So this nice engulfing candle that you have here was a probable nice area to get into a buy yesterday. You sweep the low of the previous hourly candle and you close nice and bullishly. That would have been a very nice entry point. Depending on what kind of trade you were taking, one-to-ones or whatever, you could have had it slightly below the swing point, and then you could have tried to fill either the gap or try and go for the previous day Friday's highs, which was all the way up over here, which would have given you a 2.3R trade, something like this. That would have been great, or you could have carried on holding it as we went up. So very nice continuation on the hourly. On the 15-minute, it looked even better. You had a bit of a deeper pullback yesterday during the London session. There was a small little news event, but then absolutely continued pushing higher, breaking higher highs. With the New York Open, we had this very nice continuation of the price going up. Outside bar, pressed price even higher, making a higher low in relation to the previous low, and then just absolutely continued from there. So you could have gotten in on any one of these engulfing candles or any one of these pullbacks, just waiting for confirmation to push price higher. We did have an area of consolidation yesterday where we did come back into it here. So small little area of consolidation. We had another area of consolidation just above that. So you have two areas where price was really struggling to push above. Then we had some volumetric movements, a retest, and then a continuation higher. So yesterday, very bullish on Nasdaq the whole day, literally from the open. Yes, this one candle open was over here. You had very, very little amount of push up higher. I see we've lost Will. We should have him back momentarily. We'll just give him some time to get back in onto the stream. He's back. So yesterday, very, very bullish.
I did a thing.
So today, I would like to see a continuation of that bullishness. So if I go over to the 4 hourly, you'll see very, 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 very bullish yesterday. We had a singular 4 hourly bearish candle. It was slowed, but it makes sense because that was with rollover. And then now we're still another hour and a half left of this 4 hourly candle. We have a very nice bullish candle, which looks really good. We swept the previous 4 hourly candle's bottom, and we're starting to push up higher. So I would love to see a continuation. If we don't see a continuation, I would like to see a bit of a pullback first before continuing higher. How deep of a pullback can we have? I mean, we do have a 4 hourly base down here. I'm not a fan of that deep of a pullback because that would basically take up everything that we had made up yesterday, and that doesn't feel like a pullback to me at all. That just feels like it's going to head back into either consolidation, or it's going to be a complete reversal. So what I would rather have is bring up the fib, and I would like to see the whole move of yesterday plus today, and 50% would bring us into this area over here of not yesterday, of Friday. So Fridays, let's make it like this. That section there, which actually does not look bad. I kind of like this area as a potential pullback. So if we do pull back, doesn't mean we're gonna, but if we do, having a potential pullback down to here and then continuing up would be really great. I don't think we're gonna have it though. This 1 hour and 4 hourly candle is quite strong, pushing price higher. Consolidation on the 4 hourly, the whole of the Tokyo session was just consolidating, which makes sense. Strong push yesterday, consolidating, and then a continuation higher. Me likey for a continuation. Little bit of a slower trudge here. That was horrible drawing. Like this. If we can have a bit of a breakout now with this candle here breaking above that high closing, coming back to retest and continuing up, I'll probably get in on a buy. How much would the buy look like? Where will my stop loss be? If there's a bit of a pullback, where will we expect a pullback? So we've already wicked there. I mean, that doesn't look bad for a potential entry 25,468. If we can close above in the next 2 minutes. Oh, dude, I think you're muted. Nope, can't hear you. Karen speaking? Dead quiet, mate.
Tested. Okay.
There we go.
Yeah, you should hear me now. There we go.
There we go.
Dude,
There we
like,
go.
Mike, so I just went onto my task manager. I had like a pile of tasks open. So I deleted a pile of tasks, deleted my cache, deleted my history on my Chrome tabs and all. And as soon as I did that, my computer just spazzed out on me and decided that, oh, you know what? No, we're gonna take you off, and we're gonna make sure that you're not actually gonna be using your good camera, and then we're gonna mute you. Oh, dude! Like I said, 3 months of backed up garbage on my computer. It just needs a good outing.
Yeah, it does. I could hear myself on your mic.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Let me have a look again. Maybe I need to go back into the settings.
You just need to up your noise gate.
Is that better? Try now.
Let's do a test. No, I can hear myself. Like a lot. It's crazy.
Okay, let me try and turn myself. That's really weird. Try.
I don't know what's changed since yesterday.
Dude, I don't know. Nothing should have changed.
Okay. So we did get the break. And it seems as though it wants to continue. I might just get in on this as it is right now. I'll have my stop loss a little bit lower though.
I think it's just because I've deleted everything. It's just... Okay, I don't know if you can hear me now. It's just kicked me out of the stream.
No, dude, you're still in.
Okay.
But it's definitely picking up my voice on your microphone. All right, we'll wait for Will to sort out his little bit of an issue that he has there. Right, let's take a trade. Let's take a trade. So this is the 5K account. It's up 4.46% at the moment. Let's see. I'm going to risk 0.5%. It just find wait. If I get in right now, that is 0.4. It's going to be below this area here. There might be a bit of a pullback. Let's do this. Yeah, let's do this.
I can't hear you.
Can you not hear me? Why can you not hear me, mate?
Why can't I hear you?
I don't know.
Now I can hear you. Okay.
Now you can hear me. That's good news.
Can you
That's
still?
good news.
Let me turn my I'm a bit loud. Let me turn my volume down on my. Try now.
Hello?
No, you're still ridiculously loud. Why are you so loud?
I don't know. I don't know why I'm so loud. So that's 1.6 on the daily. So the swing point 4 hourly.
Oh, it's better. Got it.
Is it? Is it better?
Yes, I can't hear. I can't hear you as loud. So
that's good. That's good.
Okay, can you hear yourself now? Are you still getting feedback, or
I cannot hear myself no more?
Okay, perfect. Okay, yeah, I think because I deleted everything, I think it just reset to default settings. So I think I had to just go back in and play around with everything again.
We had a bit of a break.
Alrighty then, let's get my screen share back up and going. Let's hope. No, my camera still wants to.
Yeah, it's freezing whenever you whenever you try and
I've never
get
had
in.
this. Even on this computer, I've never had this.
Dude, it might be a software issue. Okay, looks good. We have enough area above to test, I think, to come and play around. Yeah, we didn't get any other tests except the one. So this looks good. This looks good for a continuation.
Alrighty then.
Might be slowed. We might get a bit of a pullback first, but what does the MACD say? MACD is a bit flat at the moment. Makes sense. Yeah, this flat section here. All right, I'm going to wait for a bit of a pullback first. So this... No, that's not the one I was looking for. It's this one. This section that we had here is just a small little break off that section. So I'm going to want a little bit of a deeper pullback. The pullback, I think I would like to have not break this low point down here and then continue up. So if I'm going to be getting in, I will probably want it to push back no more than this candle, this previous candle's body low. So we'll see whether or not we get that. If we don't, so be it. It keeps saying that Will Davies' camera probably has a low FPS.
Yeah, I know. I don't know what's going on. There's just one issue after another at the moment, isn't it? What is going on? Okay. In fact, you know what? I'm going to put that up there now. Okay, screw it. That'll do.
You know what? Sometimes this the streaming platform of ours can be great, and then sometimes it can be absolute horse.
Yeah, like you said, sometimes it can be absolutely great. It can be fantastic, but other times it's just it doesn't want to play ball. It doesn't want to do what usually you want it to do.
Yeah, agreed.
But rich echoes. Interesting. So yeah, hopefully, guys, give us a bit of feedback as well now.
Can you? Is it still echoing? I can't hear an echo now.
I
It
can't
was
hear an
echoing
echo.
earlier.
Yeah, I can't hear an echo now. So yeah, Daily Facts, let me know if you can if it's sorted out now. It's Vinny. Good morning, Will, Rich, and everyone. Good morning, Vinny. What's good?
Oh yeah, no.
Bye.
Remy is saying it's good now, mate. It's good.
Okay, sweet. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Unbiased trader. Will had issues in Hong Kong, now the UK. Signed to not trade this year. Bro, don't. Honestly, don't even. It's man. Honestly, the the issues I'm dealing with in the UK aren't that bad. It's a bit of camera issues. I'm sure we'll sort that. I think it's a software issue
Yeah.
because I don't think it's my computer end because I've now cleared up everything and it's still doing it. So I think it may be the stream end, not my computer end.
Yeah, I think it's the stream. I've
Because
been having some issues with the stream as well. So
yeah, I was gonna say because yesterday you were lagging as well every time you shared a screen. So
yeah. Let's have a look at EU and GU. Do you think you can bring your screen up to see whether or not your
yeah,
screen
100%.
itself is also lagging?
Yeah.
Let's see if your
Let's try.
screen
Let's try
itself
that.
is lagging.
Okay. Is it lagging?
No, not particularly.
Okay. Well,
I
guys,
think it's just the camera.
yeah, give me some feedback, and if it's the camera, then you guys unfortunately won't be able to look at my pretty face. But you will still be able to see my screen as well. So the GU and EU. Let's have a look at pound first. Just gonna get rid of my session indicators because it's distracting. I don't like the look of them. Okay, so we got Tokyo low, Tokyo high. Then you got London low, London high. So also we've got this swing point. So when we start looking at structure, we got structure low here, structure high here, structure low here, equaled it out, and then we started breaking higher, structure high. We got that base candle. We got that structure high, structure low, structure high, equal low, current high. So what this is showing me at the moment is that price is trying to push higher, but what we're doing is we are starting to slow down around this high here. Now, yes, we've taken pre-session highs quite significantly. So if you ask me, we got pre-session high here. Price has been so go away. So bullish above it that in all honesty, it's not necessarily like we're going to sweep it and then potentially head down. It's more of a case that it's, you know what, this is, the continuous trend. As well as yesterday, guys, look, yesterday we had, like I said, we discussed the counter trend trading. I said, look, when you counter trend trading, you've got to make peace with and be completely okay with the idea that you could be run through. And yeah, it would have happened here. For those of you who are looking at selling the pound, you would have been absolutely cremated when it comes to your sell orders. So trend is friend. And you gotta go with the flow of the markets. I do worry about trading counter trend trades. Can we be buying the pound? I think if we break and close higher, then yes. I think if we can break and close above this point here, pull back into a nice sig zone or significant zone and then continue, I think there'd be a really nice opportunity for buys around this point here. Same with the euro. Euro is looking really nice at the moment. We're starting to drop, but we're also dropping in volume as we drop in price. Again, we've got, let me have a look for pre-session highs. Let me just mark them out real quick. Okay, so we've got pre-session highs here, and we've got pre-session lows around here. Cool. There you go, and switch that off now. Again, price chopped up quite a bit over New York and Asia. We really slowed up and started consolidating after this massive push up. So, we had this really big buy-in over Tokyo and London yesterday, and then consolidation over towards the end of New York and towards throughout Asia. Coming out of Asia into London, we had this really nice bull move here, and then we put in this high. So once we put in the high, we seemed to drop in a little bit of price. So we dropped down a little bit, and price was quite significantly bearish as well. We had some strong bearish candle closes, and then we had this 3 candle push attempt to move back up to the high of day. We didn't get it. We didn't even equal it before then price decided to push and close below the low, the previous low. So this is now technically a lower low. If we pull back up into a nice significant area, continue lower, there's a potential sell opportunity here, but for a short term, to come back into the Asia range. Now, do we come down as far as Asia lows? There's potential for it, I suppose. There is definitely potential for it. We've got some nice significant areas or areas of interest. We've got this consolidation here. We've got this little pullback area here. We've also got the consolidation of pre-Asia, yesterday's Asia that we didn't actually come down into. So there is potential that this could happen. If I was to be selling, though, and I was to be selling from a nice area around here, stops, of course, would have to be at the high, and then where I'd probably go around here for a 1 to 1.3. I don't think we'd get. I think you're going to lower your chances and lower your probabilities if you go for a 2-hour trade and chase the Asia low. So honestly, I've got a buy bias. I'm bull biased at the moment. Actually, I should just manually delete them. So yeah, I got a bull bias at the moment. However, if we can show that price is trying to significantly move lower, and then maybe the pound starts to follow suit, and you've got the Dixie correlating with that as well, then I think there could be an opportunity to be short-term selling this. But overall, long-term, if you're going to be trading on the 1 hour up, then I think you'd be silly not to be taking buys. However, we've broken close above this. We have got this wick up here. Again, this is on the 1 hourly. I do want to see a pullback. Okay, plus we got this gap to fill up here, which we haven't filled yet. Or have we? No, we've just about tapped into it. So we have got that gap to fill from, when was this gap? 1st of March. So this is the market open gap on Sunday, so Sunday, Monday. It'd be nice to see if we can fill that. That would be quite interesting. I kind of want to see a pullback first, though. Maybe a pullback, like I said, pullback into the Asia range, New York range. Or could we pull back even deeper? Could we pull back? What the hell? Go away. What are you doing? Could we pull back as deep as this level here, being around the 16,852? Or are we going to start pulling back around about this area here, which seems a little bit more probable in my honest opinion. I don't think we're going to pull this deep. I think that's quite a way to go. However, when you start looking even deeper, we have got some, more significant areas. But I feel like this would be LJ's more expertise, because this would move more necessarily outside of the technicals and more into the fundamental ideology. So I'd prefer to see price pull back into this Asia range and continue. Or if we're going to go deeper, I can see us coming down into sort of the 17,327 area, that sort of area of interest before potentially buying back up. That's on the 1 hour though, so that's if you're more, swing trading it. If you're day trading, I can see some potentially valid sell setups, but I'd probably want to be going down towards the Asia highs, not Asia lows. I know we've already taken Asia highs, and you'd be selling down to that almost like that breakout zone. I don't know. Maybe we can get into. I think we'll definitely get into the the New York Asia range, but I don't think we're going to get as far as to take out the lows. Who knows though? Who knows?
Yeah, I'm in that Nasdaq trade. I will bring it up quickly, and I can have a look, and I'll show you the entries. So, got in on the close of that candle of this one. Didn't wait for the pullback. We have a nice push up. My stop loss is. Why is this one showing 30? It's supposed to be 40. Yeah, there we go. So 4-day. Here we go. All right. So the idea is this: if we come to take TP1, which is up over here, 0.25% of the trade will be taken off, and I would have locked up 0.25% profit. So then that means that I have 0.5% risk. If I were to lose this trade, then I'll be down 0.5% in total if it reaches TP1. If it doesn't, it's a full. Well, in this case, it's 0.5%, so it will be 0.125%. Okay, if it reaches TP2, I would have locked up 0.75% of the original 0.5%, which is 0.375% of the total risk itself. I will move my stop loss to break even. Okay, so TP1 hit, TP2 hit, stop loss to break even, and then I will just let the rest of the trade run wherever it goes. If it doesn't hit either one of them, this will just be a 0.5% loss, which is not the end of the world. I'll show you here now. There's the entries right now. So the way that I enter, you'll see with the position sizer, when I click on trading, you'll see each one of these entries is a take profit of 25% of the risk, and the risk is 0.5% of risk. If I press the trade button, it enters 4 entries. That's why you'll see that the entry price is not all the same. Okay, but what I then do is I move the first entry that I had, which was this first 25,485.56. That one will become the stop loss point of, in this case, 4,000 points, which is $40 on Nasdaq. And then I will just copy and paste the stop loss on all of them, but the take profit, then I make sure that they are also a multiplier of this. So it's a 1 multiplier. So each take profit 1, 2, 3, 4 is a 1x and then above. So TP1 is a 1-to-1, TP2 is a 2-to-1, TP3 is a 3-to-1, and TP4 is a 4-to-1. So if my stop loss is 4,000 points, come on. The stop loss is 4,000 points. TP1 is 4,000 points. TP2 is 8,000, then 12,000, and then 16,000. So 40, 80, 120, 160 if it continues like this. I'm hoping it's going to at least hit TP2 because then it is a risk-free trade. But if it doesn't, so what? It's 0.5%. It's not the end of the world. This account is up 4.46%. So if I lose 0.5%, I'll just be down. So you'll see it's $23.85 of risk, which is slightly less than 0.5% at 0.46%. I would be slightly lower than 4% up on the account. Should it go to break even, or should it not break even? Should it go to a stop loss? So yeah, just let this run, and I'll keep everybody up to date on it as we play out the day. We'll see what happens.
Yes, indeed, my friend.
Yes.
Yes. Dude, I really like that. I mean, I'm not too keen on the volume. Like, you can see the candles are a little bit stodgy.
Yeah.
But I rate that, man. Yeah, that looks really, really nice. What do you think of the S&P? The S&P looks identical, almost candle by candle on Nas. Have you thought about trading the S&P alongside with Nasdaq?
I have, but then it's the equivalent of trading EU and GU together.
Fair, yeah, not fair. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, literally.
They're correlated enough that it feels like it's too risky, or you're diverting your risk across two assets, but they're both running the same way. So if one's going to go down, you're going to lose both trades. But also, it's the main reason why I decided to only trade one asset was so that I could focus only on the one asset, regardless of how they're moving and how correlated the moves are. Just in general, it was to assist with not having my attention too diverted.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, no, I rate that. LJ, what's good, brother? I was trying to dance with you, but I was dancing in some form of, yeah, staccato.
Yeah, that's some Welsh thing. Hey, is that like a Welsh dance? Like,
I can't hear LJ.
is that normal
Can
for
you
you
hear
guys?
LJ?
Can you not hear? Yeah, I can hear LJ perfectly. Can you
I
hear?
can't.
Can you hear me,
I can hear you.
dude? That's really weird. How is that possible?
I can hear everyone.
Oh, now I can hear you.
Um,
Now I can hear you.
Okay, fair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
Okay.
Now I can hear you.
Dude,
Nice.
that was really weird.
Cool. What's up,
Mate,
LJ?
what's going on?
What's up? What's up, dudes?
What's
How we
up, dude?
Going well.
Not too shabby. Not too shabby.
Very nice. Very nice. I heard what you were saying about S&P, and yeah, I agree. If you're gonna like the leaders of the S&P are basically the Nasdaq.
Yeah, fair.
So
Yeah,
most
if
of
you're
the
gonna
time,
trade one, pick one.
just trade it. Yeah. So
Yeah,
unless you have some
yeah.
cyclical rotation type thing, but the thing is, the tech stocks right now are both growth oriented when you're in that regime, and they're also defensive because they're the only companies that have cash flow and have massive balance sheets, cash on hand to weather any recession or storm or whatever comes through. They've got pricing power, brand recognition, all that kind of thing. That's why they've stormed off, to infinity. So, yeah.
To infinity
Nasdaq, definitely.
and beyond.
So this is my trade currently, right now, as it's running. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I was going to say I like this because I heard Will talking about, was it EU just before?
Yes, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. But EU and GU, but predominantly EU that I'm looking at. Yeah.
Yeah, so I think with what you were saying, like I would prefer to see a pullback as well, kind of like you were saying. I've been waiting for that all day. Well, all day for me. You guys probably haven't been up as much as I have. But
No.
since
I've
Asia,
been
put it
awake
that
for
way.
4 hours, almost 5 hours now.
Yeah. So through Asia, we had this kind of. It's basically like there's like a micro channel heading higher, and then pretty much basically sideways action, but like a micro channel. So slight tilt to the upside, and from the tops from Friday to the gap bottom, and you draw that out of the prior period. There's a
On
larger
EU.
channel, yeah, for EU, and we're basically sitting on top of that. So hang on, I'll just show you.
Bring your chart.
I've actually got
So-
my chart up now as well for a pullback on EU.
Yeah, so this is the sort of channel that we've now formed through here from the past couple of days, and then we've got this micro channel, similar deal, and we've had the breakout from the top. I would prefer to see a pullback into here by these tops, hence I've got this laid out as a potential, and then see us come up to 118.10 roughly to close that gap. So as far as that, I'm definitely looking for that pullback. The pivot point is about 117.95 today. So I did have a long through here on that break and took profit on there. Now I'm waiting for a deeper retracement, basically back towards the pivot kind of level, which is near the Friday close / top of the Monday open gap, right? So I like what you're saying, Will. I think if we get that pullback, I will definitely press pretty heavy on this one. I think it's a very, very solid trade. Right now, the price action, I must say, kind of speaks as though we might not get that pullback. We might just sort of wander up.
Yeah, that's
That's
what
the only
I'm just
thing
a bit worried about.
looking at.
You know.
Yeah, we also
Also,
have
to
the
you guys in
options
chat,
expiry a little bit lower as well on NAS. So that kind of like
NAS.
gives you the idea that there's going to be a bit of a pullback and then a continuation up higher.
Yeah,
So
exactly,
the
yeah.
expiry is 25,387.
Yeah.
So
So 387. I'm also short Aussie dollar right now for that exact reason. Rich.
if you're short Aussie, that means NAS is also going to come down.
Yeah.
Written in the stars now, man. You're
Crap.
screwed.
Yeah, because I mean we're up quite a bit. So if you guys can see at the bottom of my screen here,
Maybe I
right,
should cut this
is
trade short. What do you think?
this is
The moment
the,
you're talking about
what's that?
the
Sorry, go
moment
on.
you talk about Aussie going down, I'm already like thinking like, oh.
So one
Shite.
thing I hate about like streaming with LJ, you know, like because we all know how good of a trader LJ is. The minute he's like, "Oh yeah, like this is a garbage pair," and I'm like, "Well, I'm trading like a correlation pair to that." You know, like, no.
I'm closing the trade.
Yeah, shit. Okay.
Like, saying,
Order
Because
closed.
he's saying Oz is going to go down, and we know that Naz and Oz kind of like run a little bit correlated. So
yeah, I was going to say, are you short though?
no, I'm long.
You're long. Okay, yeah.
Yeah,
Because basically, like this is my potential scale out from Friday, when I was away, right? That we get something like this, like come up a bit higher into the close, then some kind of dip into Monday, or the further retracement there, and then a push up. Like we've met those targets, right? So I do see NAS going higher. It's the same thing, like I was saying to Will. Like I want to see Eurodollar go higher. We'll close that gap, and just like I said, it seems as though we might not actually get that pullback. We'll just keep running. So there is a potential, but with this, I think we might get. I would hope for a slight pullback.
Yeah, I'm also
Now,
hoping
like
for
I said yesterday, though, when I was talking with Dirk, and we were talking with the cross correlation sort of stuff between FX, say the dollar in particular right now, which has been at the forefront of this situation, and like indices / risk assets, they have slightly dislocated. So the same way we were talking about yesterday, I was looking for more of a pullback in currencies more so than indices, which is what we got. Indices sort of kept running. If you zoom into this is on 15-minute right here. Basically just had this pullback and then we ran. Indices, we got this through here and then we had the pick up to here, bang, and then ran. But in terms of percentage gain / overall movement, FX definitely took a bit of a further stride before it like kicked off, right? So I think it might be very much the same. I think FX has got to a certain relative equilibrium kind of point. That's the only thing. So you might get that Aussie dollar pulls back in general, whilst NASDAQ still stays a bit stronger. So I don't think the correlation is exactly 1-to-1, where normally it's
well,
more...
I've closed the trade already, so I made my decision. I've made my choice. I'm going to wait for a deeper pullback and then get back in on a buy because I want buys. I want buys on NASDAQ.
Yes. I definitely agree with that. Yeah.
Ideally, I would have gotten in a little bit earlier because my entry was actually just after London Open. So if you go on the 5-minute LJ and you go to London Open, you'll see we had 3 bullish candles on NASDAQ at the London Open, just very nice. And then we had the 2 bearish candles just after, and then a singular inverted hammer. And that would have ideally been my entry point, a little bit towards the left a bit, just after the Tokyo session breakout, basically.
Sorry, hang on. Let me get the so the time.
So 1700 hours, 1700 hours.
Yeah,
so 20 minutes past. 20 minutes past 5 would have been my
because that would be
perfect
five my time. Yeah.
So perfect entry would have been there. Reaction on established zone, breakthrough, attempted a retest, failed the retest, continued higher. That's what I would have wanted to get in on. But yeah, close the trade in anyway. It is what it is. I do still think that there's still an upside. I think we can go all the way to 25,800 if we continue breaking
On
higher.
a longer time frame. Okay, hang on.
Higher time frame, yeah.
25,800. I mean, first resistance like the R1 is
25,650.
So
Let's say 660. Okay.
yeah.
So I think it's
Despite all this
that
garbage.
purple box of yours that you had was at 25,9. Yeah, 950.
Yeah,
That's
basically 850. Yeah.
Yeah, so
So
I think we can reach just slightly underneath that. That's kind of like where I had my zone. So
I would agree.
25,800 to 25,915.
Yeah, I would agree. So just under these sort of wick highs, that'll probably be the, and I would say just a bit before, right?
Yeah,
just like you were saying. Yeah,
That 25,800 was like, okay.
800. Yeah.
Yeah.
I would be worried if we skirted through it and then pulled back. That tends to be how markets sort of move. So when I see that slight pause early enough, that means it's like profit taking, not like exuberance, people trying to push the trade.
Yeah. Agreed.
And then it's like a go up to here, pull back, reload, and then run. So that's definitely what I like. I agree. I definitely agree with that. So pretty much same with NASDAQ. Like I'd be looking for some kind of. So we've got 387 there for the 0 DTE options expiry. I'd be looking at something like that down here, like back into those prior levels, right? Hopefully you guys can see that enough. Basically, you can see the prior heads here. If we pull back to there and then bang, get the run. Beautiful.
Yeah, it's very nicely in line. The 25,385 zone is very nice in line with yesterday's New York session close. We had small little bit of consolidation just before closing out the day, which it aligns perfectly with that. And then it also, as you said, it aligns if you go a little bit more towards the left. There is some more price action heads and whatnot over there that it looks good. So I do like NASDAQ today.
I agree. It's very similar to Euro, Aussie, all the majors. Like they're still pushing though, which I hate that they're still pushing. So the other side might be that we just keep pushing, get there, and then come back, consolidate through here, and then over the next couple of days get some kind of run higher, right? Because this is not letting up right now, which is very annoying because I'm looking for that.
I like trading reversals. Well, not really reversals, but like trend changes. So I like trading when a new trend is established, not when an already trend is currently going. You know, I want to slow down, turn around. Yeah,
that's what you should do because you have different market regimes, like a bear, a bullish market. Say if we talk about stocks, FX is designed to be relatively neutral, sideways. Chop mean reverting action by definition. Otherwise, a currency wouldn't be worth its stock because you go in a month and your purchasing power has been crushed,
cut in half.
Right? So it's meant to be relatively sideways, and then hence you have momentum within that, and then mean reversion. So very much, that's exactly what you should be doing and how it works. So
exactly.
Welcome to foreign exchange. Wow.
Yeah. My name's LJ. And I'm a foreign exchange agent.
No, but I was just saying because a lot of people come into trading, right? And they apply a lot of like trading stuff they see from like stocks and that kind of thing.
Yes.
To
they try and take
like
stocks and replicate what they see on stocks.
It's not the same trading activity at all.
Yeah.
Not the same environment, not the same anything. So completely different.
Yeah,
but
so
you know
I'm
actually saying?
Yeah, I'm actually in a EU short right now.
Short in EU.
I got tagged in.
You brave man.
I know.
What's up, Pedro?
I did get tagged
Morning,
in.
everyone.
So I'm only risking.
Morning, Pedro.
Yo, Pedro. Good morning, mate. I'm only risking $162.
Cheap
on this account, anyway. I think this is this is like a B plus or an A, like maybe an A setup. It's not the most valid, but it's still a very nice setup, and I think that we can come down tag into the Asia, like the New York Asia range. Whether we'll go as low down as the Asia lows, I doubt it, but we'll see.
Yeah, not quite that far, but partway. I do agree. That's
exactly.
what I would
like
like
into the range. I think we can come into.
Yeah, I'd like to. Yeah, like kind of like a fib retracement type.
Yes. Exactly.
Yeah.
There's a nice base area that it can come and test on the 5.
Yeah.
Just as we exited the Tokyo session, there's a nice little base that then was also engulfing candle as well. So very nice, very nice. Before it started pushing volumetrically.
Yeah, because the 38% retracement is about one from the current high from Monday, right? From the Monday low, like the gap low, to where the recent high is about 117.47. So just a touch above Friday's high wick. So in that kind of area between 40 and 50 is sort of where I'm looking.
117.14.
No, 40.
Oh, 40. Okay, I was about to say.
Yeah, so it's at like 46. And the wick high from Friday is about 39 and a half.
Okay.
Right. So yeah.
Okay.
So that's roughly that 117.40 to 117.50 would be the ideal pullback point to get long. But yeah, like I said, right now we're just cruising higher still. So we'll see.
Interesting.
Also, I was just going to say, you guys in chat, hello to everyone. I've seen your messages like, hey, LJ, that kind of stuff. The chat in the streaming platform is still broken, so we can't bring it up. So apologies if I haven't brought your messages up. But thank you very much. Lovely to see you guys again. So, so we'll have to work off a similar thing as yesterday. We've got the chat kind of in the corner. So it might not be as rapid as typical because there's a bit of disruption.
All right.
So anyway, guys, on that note, I'm going to skedaddle and I'll see you boys in about, 2 hours time, something like that.
Yeah, sounds good. We've got Jeremy in the background as well, Mr. Trade with Gem. So we'll bring him up and replace Mr. Will Davies. And then I myself will also pop off, and I'll see you guys also a little bit later. You have Rich coming in today, and the topic for today, as you can see, obviously, is how important is coaching and trading. So if you guys don't mind, when Rich pops up, kind of like just touch on that little topic. You guys can do afterwards whatever the frickin' hell you want. But I would like for us to discuss that one because I think that Rich has got some really interesting thoughts about it. And I would love to hear Pedro, if you're still going to be here for that section. If not, maybe use it for your Portuguese stream later. I don't know.
I write it down, actually. I wrote it down over the weekend. When I already had selected my topics for this week, but I wrote down that one for a future section because I think it's
so you don't know this
important.
But Rich and I have been communicating about like potential topics, and we have a list of potential topics. Just like, okay, we'll just grab this one and then we'll just talk about it a little bit and then we'll carry on. So steal him if you want. Steal him.
Yeah, definitely. I will ask to share that list with me.
Awesome. Jeremy, are you ready, mate? Thumbs up if you're good. There we go. Hello, Jeremy. What's up?
Hey guys, how's it going?
How you doing, man?
Too shabby. Hey, Notch, not too shabby. All right, I'm going to hop out, and I'll see you guys in give or take 3 hours. I'll see everybody. Cheers.
Yeah, sure.
See you again.
Beautiful.
Cheers.
How are we doing, Jeremy? Also, furthermore, did you see this on dollar yen just now?
I was looking at the euro yen. I saw the euro yen.
Yeah, same deal. Yeah. What? Hey, Jeremy, how you doing? Sorry.
Yeah.
This stuff just popped up.
I was watching JPY pairs quite a bit this week. Actually, there's some nice trends on it. So I was keeping a watch out on it, but yeah. Was that news or something?
That's what I was trying to find. Okay, it's BOJ announcements.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Basically, BOJ is saying they're going to mull rising price forecasts sharply this month. They split on the Middle East caution, upside risks persist. They mull a growth view on higher oil prices. It's not even a proper sentence. This is from Financial Juice right now. I'm reading it.
Yeah.
Okay, basically it just looks like they're expecting higher price inputs overall. So hence yen strengthens, a bit of a snap down. But yeah, that was about 20 pips in like 2 seconds. So
yeah, it's a bit wild.
I was just wondering if there was a broader headline at all.
Yeah, and I have the tick chart in front of me. So anytime actually there is kind of a move like that, like I just see like prices like moving properly. Yeah. And then the situation is if it's going to actually last or if it's going to be just a smaller move. Yeah, but I do have the 10 tick chart in front of me, like in one of my monitors. So yeah, that's okay. But again, I think the headlines on the yen pairs are going to start to be more frequent as we continue to or the yen continues to decrease. It's true that at least the dollar yen survived that 159s, 160s, but all the other yen pairs they are just skyrocketing, and I think the more time they spend here, I think the more headlines is going to start to come out from the BOG, the Prime Minister, and whatnot. Because this is not going to be sustained for long.
Yeah, agreed. And I think the other tangential pairs are rallying much harder, obviously, because the Fed is probably one of the only players that can realistically sort of stay neutral on rates / hold rates, and they have more flexibility with the whole situation going on. Even though right now it's starting to calm down, per se, in the sense that we have options. And there has been a good bit of oil actually going through the strait. We're almost approaching 20 million barrels a day now, which was the missing portion. Even though the oil market is not quite showing that 100%, they're still putting in risk premium for tail events, even though the flows are actually coming through, right? Because we got the East-West pipeline. Iran is shipping other things to China. There's a few other bits and pieces. The blockade doesn't disrupt the whole measure. So hence we haven't seen oil back up to 120, which is good. That's fair. That's very sensible. I think through here, though, with the blockade, it's a very smart move from the US in the sense that it puts pressure on Iran, where if they start to leverage the strait, China is going to come into play and say, hey, guys, we need you to stop doing this. Right? So if they push it too much, China will come in, hence they lose. If they just give up, they also lose. So thus, it's basically a win-win for the US. And in the adverse scenario, they're leveraging China themselves, the US, to put pressure on Iran. So it makes a lot of sense. The other portion is, I think also, I spoke about this last week and the week before with the mines, right? How they're saying, okay, no more mines, we're not doing that. But you got to go and clean them up, the ones they did put in. Like, cleaning up mines is actually pretty hard, right? There's literally why we have a game called Minesweeper that was created. And how do you tend to find the mines? You kind of blow up.
I saw that, like, apparently they dropped a bunch of mines in there, and then they didn't record down like where they placed the mines or the number of mines or something like that. I'm not sure if this was, you have to fact check me on this, but it might have been an AI reel that I watched. I'm not sure. But yeah, so it's just a bit messy at the moment, which is a bit strange. Like, if I was going through that area, I would be scared to, like,
Exactly. And
It's
so
safe,
hence it's a leverage point for Iran with the ferrying of ships for themselves and take tolls. Because even if they say they don't know where they are, they probably do, but they haven't cleaned them all up. So they're like, we'll ferry you around where they are if you pay us some money.
That's all
And
right. So you think there could be like maybe like even lying or something just as a negotiating point, like, you can come through, but we don't know, you may be hit with the mine. We can't promise you.
Of course. So that's the other thing with the US. Like, how do you go in and clear that and actually know it's cleared? The US would have to bring in some kind of naval type element. And then obviously you try and roll that into the larger prospect of what they're doing. So I think it's pretty fair. It's pretty smart. Brent's kind of chilling right now, doing pretty right.
Yeah.
So the whole market,
are they going
I think
in?
we've been rallying.
Sorry, I think I've lagged a bit before. I was going to say, so is it confirmed now that the blockade has been put in place? It's because I think Trump was talking about it for a while.
Yeah, so it was meant to be yesterday at 3 p.m. UK time. And yeah, there has been confirmation of ships moving there, but whether you call it, at what point do you actually call it a blockade? Because the other question is, how do you actually blockade the strait? Like, are you willing to fire weaponry on opposing vessels or just merchant, ships moving through? Like, how do you actually, in reality, block the strait? Because pretty much you have to fire missiles on people. Now, hence do they go, we fire that on Iran-affiliated ships or people that have done deals, or do we try and board them or something else? That's kind of where people are waiting for. Like, how much is this like a talking point and rhetoric versus reality? And in that reality, does it actually slow the flow of oil, or is it just more of now it's like a geopolitical contention point, kind of like when we had Russia-Ukraine and we had energy prices absolutely skyrocket for a bit. Then people figured out how to work around it, and you figure out other relationships or rerouting of certain things. And now it's just like a side point that you have to keep an eye on in the corner of your eye versus something that is directly in front of you. And it looks as though the market is definitely taking it that way. Euros recovering, NASDAQ, S&P stocks, it's all risk on across the board. Yeah, and hence it goes back to that leverage point, like I was saying. If Iran tries to push their hand and call the bluff of Trump, it basically ends up as a lose-lose for them. And for the US, it comes out as a win-win. So even if it's not 100% of the oil coming through, if it's 80, 90% of the straight oil, that means we have 99, 98% of total oil still transiting. So then it's no longer a matter of concern for the market. So that's where we are.
Yep.
What are you guys seeing like technically with trades and stuff today in general? Are you in anything, looking at something?
No, at the point, no. At the point, I'm not in anything. So many of the moves, they kind of went into this second, third phase of the move with especially yesterday's break on the dollar. So we kind of run away from this top. We're kind of ranging a little bit after breaking this low, and finally had the follow through on the dollar to the downside, which was a bit my expectation. My question was just literally if you had the power or not to go a little bit like this top in here. I was looking to see if price would manage to at least fake out a bit more this top, or maybe closing this gap, or at least retest this level to drop, but no, it didn't really do that. So it just literally stayed at the same line as this previous high, and eventually it sold off. And now I'm looking more into these 98s, somewhere around here, so for some potential reaction, but this may be actually just a trade like this, and then price can actually just continue to move even lower. We'll see. I think
That's
now
what
it's
I'm
just
looking
about.
for.
Sorry, this type of a move.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for as well.
Yeah. Because at this point, if I do look at what space is available, yes, there was a high probability that after price taking this structure, price would try to refill something around this level. So that's quite obvious. And then the question is if actually price comes back into this level, and then we'll see which direction eventually price wants to go next, because this alone is already at some kind of a 50-50, not 50-50, but around 50% retracement from this move. Okay, so that's kind of already some, what am I doing? A good retracement. And I think most importantly is, are we looking for, what are you looking on the dollar? Are you looking for dollar to continue to push lower? If you're looking for dollar to continue to push lower, looking at the bigger picture, and maybe price then eventually goes to 95s or something like that, then yes, this would look like a top. And any move, it would be kind of to make pressure and eventually for price to come back into this 96 something, with the idea to go further down. Now, if by any chance you are looking for eventually for the dollar to resume and to fight for the 100 mark and eventually go even higher, then somewhere we're going to need to find some buying pressure from the market. Okay, and for me, the two levels are I'm looking eventually for price to potentially react to the upside, maybe to be somewhere around here where I am, or actually price could go all the way and maybe try to test these two zones at around 96.50, and from here maybe can go into the upside again and basically just fill this range all over again. So yes, so between here, I think there's a high probability for this move. Actually, we were about to trade that move yesterday on the Portuguese live stream, which is a competition that you are doing, not competition, a series that you are doing with our audience, where they vote actually which direction they want to trade. Unfortunately, they vote to sell the euro, so I end up not doing anything. If they had actually vote to buy the euro, if they actually had voted
like
to buy the euro,
this is like the chicken trading thing, but using the community, right? Like
yeah,
and you just get like
exactly
a consensus.
We are
cool.
doing that. So basically, it's 2 assets per day, and they choose which assets they want to trade. Usually, it's gold and Nasdaq or euro, and then they select if they want to buy it or sell it. Okay, and then I kind of pick and choose some levels. We are up. We are kind of 1 trade away from getting the first phase, so we are not bad. But we had already crazy losing streaks in there. Like we had like 11 trades in a row losing, and then another 8 in a row, whatever. But yes, price was around here. Okay, this was 6. Yeah, it was exactly at this time. We live stream from 5 to 6:30. But they actually decided to sell it, so I ended up not doing anything, because if they actually were about to buy it, I think there was a high probability that we would actually about to break these tops and move also closer to this area in here. Which was the same thing with the euros, the dollar, which was expecting for price to break below this level, now finally having a follow through on this move. So yes, I'm going to be curious to see what kind of reaction they're going to have. I'm expecting some reaction, but the question mark for me, more than the reaction, is if there's going to be any attempt to go higher, or just literally a reaction and then drop once again to the downside. So I'm not sure about it. I'm not sure about the overall direction, a higher time frame on the dollar, and then as a consequence also on the euro and so on, because euro also respected quite nicely this 114 that we have talked about in the past, and now it's actually approaching a level that potentially I'll be interested as well to see a reaction, which is this 118 on the euro. And again, if price actually doesn't really respect this level, then I'm looking for price actually to go a little bit closer to this 119 something, which is quite similar to the dollar index, which will take us to this area in here. So the dollar index and the euro dollar they're quite similar in terms of the structures for me personally. But where I'm going to have that bigger move, I'm not sure. So I need to see weakness, and I haven't seen weakness at all at this point. If price starts breaking below this level, then maybe there's a little bit of a chance that this could be a little bit more of a deeper retracement, and maybe this level could hold, and then price could do something like this. If price just continues to respect the previous lows and continue to create new highs, then just let euro move in that sense. And when looking at euro index as well, another leg up, another high, just looking these tops now, and maybe can go a little bit closer to this level. Yes. And then, of course, all the N pairs, that's definitely on my radar. Maybe we can talk a bit about them in a bit, because I think there's going to be plenty of good opportunities on the N pairs in the next days.
Definitely. I just wanted to address chat for a bit. So
yeah,
I'm going to probably butcher your name. I'm sorry. Sushap. Sorry if I got that wrong. Might be completely wrong. But you're saying, LJ, care to show us your morning/pre-trade ritual? Seems like I'm missing out on a few points. Thanks. All you guys are helping us so much. Amazing to be part of this group trading session. First of all, welcome, and thank you so much for your lovely words, man. Definitely can. I can probably put together like, rather than doing now, because it'll take me a bit to put everything together like succinct and not talk over everyone. I can definitely put something like that together and then do it either tomorrow or the next day or something like that. Indeed. I like your question. Very good question overall.
Yeah,
so,
because LJ's ritual is like a 20 bullet point sequence.
I'd have to
cold showers, between like washing his face, like everything, like brushing his teeth, meditate, stretching his finger, like the mouse finger as well, like everything, like LJ's.
Yeah, go fly a jet plane, climb Mount Kosciuszko, come home, whatever. Yeah, swim across the ocean, rah rah. But yeah, I'll definitely try and put that together and try put it something succinct into my most typical trading day as well, because obviously I trade a bunch of different strategies or approaches depending on the day, depending on the climate, what's going on. But I'll try put like a typical day in the life, put it that way, of what I do. I can definitely do that.
Record it for YouTube. Just
I'll get I'll get back to you guys and definitely do that. So we had a bunch of guys saying, hey, Louis saying, hey, Jem, Elvin as well. If I read out everything, it will take too long. But thank you guys. Hello to everyone. Scrolling down further, LJ, your favorite currency is Aussie dollar. Seems to keep going up. Look, I do trade the Aussie quite often. Definitely. It's one of my earlier pairs. Obviously, started trading. I live in Australia, of course, so I felt like I know the general gist of what's going on. So it's definitely stayed a staple. The further reason it stayed a staple is because it has that access to the dollar, so that dollar component with the other majors. Plus you have commodities and you have risk on, risk off. So it's very much a high beta asset. So across the board, it fits very nicely within the sort of, not quite trading portfolio, but the trading selection of various assets you want to trade each day. It has its own unique little characteristics overall. Henry was also saying, I see longs on corn. All right, we can look at that. Thank you for your analysis, Henry. I actually do see longs on corn, even though I would say we're probably going down. Like, technically I can see it up, but I think we're going down. Anyway, this is like a meme. This is like a joke. We were talking about, can we analyze corn before? For Pedro and Jem, if you're just like, what are we talking about? But yeah, all right. I will have to jump up for like 10 minutes. I've got someone picking something up. So I will be back and I'll leave you guys to it. I want to hear what Jem has been doing lately. So I'll leave you guys to it. I'll be back in a sec. Sorry. See you guys.
Perfect. Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Jay.
Okay, see you soon.
Yeah. Yeah, Jim, what have you been looking at then? Because you mentioned before that you were looking at some yen pairs as well, of the momentum that you have seen on the yen pairs.
Yeah. I've been watching yen pairs a little bit lately. Last couple of days. Some of the like Euro, GBP, JPY, Euro, JPY. There were some nice uptrends on the 1 hour, and then also like New Zealand and AED JPY, because I mean they're pretty much the same thing, but because they're highly correlated. But yeah, some nice uptrends there. So usually how I take my entries is I'm a trend trader, so I usually just identify pairs that are trending like this and then I wait for retracements to enter the trend. So for example, usually in uptrends, you'll see this pattern. Let me just get this. So you usually see this pattern like this. So you usually make a high, another high, high, low, high, low, high. So that's kind of the definition of an uptrend. And then in downtrends, when the market is downtrends, you'll normally see it make like a low, lower high, lower low, lower high, lower low, and then it'll just keep going down like this. So typically this happens on whatever, like most markets, pretty much all of them, they're always going to have periods of trending, ranging and things, like whether you trade futures, whether you trade Forex, crypto, currencies, whatnot, like majors, minors, they all trend to an extent. Sometimes you'll find that not all trends are created equal. So sometimes it'll be a little bit like have deeper retracements and sort of retrace a lot deeper. Sometimes it'll be a lot more shallow. Sometimes trends will like range for a little bit before breaking out and continuing. But usually they sort of follow that pattern. So what you're seeing on EuroJPY is a pretty nice uptrend on the 1 hour. And so you can see it's making an impulse move, made a high, high low, high low, high low, and then it's just bounced off this 25 moving average and it's continuing its next move up. But we have a level of resistance up here, so you have to be a little bit careful. So with trends, they don't always trend forever, so it's like, the market can't keep going up. It has to eventually reverse back down. If it went all the way up, then we'd probably it wouldn't be good. So, you kind of have to be a little bit careful as well when you trade trends, because there are different phases that you can trade in. So what I like to sort of classify them is like early, mid, and more mature. So early would be like sort of this area here when the trend is just sort of starting out. This area here might be more of like a middle stages of a trend, and then this might be more of like a mature later stage of the trend. So you can trade at a more mature stages of a trend, but you just have to be careful because it might actually reverse soon. And so you might want to like size down your positions, or you might want to reduce your risk, or you might not want to go for, a 1 to 4 risk to reward. You might want to reduce it and just go for like a 1 to 2 or 1 to 1. So it just depends how much room you think the trend has to go. But I think with EuroJPY, and Pedro, I'll be keen to get your opinion about this, but it seems like it's been on an uptrend for a while on the 1 hour. And then also when you switch to the higher time frames, you can see that it's a little bit overbought, so it's a bit extended. So there's a chance that like EuroJPY might sort of reverse soon within the next, or at least retrace within the next couple of days. So just being careful of that as well. And then what was I looking at? So ADJPY was having a look at this as well.
Mm-hmm.
So ADJPY is another nice sort of uptrend. We did have this big gap here. I think, was this on the weekend? Oh yeah, this must be in the weekend. Yeah. So that was Saturday or Sunday. Yeah. It's a bit scary holding positions over the weekend nowadays because there's just so much things that happened on the weekend. So sometimes I don't like holding trades on the weekends. Like I'll close my positions on Friday, or if it's like Friday night, I just won't open a position because I'm kind of scared of holding over the weekend because of things like that. Because if I had set my stop loss there, I would have just been stopped out. Like that's what, I don't know, 60, 70 pips or something. Yeah. But it looks like AUDJPY is still going up. I think it might head up towards this next level up here. So this here, I think it's the daily resistance level. Yeah, so it's a key level on the daily up here. So it might continue to head up to that area. I think this area is sort of like 113.73 ish. It's more of like a zone, I would say. So we might see price head up towards this area here and test it before maybe reversing back down, or maybe breaking and continuing up. So we'll just have to watch it. But yeah, so I think there's still a little bit of room left to go on AUD JPY before it hits that key resistance level on the daily. So if I jump down to the 1 hour, yeah, we have like maybe 70 pips before hitting that. Oh, nice.
How doing?
We're just having a look
JPY.
at some of the JPY pairs.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, AD JPY, yeah.
And bring it up as well.
You mentioned, you mentioned before, and quite nicely as well, when you're analyzing the euro yen, kind of you separated almost in 3 phases, 3 cycles, the uptrend. If you go back to euro yen on your 1 hour time frame, how do you kind of manage to separate a little bit between those 3 different phases? Is it kind of that first momentum when the price managed to run away a little bit from the moving averages? Basically, you see that the price is way above the moving averages. Then maybe there's a moment where over the retracement where price bounces back to the moving average, but then maybe doesn't go as stronger as before. Kind of it trades closer to the moving average and not so far away. And then this third phase is when you start seeing maybe double tops being created in the market, where you can start seeing a little bit of a resistance, as you mentioned, and maybe euro yen is starting to do a little bit. It's kind of how you manage to separate these 3 phases, cycles on these trends.
Yeah. I think probably like a combination of everything that you just said. Yeah. So usually, like when I find that trends are nearing like a more mature stages, you might see like price action starting to form, like maybe double tops or triple tops or head and shoulders, just signals that it doesn't have enough momentum to continue pushing to the upside. So you even on the lower time frames, you might see that too. And then also one thing that I actually really like to use is actually the RSI. Yeah, I think it's a bit like underutilized, but it's actually a really nice tool to find overbought and oversold levels. So what I've been using is actually using the RSI but not on my entry time frame, but on the higher time frame, like the daily.
Okay.
Yeah. So for example, like I'll go to the daily time frame and I'll throw on RSI, and like if you can see, like the RSI here is a little bit overbought. So it's already above 70. Yeah, so usually, with the RSI, when it's above 70, it likes to kind of revert back to the mean. So if I scroll to the left here, every time that it goes above 70, it sort of drops back down, and then goes up to 70 and then drops back down, and then up to 70 and drop back down. So because it can't always stay overbought forever.
And the key thing is like you're doing that on like a daily, right?
Yeah, that's what I mean. The higher
time frames, you're going to get, it's going to hit it a number of times. Yeah, but daily, very good. Do you use it with any other like cross, like other kind of indicators or some other kind of input to signal that it's like a true reading versus like a false reading where you're going to keep running? You know what I mean?
Yeah. So I don't just rely on RSI alone. So it's combined with other things, like for example, structure as well on the daily. So if let's say RSI shows that it's at an overbought level, and then on the daily you see price nearing a key like resistance level, like something like this, let's say for example, then those are 2 nice sort of confluences that would tell me that there might be a reversal coming soon, or we might be in an area that price might sort of reverse. So yeah, never really relying on one indicator alone. It's probably like a combination of things that you can use.
Yeah. Perfect.
Yep.
Yeah, but by any chance, do you look left as well? We noticed that on the Aussie yen, you looked at the most recent high, like we're approaching that most recent high. But for example, in this case, on the Euro yen, Euro yen is a specific one because if you want to look any historical price on the left side, you need to go back like 40 years. So you literally need to go into the monthly time frame and go back to 90s or 80s, whatever. So that's a kind of an extreme example. But if it was a little bit closer, like 1 year ago, 2 years ago, do you pay attention on the left side to any key levels of structure that may consider that maybe
40
price
years, dude.
Yeah, that's 40 years
That's
now.
like, dude, that's like when I was born.
Yeah.
But it is, I think it's like 90, is it what, 89, 90? I don't know. It's like, it's been a longer time ago on the Euro yen.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Joking. I was just having a laugh.
Yeah, I think it's like, what were we? This one.
Yeah, but do you by any chance, do you look a little bit on the left side when you're trying to also to predict where potentially the move is close to an end?
Yeah, 100%. Definitely look to the left, like to see where the previous key structures are. Yeah.
Okay.
I think with Euro yen, it's a bit, of an outlier, but definitely like with the AUD JPY, I would have to look at previous structure as well. So for example, with AUD JPY, the next level that I'm kind of looking at is this level up here. It's about 113.6 or this zone. Yeah. But that also is a nice sort of, how to say, it's also a nice tell on how much room the trend might have to continue to go. So like, for example, here, the thing that I'm looking at is there might still be a little bit of room for it to continue to this resistance zone. So maybe like 60 pips before it hits it. So then if that's the case, then on my entry time frame, I might want to look for entries. If I still think there's a bit of room for me to go or for the trend to go, then that's when I might drop down onto like the lower time frames and do more of like a entry on the lower time frame.
Nice.
Yeah.
I like it. You always got to look left and right before crossing the road, right? No, there you go.
Yeah.
So
that's a good
one.
This is classic, right? You know, when you're like 5 years old and your parents like, look left and right before you cross the road.
Yeah,
same thing in trading. You always have to look to the left. Like, yeah.
I just run straight, man. Even if it's red light, green light, I just go. The cars need to stop for me. Like, it's not the other way around.
Pedro's a god. He just makes everyone go around him. There you go.
Yeah.
We did have another question as well from, I'm just going to say Elvin, because your name is quite long. Pedro, Jeremy, LJ, now gold seems to be going to make a correction before going up again. What is the strongest price might be start to bounce back? What is the strongest price it might start to bounce back, I guess? My estimate price for the bounce is around 4767 to 4775. I don't know if have you looked at gold? Have you traded much gold, Pedro, through this? I definitely got to say I've stayed away from gold and traded basically FX through the past.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I've been analyzing it a little bit. It's still stuck within the same range, so I haven't really traded much. It has been kind of reacting somehow from some levels that I had marked. But it's still within the range. But then I just want to make one point just before on the end. Let's just make the point before on the end, just before jumping to gold, just in the sense that
of course.
Like it was nice that we had because we had definitely a big weakness on the yen index, and at the same time a big strength on the euro and the pound. Like, so as a consequence, we had really good moves to the upside on the euro yen and on the pound yen, and even Aussie yen, as a matter of fact. And dollar yen corrected a little bit because of the dollar, but the move on dollar yen could have been even bigger if the yen index was also in alignment with this pair. What I want to say is
also the central banks, right?
Yeah, but what I want to say is by the time that actually we may have finally some kind of reaction or reversal or retracements on those euros and pounds, that may actually be a great play on the euro yen and the pound yen, because that may also push yen a little bit to the upside in alignment with euro and the pound moving to the downside. That actually can create a great opportunity to short eventually the pound yen, euro yen, and so on. But for that, at this point, for me personally, I'll be more paying attention to see when we may have that reaction on the euro and the pound to try to trade that, because I think that's going to be, at least in the short period, when you do have that correction, I think the yen pairs can provide a good opportunity. In this case, euro yen and pound yen.
I agree.
Yes, that's something I'll be paying attention to. And I'm still waiting. I'm still waiting for my a little bit of a move higher, which again didn't happen on the dollar yen. I've been waiting for this moving here a little bit higher. Never happened. Okay, gold. What do we have on gold? Gold for me, I think price is in
Also,
a range.
just with the yen.
Okay.
Just finally before we go on. No. I agree. I want dollar yen to come higher, hence euro dollar, that kind of stuff. Come lower, give me that kind of entry criteria. Also with Aussie yen, Gem, dude, it needs to stay higher, right? I want to go to Japan.
I think
right?
I
need that.
I think
I
it
need
can
that
go higher.
currency exchange right
Right.
now. But I want to go on a trip. I've been wanting to go for like 2-3 years, and now we're up at that like really high point, and it'd probably be like a couple months before I could get the sort of break to do it.
Yeah.
So low key, I want it to stay
You're
up.
hoping that it
But
continues.
trading wise, I'm like,
I'll be praying for
we'll
you.
probably eventually come off,
yeah.
you know. So I'm like,
You are doing you are trading with your own holidays, yeah, correct.
yeah. It's all right.
Yeah.
I'll just short it to make sure I make up the difference, and then pay for it. There we go. So,
Exactly.
but yeah, sorry, go on.
Yeah, I'm trying to do the same with the pounds, you know, just getting paid in dollars and then exchanging to pounds, and the pound is always higher. Like I'm getting taxed constantly, month after
Same.
month.
Yeah.
With the dollars a week. All right, moving along. Okay, gold. Where are we on gold? Okay, yeah, gold
Actually,
is go ahead.
Oh no, sorry. I was just gonna say, like, yeah, apparently like Japan is getting a lot of people visiting Japan just because like the currency as well is like a bit weaker and things. So they're actually having an issue with like over tourism over there. So yeah, it's actually a really big problem.
It is, and especially it's become very popular with like streaming, like Twitch and all the there's kind of like social media sort of streaming people that come through, and then creates like havoc, and yeah, it actually has become a problem in the past couple of years for them. As much as they love the tourism, it's when you get people that come in and be sort of disrespectful, that kind of thing, you know.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
But Japan looks great. Honestly, I want to go. I don't know if you've been.
Yeah,
I've never been
I
there.
have. Probably one of my favorite places to visit.
Yeah. Okay. Because you were born in Australia, right?
Yeah, I was. Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
but yeah, I've been to Japan a couple of times. Like, yeah, it's always a good time when you go back there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just good. Sorry, bit of a detour, Pedro. Sorry. You can
That's
go on
okay.
with gold.
No, it's fine. Like we can
It's not
still
Elvin.
chat. Like it's all the same. Yeah.
Elvin is on waiting. It's not me. I'm okay.
Yeah.
Elvin is the one that wants to know where gold may bounce. Okay, so gold. Where are we on gold? Yeah, for me personally, if I'm just following the normal trajectory of a higher high or low and stuff like that, just in terms of a trend, this for me was a key low that I would like it to see being broken to actually start opening the door for price potentially to go a little bit further down, and the further down it to be always around 4,400 to maybe 4,360, just basically filling out this range, coming back into the structure. But price respected it. We actually had some kind of a trend line. Price broke it, respectively a bit, but now is going higher again. Kind of still around the trend line, but again, this is just a point of reference. I'm more of a horizontal guy when looking at the charts. So it respected this structure. So I'm just curious to see what price may do around here. I think 5,000 can always be a level that gold may wants to attract eventually, maybe getting a little bit closer to this structure. I think eventually could go there. on the other side, I was expecting some kind of reaction around here because we did had all this structure in the past, and then kind of this was a nice supply level that price actually created to break through completely. So there was a lot of orders of supply levels that was still expecting to price to respect, and he did it, but it's still missing, in my opinion, it's still missing a proper break of structure to start looking further down. Now, if you're actually looking at the range, for me, levels to buy is at the bottom, levels to potential sell, it will be at the top. Okay, so it's kind of I like to buy cheap and to sell expensive. That's a little bit more of my thought process, which means that would I be looking to buy somewhere around here? Maybe not. Okay, I'll be actually maybe respecting the fact that price has managed to find some kind of resistance at around this level, and the sellers have been trying to hold this level somehow. So I'll be a little bit cautious right now, because what he mentioned was that he's looking for a bounce around this level. I think he mentioned 4676, which is around this level,
475.
to 4775, which is even a little bit maybe higher. At this point, I'll be a little bit more cautious. Okay, kind of a little bit similar to what Jem mentioned in terms of the trends on the euro yen, and maybe this is close to a final part of the trend. At least I'm not the biggest fan of buying something into a big level of resistance unless I can see proper momentum. And at this point, I saw some weakness already in here. This can be just a fake out. I saw even price breaking slightly this low, and this could be eventually a turn, maybe to visit again this level. Now, if price actually goes a little bit higher again, maybe this level can still hold a little bit, unless there is a proper image. Okay, if price actually respects this level and creates some momentum, then you're good to go. But again, I'm struggling with momentum trades. I'm not that kind of a trader. I'm actually a reverse trader, so I'm actually starting to pay attention to see if there's weakness and there's some kind of break of structure here to potentially do the opposite. So just to clarify my usual point of view in this case. So yes, I'll be a little bit cautious with buys right now on gold. I think that happened around here or around here if you wanted to just try towards there. Now I'll be a little bit more cautious. It doesn't mean that I'll be just eager to sell, but I'll be cautious with buys. Now, if price starts breaking above these tops, then maybe targeting 5K, I think eventually can be a natural target. But I'll prefer to see a bit more momentum or price actually breaking a little bit more, confirming that price actually wants to do something more to the upside.
Yeah, I'll show you what I'm saying. So, pretty similar deal. I prefer to see a pullback through here now to these price tops, basically where we closed Friday with the gap through here, right? So that's about 4750 or so, and then I'd like to see a drive higher. All right, so right now we're actually testing the underside of a very long held trend line. We go back. Let's go to 4 hour. Might be a bit better. That's 3. Let's go to 4. Whatever. There we are. So the underside of a bunch of these taps right here, and after that big run higher and the massive crash that we had, we basically tested the underside. So we cracked through that, we played around it, came right down back into that base support, and now we're trying to press beyond it. So we've gone oscillated basically like side to side, pulled back. We're now trying to break above that, and we've got this 200 moving average coming through here as well. So we're definitely in that pocket right now to deal with that. See, we tapped pretty much right into it, and that's also with these prior highs, like Pedro was saying, just up here. So preferably, I would like to see some kind of pullback closer to the close of Friday, somewhat similar to the FX pairs with like euro dollar and the like. Not quite to that level, maybe just above, and then a run higher. But picking from here, I think is very susceptible to some kind of drop and then run. So that's why I wouldn't like to buy up from here based on the condition we're just going to break these tops. I think we need a pullback for decent risk reward, and then go from there. So as far as 65, 75, I mean, that's going to be like the relative base that we've just sort of tapped roughly into that area in the past little while. I would prefer to see a deeper pullback to about 50 myself overall. But depending what time frame you're trading, you could have picked up on this, like on the 5 minute. If you're kind of scalping a bit more, you've come back into these moving averages. You do have these general. You had this flat top, but from the prior, you've got higher lows going the whole way through. A slight extension, which has been bought into, so it's a bit of a bit of a trap movement through there. Then we've got the highs. We pull back, come through here. Now you're just riding these moving averages, the 50 and the 100 overall. So I would still prefer another pullback, to be honest. So I don't know.
In reality, if you look at actually the level that you mentioned, price already reacted from this level. If we are looking at actually the reaction from that for the 4767 or something like that you mentioned, we already had this week basically touching the demand zone that actually was left behind in here. So we already had that reaction. The reality is that price didn't really manage now to break new highs, so it's fighting this level. But if you actually wanted to trade this level, this could have been your entry. Now this is going to be the second time, even maybe eventually the third attempt that price is going to look for buy orders at around this level. Maybe that's not going to be as stronger as it was initially. But let's see. Now, basically, price now has this supply, and we'll see eventually which level is going to break from around here. But again, as long as price continues also to respect this level, there you go. We are still then continue within this uptrend, and price can continue to go higher. I think then if you do actually manage to break in here, then maybe we can go a little bit like closer to where LJ mentioned, and maybe from here we'll see price actually manage to go higher. For example, I actually like maybe this level in here, 4,720s or 17s. That can be interesting as well. But yeah, so your trade actually, price already reacted from it. At least that first level. Now we'll see.
Yeah, so I'd probably wait. Like I prefer either the break of the tops or a deeper retracement at this point right now. So gold is very much risk on, gold goes higher, risk off, gold goes down. Now that's due to the front end of the yield curve right now. Gold tends to rally. It's a defensive safe haven asset typically, but in the current environment, we're not looking at things like recession or monetary debasement, aka essentially inflation of asset prices. Right now, we've got like an energy shock, which is very different. So the cost to hold gold, when you see the short end of the bond curve, the yield curve going up, means it costs a lot more to carry gold since it's a non-interest bearing asset. So hence, anytime the war escalates, the premium to be paid from bonds goes higher at the moment. Typically, bonds would also be a defensive asset, but right now there's heaps of uncertainty. That's why they go the opposite way. So hence, gold is also going that direction in sympathy. So once this, as long as this is calm, we're settling down, gold goes higher, right? If things pick up again, gold goes down in the near term. Longer term, if we start pricing in recession, that kind of thing, very different situation. However, that doesn't look like what we're getting at all right now. So,
yeah. And there you go. Even again, this trades actually didn't manage to catch any of them. But dollar CAD, dollar franc Swiss actually end up playing out quite nicely since last week or end of since beginning of April. Nice moves to the downside in alignment with the dollar. So that was those were kind of moves I kind of mentioned 2 weeks ago. Good move to the downside, and maybe maybe somewhere around these lows, maybe can find new buying pressure. But that was a little bit aligned with the dollar touching that 100 mark. It has been moving to the upside for a while. The same thing that now is moving to the downside for a while, and maybe going to have a little bit of a bounce to try to trade from. So yeah, I'm curious just to see how eventual dollar CAD may react within this structure again. But good moves overall. Good moves. Just the timing, the bank holidays and stuff, and unfortunately didn't catch anything. Yes. What else? What else do you have? There was someone asking for a pound yen, but we already kind of looked at pound yen.
I'll also say, Mark, how we doing, man? Good to see you. Sorry, we can't bring up chat right now. The platform's a little bit messed up. So I saw your hello a while ago. What did you miss? You missed that we can't bring up the chat. So sorry about that. But yeah, good to see you, man. Good to see you.
Indeed.
Let me just read through. By the way, where are you actually from, Jeremy? Like your heritage, like parents and stuff.
Oh, my parents are from Malaysia. So
Malaysia? Yeah. Fair. That's what I thought.
mm.
Nice. How long have they been here then?
I think they've been here for a while. Like I think they migrated over like 35 years ago.
Okay. Yeah.
37
Okay.
years,
So you fully grew up just here. You didn't spend any
Yeah.
time over there. Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
Dude, that's awesome. Nice.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Yep.
Yeah. No, I was just wondering because we've got a bunch of people that from all over the world here, and then everyone's
Yeah, I
also
know.
moved various countries. Same with like Pedro, like he lives in the UK now. All that kind of thing. So yeah.
Actually, I'd be
Indeed.
keen to know, guys. Comment in the chat like whereabouts you guys from, or where you based at the moment. I'd be keen to know.
Yeah, give us a holler in chat where you guys are from. Shout out. Okay. Go for it.
Just
Did also have what was Henry saying? But still get hit by Trump's bus regardless how many times you look left or right crossing the road. Dude, Henry, very true. So you remember this, don't you, Jem? Henry is also from Australia. Lives in Brisbane.
Yeah.
So yeah, another fellow Aussie. Yeah, no, look, yeah, Trump's driving the bus and driving at like 150 kilometers an hour with like a 3-ton machine. So yeah, if you look left and right, you still get cleaned up. Go figure.
someone from Portugal. I
Cool.
don't know
We have a
if
lot of response. New Zealand. Someone's from New Zealand, Portugal, South Africa, Philippines, Kenya.
I'm recruiting anyone that says from Portugal or Brazil. I'm recruiting straight away to our live stream. So
Yeah.
So I don't think I've seen the Aussie Freighters in our live stream. So you need to join us, man. You need to join us because we actually organized our first event in person in Brazil this last weekend.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was nice. It was in collaboration with another kind of educator, someone that actually.
Oh wait, yeah. No, I saw that. I did see that on the.
Yeah, it was quite nice,
and stuff.
and we are looking to. Yeah, we are looking to start. Actually, that's the Fiverr's objective and goal, is to actually localize and look for in-person events across the world, basically, from the different communities that we are creating, from India, Portugal, Brazil, even I think Italy, German, Japan, and so on and so forth. So yeah, guys, you need to let us know where you're from, because you need to be aware that most likely there's going to be an event close to you. You may need to travel a little bit, but that's the goal. That's the goal.
Boring traders from Sydney as well. We do have like a few sneaky Aussies and New Zealanders here at the Fivers. Like, just like under the radar. So that's good. Let me just, I'm trying to scroll up on chat as well. Dude, any of you guys that have like questions or anything else or something you want us to look at overall, throw it at us.
Yeah,
I mean, right now we've still got that. Yeah, we've still got that general risk on positive sentiment, like we're talking about. All the majors are still creeping higher, so hence dollar slightly lower. Dollar yen has flipped though; it's actually recovering. But euro, pound, Aussie dollar, that kind of stuff, still creeping higher. Same with NASDAQ. We had that slight pullback. We're still sitting around relatively towards the highs. got PPI tonight as well.
Yeah, we have some news, don't we?
So, yeah.
Yes,
Throw anything
LJ.
at us.
LJ, are you going to all-time highs? What's going on? Like we had a big kind of V recovery, not exactly V recovery, but quite aggressive.
Yeah.
Hey, Rich, welcome.
Welcome, Rich. How are we doing? I don't know if
Sorry.
he.
Carry on, you guys. Carry on. I'm just trying to set things up my end. I see we haven't got chat working, so I'm just trying to get a second window on chat at the moment.
That's okay.
Okay.
Take your time.
Okay.
No problem.
Yeah. So back to US indices. Not surprised that price didn't really pause that much in between because this was a big compression on the way to the downside. By compression again, price is taking the orders as it moves down. So eventually price would go close to the next extreme, which is now around here. Now I'm quite curious about this level. Personally on the S&P, I'm looking at around 6,900. This is a nice supply level that potentially can have some reaction. Also for anyone that trades fair value gaps, maybe there's a fair value gap in here that price actually can also react from. Now, we start to create a bit of this range, and this needs to be broken. But secondly, you do have still this level that can bounce, and price can eventually go. I like the fact that we actually managed to break a low on the way up. This is pretty technical at this point, okay? But I'm going to be quite curious to see what kind of price action and reaction you're going to have around here. If by chance price doesn't really hold this level, then maybe there's one last one, but I think then we are going to have all-time highs. Okay, I think this is going to be one of the last lines of defense before all-time highs. On the other side, from here, we could, and if price does something like that, then eventually we can come back into these levels again. Yes, that's S&P for me. I'm going to be quite curious to see how price may react from this level and what kind of impact we are going to have.
Wait, you reckon S&P will go down whilst NASDAQ goes up?
Sorry? No, NASDAQ also has that next level. So they are kind of a little bit far away, both of them, from a certain level, these 25,800s. I'm quite curious about this 25,800s as well. So they are kind of two similar levels, two supply zones, where I had a big sell-off. Maybe it was on the same day, 3 of Feb. No, this was 26 of Feb. 3 of Feb was this one. No, 3 of Feb was this one. Yep. Okay, different levels. But it was also kind of a good super level that was created in there. Yeah, of course. I'll need NASDAQ to drop as well. And they're going to have the earnings this month. So tell me, where do you see the scenario where you're going to have new all-time highs? Of course, they get an agreement in Iran. Everything goes well in the Middle East. Of course, that's quite bullish. If that doesn't really happen, if Iran is kind of playing everyone and it's going to eventually just hold their line, maybe that can be quite bad. Where do you see it in alignment also with the earnings?
So hang on, I'm trying to bring up a chart as well as relevant. But yeah, so I do want to see us. Basically, what I prefer is this rally to have a slight pullback. So if we go over to the Nasdaq, this was the stuff I mapped out on the Friday for us to take another little peek coming into the new week, pull down to either this level or the next level. Obviously, we gapped down. We did hit that lower level, and then to rally from there. And we've hit those sort of target kind of areas. Now, from here, I prefer for us to find some kind of relative top around here, pull back, and then run higher overall. I think earnings are quite good overall. If I've got the chart I'm looking for here somewhere, I think this is the one. Here it is. So this goes back to currently where we are. With this current dip, a lot of the tech has gotten sold off. Quality companies, massive cash flow, the whole future of AI, that kind of jazz going on, right? The PE ratios were quite high before. Now, since the escalation, they've come right down. They're very, very cheap. Cheapest in years, all the way going back to 2020. So we're talking half a decade. So if you still believe in, I guess, the market growing, if you believe in AI, you believe in all the tech companies actually progressing further, this is literally the best pricing you're going to get. So I do think we've obviously got the general flux with the headline stuff going on. Let's hide that for a bit. But from there, I think any kind of dips will now be bought. Right? I think where the whole war situation is basically out of the picture for the market. We've hit those lows. We went through that back in the past. Where I was talking about, bring that back up. These kind of areas with the euro is a low end now. This is basically it. Same when we're looking at the Aussie dollar. We're talking about all majors have hit those lows. Same with the Nasdaq through here. Bottom is in, and we basically got that. So as far as the market is concerned, the situation is over. We're definitely into sort of stage 2, like the next period of it. And so as far as the risk for the market has essentially been not eliminated, but it has been diluted. And so the tail risk has been taken out of that risk premium for the market. So from here, any kind of dips, I do see buying opportunities. And I do think we go to all-time highs. We've got the liquidity aspects, everything coming through from the TGA, improving financial conditions, all the rest. The Fed is still in the best position out of any central bank, given the current conditions with the energy input prices to potentially cut rates. Therefore, stock market higher. That's a loosening of financial conditions. Everything across the board screams higher for US stocks in general. So I definitely lean on that. Now, as far as entries, like I said, basically a pullback, then get long from here.
Nice.
So, yeah.
Okay, perfect. Okay, I needed to hear this contrary opinion or positive opinion.
You think we're going down?
No. I don't think we are going down. I just needed to hear that to be cautious and not start forcing anything. And you'll see. I'll let price action tell me. But if everything kind of goes in alignment with what you're saying, then most likely even the probability of the Fed cutting rates maybe start going into their favor again, maybe by the end of the year, which at this point is priced in as no cut. But if the market starts being so positive, then most likely the Fed is going to what would be the worst case? Like, what would be something that out of like your concern in terms of an event or something that would actually affect a little bit the market? Taking into consideration that war is maybe kind of solved.
Yeah, considering that's out, I think it's basically it's the private credit type situation. However, the thing is, like, that's been pretty well telegraphed for some time. All of the private credit companies are down 40, 50%. Like, clearly that is demonstrating the market is very aware of this. The Fed is very aware. Banks are very aware. I don't think it'll be a contagious problem right now. I think if it was going to be, it probably would have spurred a few more heads kind of popping out, especially under this current scenario where front-end yields, long-end yields, the whole yield curve has risen. So those premia they have to pay goes up, but no one's like crashed or cracked out just yet. Now, given the Fed is very aware, they will obviously backstop this stuff if they need. Even Trump has talked about and Sam Altman with ChatGPT has basically said, or OpenAI, whatever, has basically said, if the whole thing goes belly up, the government will just bail it out. And he said this stuff publicly, right? Now, that's either you're saying that publicly because you haven't talked about it, or you're engaging those talks already. The point is, obviously, that's very much on the cards. So it's the typical 2008 financial crisis type situation, or COVID or whatever. Whenever something happens, there'll be a bunch of liquidity, a bunch of money printing, QE, whatever you want to call it, or yada yada, that will come through. Now, the next time that we do it, we probably will have to have yield curve control in the US, just like we have in Japan, because the trouble is that the Fed only controls the short end of the yield curve, not the long end. And that has been escaping them which has been a bit of a problem in general. But it's definitely manageable. So I don't see any true risks. I think we've got another couple plays through this whole QE cycle, financial engineering, central bank cycle that we've developed from the GFC before it ultimately doesn't quite work again. That's probably still another 10 years plus away. So any of these kind of dips, just like COVID, you buy into them. And right now we've basically skirted around those. We had the dip from Trump tariffs last year. We've had this situation here. Now we're actually coming into a better financial picture for the US, like financial conditions, which are actually rising and getting better. So thus we should go higher. And I don't expect the Fed to actually raise rates. That would be very unlikely unless this current situation comes with the boil much sooner and somehow we get some magical hotter picture from like employment, which I can't see right now. They'll probably stay neutral. So thus, stocks just keep ripping.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
There you go.
Fair enough.
Rich!
Yeah.
We got Rich here. How we doing, mate?
Hey,
you got your setup all good now. Yeah?
Yes, yeah, I got the chat on a side window, so it's a little bit squinted. If you see me looking away from the camera, it's my eyes are failing me. I'm trying to. I've spent too many years looking at a chart. That's what I've done, and now I can't read small text. So, just to let you know, we're not able to bring the chat up on the screen at the moment, but what we can do is we can see it. We can reference anything that's spoken about in chat. I just see quickly that we did have a message that says, I messed up on my risk reward. Bit of a hard pivot, so I just want to make sure before we move into this, you guys have emptied your pockets and you're happy for us to take a slightly different direction.
Perfectly happy.
Yeah, go ahead.
I might head, guys. I have to head, but
that's right.
I heard that you're in good hands with Rich. But yeah, thanks for having me on, guys.
Thank you.
Beautiful. Thank you for coming, Jem. Lovely to see you again. Next time, hopefully when the market's a bit more less one-way directional, we got some trades. We can run it through. Good to see you again.
Okay.
Cheers, mate.
Thanks, guys. Bye, chat. Thanks for having me.
Catch you again, brother. Ciao.
Thank you, man. Nope.
Where'd Rich go?
Oh.
There it is.
This is what.
We're there. So I see that we pick up a little comment in chat that says, I messed up on my risk reward. Could you help me improve? So for the next little while, we're going to be able to engage chat a little bit more consistently, only because we got visibility on it. So if there's anything specifically that's bugging you in your trading or something that you want to talk about, now's the opportunity to get your comments in chat. And I think a good starting point would be this comment here that I messed up on my risk reward. So not messing up on your risk, but messing up on your risk reward. So that would indicate that you put your stop loss in the wrong place, or you put your TP in the wrong place, or maybe even your entry wasn't exactly where it was. So give us a little bit more insights in the chat if you can shine a bit more information on what happened around your risk reward, then we can highlight it a little bit more. Because the topic of today's stream, I'm not sure how much you guys have touched on it, is along the lines of is coaching in trading worthwhile? And I think what would be pretty awesome is to open up a massive conversation about it. Now, I'm the Fivers performance coach, so I'm going to stand there and go, absolutely, it's worthwhile. So you got to understand that I've got a bias. Now, my bias doesn't have to be your bias, and I think this is an excellent opportunity to have a massive chat around it. If you have been coached in this trading environment and worked alongside a professional, did it help you? Did it hurt you? Have you never been coached by a professional? Are you profitable and you're like, I don't need no man. I just need to trade my edge and I can do it all on my own. Have a chat with us here about it in chat and let's hear your experience, because the last thing we want to do is sit there and tell you exactly what you should be doing. If you're doing something different and it's working for you, there's no reason to change. So let's build some insights around this stuff. And if you've got any kind of experience with it, we would love to hear about it. So whilst you're building that accumulation of chats, I would love to lean into Pedro's and Eljo's experience and just kind of dance around the topic and maybe start with courses, mentors. Have you bought any? Did you get involved with sort of paid mentorship or coaching or courses, and how did they work out for you?
Jay?
You want to go first, Pedro? I think it's easier.
Okay, so when I started, it was kind of a long time ago, and there wasn't that many courses or something like that online popping up from everywhere, neither content online. But I actually, when I started to Google a little bit, I found a group in they're from the US, and I'm actually glad that I found them. I didn't really, I may have ended up paying for something, but some of the content was also free that they were offering. But one of the main things actually that I was lucky enough to learn from them was that actually they approached trading in the right way. Okay, so they didn't just add their strategy. Actually, their strategy was based on harmonic patterns with Fibonacci. It was bats, Gartways, and so on. Some of you may have traded that style of trading. But most importantly for me, it was actually the mindset, kind of, okay, risk one trade per day, focus on your processes more than actually the outcome, kind of how that mindset approach and to follow the good routines. That actually I was lucky because that's something that maybe even today many of those educators maybe they don't touch point on, and they just focus on strategy and that's everything you need, and not focusing on backtesting or reviewing your trades, analyzing the market, doing pre-market analysis, having a routine. So I was lucky with that sense. But then I transitioned into different strategies, and then I'm completely on the same page as you, Rich. I'm going to be biased. I'm also kind of a mentor, so I do say that coaching is really important. We can get into that conversation. However, me personally, which is kind of interesting, I'm kind of a lone wolf. Okay, I actually like to do things by myself a little bit. I kind of dive deep into. I read everything if there is everything to read, which may not be the best way actually to grow into this business, because time-wise may not be the best investment to try to find the answers myself, all of them, while I could have someone to help me, to guide me into the right approach immediately. So I may spend a little bit longer going around in circles when I could just go into a straight line and help me to get to a specific target or grow faster in trading. And that actually was eventually reflected in my trading. That's why it took me a little bit longer maybe to get to a certain point, because I was kind of a lone wolf, even when I was learning then from another community, which is also kind of free. Actually, the founder of the Fibers Gil actually was posting in that community as well, his own analysis and style of trading. Even there, I was reading absolutely everything on my shadow, kind of not contacting or not communicating with many people. Maybe that's my introvert personality, but that's kind of the reality. So it's interesting that kind of with myself, I kind of was always a little bit more isolated, but I totally in agreement that coaching is way essential. Not just in trading, you can go into fitness, you can go in even looking at other different professional sports, even tennis, which is an individual one, or even football, which is a bit more of a group team, but they have all sorts of coaches to help you in whatever you can to make you improve, especially if you want to become a professional. So we can go into that route, but yeah, that was a little bit my experience today. I think I work maybe a little bit more into my own introvert characteristics, and I'm happier to ask for opinions. For example, I love to hear LJ's thoughts. That helps me a lot with when I do then want to find my own even opportunities for the week and so on. So I'm more open-minded, and I love to now have these conversations with other traders, with all of you guys in here, and also in the Portuguese channel that we usually invite to the live stream. Yeah, that's a bit my experience. Yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah. I would say so. As far as coaching, I think it's always good idea to have coaches all the time for everything, lifelong coaches. Now it depends what form. Now that's going to depend on your type of person. So this is where it becomes unique to myself. I've never had like raw coaches themselves, like some kind of one-to-one or someone that's like your superior, like teaching you per se, outside of maybe some select areas, like, I don't know, you're playing rugby or sport or something. Yeah, you have a coach, right? You don't get to pick. That kind of thing. And I've had really great coaches in that sense as well with rugby. And then, some that are less so. And I've had some that have been very impactful and have left marks on me as well, especially after my dad passed away and I was playing, and sort of, they took up that role, also noticing that, and then sort of leaned into that element and, press those buttons. And then I also, the other thing with a coach, when you have a coach, you also have to be a willing participant, that you take the other side of that, of what they're giving, and actually run with it. So that's something I did. And then for an example in rugby, like, I went on to play for rep teams and eventually get, selected for everything, all that kind of stuff. Now, as far as like trading and stuff, I've definitely never had like a coach. Just like Pedro was saying, when I started trading, the whole influencer buy course type thing didn't really exist, right? There was always like these kind of earlier, per se, it's not quite early, it was sort of latter ends of the not quite mature but semi like middle part of the internet, per se, where you had a lot of like email marketing type esque type things, where there was stuff like that. But I never got into any of that. I definitely took measure from other people that have done stuff. I've observed their lives, their operations, how they work. Same with reading books and that kind of thing. Same with entrepreneurs, whatever. And you take pieces away from that. And then they become your quasi coaches, where you're not being directly coached, but you take that information, that learning, see what's valuable, see if it's actually still relevant to the current day, and you can adapt that into your own thing that you're doing. It might not even be trading. It could be business, baking cakes, skateboarding, whatever. But there's elements of truth that run through a lot of these pieces. And then if you do go to those specific areas with people that have done that in your specific area, you can also apply those rules, those practices as well. And that's always how I've done it. Like I've just, you're kind of wandering around the forest in the jungle, and then you pick up little treasures here and there. And eventually when you get further towards the end, it's like you level up, and now you're a big, think of it like a video game. You've got all these XP points, and then you're a big baller, right, by the end. So I definitely agree. Like it's pretty. I think it should be pretty obvious that you learn from other people that have done stuff and it works. There's always going to be nuggets of magic. It's the same thing when you go to school. Like, you didn't have to invent mathematics. Like, you got all the greats that came before you, or you do physics. Like, you're not going to be Einstein, but you go and learn what they discovered, and then you build off that. And so obviously learning that is going to make you better going forward. And then you try and develop your own systems and ideas and that kind of stuff. That's kind of how I do it. So it's sort of touch on, touch off, where I'm not fully in it, but I'm definitely tangentially attached to it and have eyes on it and contact to it, and then try and blend and wrap it into my own cocoon of like my personal approach.
Yeah.
So congratulations, LJ. You've managed to put a massive image of Super Mario in my head, where you've just leveled up, and you've become like the really big version of like Super Mario, right? But listening to what you guys are talking about now, Pedro, I find myself incredibly similar to yourself. Introvert, I'll figure it out on my own kind of terms. I'll rely on myself. I'll get to where I want to be. But then LJ says, well, you don't need to recreate the wheel. It's already been created. But do you trust the wheel that's been created, or would you rather try and discover and create your own wheel? And much the same as yourself.
Yes.
I think it creates a lot more confidence when you've done the work yourself, but what it does do is take a lot more time to kind of relearn and rediscover a lot of this kind of stuff. So I want to do a little bit of myth busting. Now, coaching and teaching, 80% of traders will openly admit that they have their own strategy, they know their rules, I know what to do. Okay, so 80% of people are like, I don't need a coach because I know what I need to do. Now, specifically, the entire job of a coach isn't to try and install new information in you and tell you what to do. Now, this is more a teacher's role, but sure, it's one aspect of coaching.
Yes.
A coach's role specifically, and I would argue that a very good coach's role, is to help you connect with the things that you understand and use them in a way that serves towards your bigger goal. Now, that doesn't always mean telling, hey, LJ, your strategy sucks. You need to take this strategy and trade this strategy. Because now all of a sudden LJ is going to have a bias. Well, my strategy doesn't suck, and why would I trade your strategy? And why is your strategy better than mine? And it would be better to say, look, LJ, why are you not getting the result that your system could perform at? And let's discover this together. So you're actually encouraging a trader to reflect inwardly and use the tools that 9 times out of 10 they've already got. So a coach's job specifically is to hold up a mirror and help a trader to see themselves through a different lens and understand that actually maybe I'm staring at the forest, but I can't see the wood because we have a bias. It might be you're stuck on the lower time frames, trading the 1 minute chart for 2 years, and you're like, well, this is how I want to trade. But the coach helps you realize that, are you getting the result you want? Is this going to be your best path to get to where you want to be in life? And so if we think about coaching from that perspective, I currently work with a coach. She's incredible. And she uses this technique to help me realize, not just in trading, but specifically am I moving closer to the goals that I've set for myself. But when I go back 5 years, I brought 2 courses. And the courses I brought, I also brought mentorship. And it was very much of the, you need to do this, and you need to follow these rules. And it tried to put a square peg in a round hole. And I fought against it at every opportunity because, much like yourselves, I wanted to find my own path in trading. So the conventional models out there, and you know, we were talking about trying to find a straight line. You've got to understand that someone can lay a straight line out in front of you, but that's their straight line. The trader's got to find their own straight line and be able to walk the journey that makes sense to them. That means they've got to trade a strategy that makes sense to them. They've got to use a level of risk management that makes sense to them. There will be some traders that openly can trade 4% risk a trade or trade with no stop losses, and they sleep perfectly fine at night. I'm not one of them traders. I have to manage my risk very, very tightly. I have to trade with stops, and I have to make sure that I'm doing something that's repeatable. So if someone says to me, hey, I got a profitable strategy, you just basically stop trading with stop losses, it's just not going to fit. It's not going to fit myself as an individual. So coaching in trading is really about helping traders connect the missing dots to get them from their chapter 1 to their chapter 2. And we all struggle with different aspects. It could be psychology. It could actually be genuinely the trader doesn't know how to quantify an edge. Pedro was talking about backtesting, and there is absolutely a skill to backtesting, to collect data efficiently and know how to present it in a way that destroys all doubt that you actually have an edge. That's a skill. And so there are certain things in trading that do need to be taught so that the trader can at least work with functional tools. And I would say the majority of trading has to exist external to our minds. If you're trying to retain all the information, and I was to say, hey LJ, what did you make? Like, go back 3 years, 2 months, you know, what was your biggest winning trade from that month? Or Pedro, if you go back 4 years, did you have a drawdown in that month? Our brains can only retain so much information. So if we log that activity, not only does it create as a place where we can go back and revisit our journey, but it also creates a view that we can grab a lot of confidence from as well. So if I'm currently I'm in a drawdown, but I'm not stressing because my data tells me the bigger picture of my trading journey. If I'm up 300R and I'm in a 10R drawdown, I'm not stressing. But if I never logged any of my trading activity and I'm now in a 10R drawdown and I'm nearly blowing a challenge account, it's going to feel so much heavier than the reality of actually what my situation is. So I would always encourage traders to create the kind of processes that gives them the clearest view on their trading journey. And this is simply a trading plan, So the trader says, hey, I've got an intention. This is how I try and interact with the market. It's a risk management plan. So the trader understands how much they can risk and that they're aligning themselves in a way that they're not over risking for their psychology. A scaling up plan and a drawdown plan. Like, what do you genuinely do if your strategy goes on a 20-hour drawdown? Do you increase your risk? Do you stop trading? If you don't have a plan for this, then what we have is an unanswered answer, and our brains, our chimp brains, hate uncertainty. So if you have a number, you say, hey, at 15-hour drawdown, I've got to carry out a proper inspection on my trading and just pause it to make sure that those were good, valid trades. But at 30-hour drawdown, my system statistically is no longer working. Like when we have these numbers, when we hit a 3-hour drawdown, a 5-hour drawdown, we're not stressing because we know there's milestones that we've got to do something in with our trading. And then the same with a weekly review. If you can create a feedback loop because you log your trades and the behavior of your trades and you systemize it, like we teach in the course, you can look at it at the end of the week and say, hey, this week I took 19 trades. 16 were according to my rules. 3 I kind of screwed up on. And you have reasons why you screwed up on those 3 trades. You carry out a simple review process, you create a feedback loop, and now you know what the work looks like to actually move forward as a trader. So a coach's job would be to make sure, first of all, you've got the right tools to be able to gain the kind of feedback you need about your trading so that you can objectively look at it, not emotionally look at it. If a trader's stuck in an emotional loop of their trading and they don't have the relevant feedback, they're going to be stuck in a boom and bust cycle. That's a trader will take 5 losses, they'll feel the massive weight of the pressure of trading, and they'll go back on YouTube and they'll try and find another strategy. And I'm sure we've all been guilty of this to some extent, where we struggle to accept the results of a system, we try and excuse the losses, then we start doubting it, then we adjust our risk, and then we go and ask our friends, hey, have you got a profitable system you can teach me? But what we're doing is we're bringing the behavior pattern of not being able to accept the variance of losing streaks into the next system. And so we trade the next strategy and the same thing happens again and again and again. And we end up caught in a loop. And many traders are in this loop. I would argue, and if I had to guess, well above 80% of traders are in this loop. And when we recognize it's a behavioral loop, the coach isn't telling you what to do. They're giving you the tools to recognize it yourself. They're teaching you how to fish, not here's a fish, you've got to do it exactly this way. They're giving you the tools for you to play around with an experiment and find what fits you as an individual. So could I be the trader I am today without that? Absolutely not. And LJ pretty much coached himself by looking at what other people were doing and saying, I'm going to apply the coaching template of saying, I'm not going to replicate their blueprint, but I'm going to make it my own. And Pedro pretty much done the exact same model where he said, look, I want to figure this out on my own, but at some point the trader has to give themselves some kind of feedback that they can lean into to say this thing is working or this thing is not working. If we're reliant on emotions to tell us, emotions aren't facts. And you might take 3 losses, massively stress out and think you need to overreact. In fact, the chimp brain will always encourage us to overreact. And you might make a massive decision that derails your journey. So what helps to keep trading on the straight and narrow is to have a plan, have processes in place, and the processes act as speed bumps, and it stops the trader flying off the course. And you're able to make good, sensible, methodical steps forward, and they're intentional as well. And that's the difference between a trader that has a plan and has a blueprint on how they're going to get out of the rat race and maybe become financially dependent on their trading, and a trader who is just stuck in a cycle of just boom and bust and boom and bust. And so that's the goal of what I consider to be coaching, is where you first of all help traders gain the right tools. You've got all of that through the course. You've got 18 videos inside the course, and every single video has an actionable step and a homework assignment. That is 18 opportunities to stop and reflect. It's not where I'm giving you the answers, it's where the trader has a chance to go, hey, how do I feel about this thing? And then once you've got that, you can then start to build it out and make it your own. And at least that way you're walking a path that profitable traders have walked for years before you. And it's much better than going off piste and trying to cut your way up some mountain and getting scratched up by, you know, like whatever might be on the trail, right? Like there is a I would argue there is a right way to trade, and there is a way that you can just be stuck in a loop and just completely and utterly waste your time. And it's not a quick fix. It's even if you had all the tools, you still need to go and apply this stuff and allow a big enough sample size of trades to be able to give you reliable feedback. If Pedro had all these wonderful processes, which I'm sure you have all of these in place, but you said, you know what, I'm going to stop following them after 5 trades, you are going to be stuck in the variance and the noise of the market, because our edge needs a big enough sample to play out. And so more recently, I set a challenge, and I said, right, you got 2 numbers. Number 1 is how many losing trades in your drawdown are you willing to accept before you say logically the system needs to adjust? And number 2, how long are you willing to trade a strategy without a result that you're satisfied with? And genuinely, I want to open this up to chat, and I want you to answer these 2 questions. So number 1 is, what is your number that if you went on a drawdown, how many losing trades throughout that drawdown would you say, I'm physically going to stop trading? Is it you're going to take a 5-hour drawdown, maybe 5 losing trades through a drawdown? Is it you're going to take 10 losing trades in a drawdown? Would you take 50 losing trades in a drawdown? What is that number that you say, I will commit to trading my strategy until I hit this number? And the second question is, how many weeks or days or months or years would you trade that strategy and effectively not have the result you're looking for? So I'd love to hear your answers on it in chat. And I'll go ahead and give you mine just so that you've got a bit of a reference. I'm willing to take a 30-hour drawdown in my strategy. Now, we're talking about a 30-trade losing streak. 30 trade. If I commit to that, and I know that number, that's some serious L's, dude. Mate, if I have a 65% win rate at 1-to-1 and I go on a 30-trade bender, like there's something statistically massively wrong with my edge, because even with a Monte Carlo simulation of 1,000 examples, you rarely should end up with a 30-hour drawdown at a 65% win rate, which I think is a 0.3 expectancy. So this is where I've put that number so far wide that if I hit it, it's not emotionally you should stop. It's logically, dude, your wheels have fallen off the bus and you're in the ditch. There's something, this investment vehicle is not going to get you where you want to go. So having that number gives me massive peace of mind. But the other thing is, what if it just loses 5R and goes back 5R and then loses 5R and goes back? How many months would I be willing to trade this and say, I've been break even or small drawdown? And for me, that number is 3 months. So effectively, I'm giving a trading system 100 trades or 3 months based on the volume of trades I get. And I'm giving myself up to a 30-hour drawdown. And there is nothing left for me to do but execute on the edge. That removes pretty much all my stress, all my pressure, and all my fear and all my worry of I'm about to go on a losing streak. Is this thing ever going to end? Because I know when it ends. It ends after 100 trades or 3 months. Or it ends after a 30-trade bender, where the market just goes against me 30 consecutive or 30 trades more than I hit as winners. And if it does that, I have to look at the data and say, well, logically, I'm cooked. The strategy does not work for what the market's trying to do. So it creates a system, and it's effectively me saying, I'm going to commit to this system until it no longer works. And it just puts me in a camp of, I couldn't care less about the next trade being a winner. Because I don't need the next trade to be a winner. I don't need to get funded tomorrow. I don't need to get a payout tomorrow. And I don't need to be out of drawdown tomorrow. I've got my parameters. This is the game I'm playing. I know the rules because I self-imposed and created the rules based on my numbers. And my job is just to smack that button every time a valid trade turns up. And I score myself on how well I did that. Now, if a trader created that feedback for themselves, they're going to put themselves into a camp where they know what to do in a drawdown. They know what to do in a losing streak. They know at what point their strategy no longer works. And even just that is an incredible, powerful tool, because you're telling your brain, which loves certainty, that, hey, guess what? We will not be in this drawdown forever. there is an end date to this drawdown. After 3 months, we will stop and we will no longer be in this drawdown. Or after 100 trades, or after a 30-hour losing streak. And it's so important for traders to start mapping out these areas of their trading so they know what to do on a winning streak. They know what to do on a losing streak. And all it does is just puts you in a camp of being able to execute your edge without all this extra emotional baggage that typically is just going to knock you away from your process. And this is why I'm a massive advocate for building out processes and supporting our journey with a simple rules-based if this then that process. And we almost automate our trading system from a state where we just have to turn up, smack the button on a valid trade and log the results, and then react to it if the results don't come in. But that's how I approach my trading, and I'm yet to meet a trader that can really find that peace of mind unless they find their version of a system that supports them mentally. And if you're not managing risk, and if you don't know kind of what point you've got to adjust and your pain points are, then typically what happens, we experience the pain, we go and find another strategy, and we carry all them same problems forward with us. It was in year 3 in my trading where this behavior changed and I became profitable because I started to underpin my behavior with processes that actually supported my end goal. And the byproduct of that is multiple live funded accounts, multiple payouts, and a much smoother mental journey in trading. So these things can't promise you profitability, but what they do is they start to shave off all the bad trading behaviors that we experience as traders. And that's the importance of building a process as a trader, having a simple, clear, rules-based entry model, knowing how to manage the trade, logging that to create feedback, and having a number where you start and a number where you stop. And then it just becomes logic. I scale at this number, or I scale back at this number. And it's, you know, if I showed you an equity curve of a 3-year track record, then it would suddenly look really interesting. But if I talk about the theory, it's like, Rich, this is boring, shut up. Like, tell me where to buy and sell gold now. Like, like a lot of traders, they want that instant gratification. But if we take these behaviors and we learn them and we compound them and build them out over a long period of time, it can make a substantial difference. And that's my experience of a trader. You don't get out of the rat race. If you want to be a full-time trader, if you want to depend on your trading income, you don't do that in just a day or a week or a month. You don't do that in specifically one lucky trade. You build a repeatable skill set and you just keep grinding on that skill set until your data says carry on and scale up, or actually stop and go and build a new edge. And it completely busts the loop of system hopping and searching for the Holy Grail, because you know you've got an edge and there's nothing to do until you hit the outer parameters of that edge. And until then, you just carry on. Congratulations, you are now behaving like a consistent trader. And that trader has a much higher chance of achieving consistent profitability than a trader that doesn't do those things. And it's 8 years of implementing or learning about this and then starting to implement. And you know, no coach ever taught me that. And there's this, you know, if you can't do, then you teach, right? We hear that kind of thing. And a lot of the information that we see out there on the internet, it's not going to teach you that. It's, unfortunately, sadly, it's not. How do I know? Because I've consumed thousands of hours, or at least hundreds of hours of content online. There is a reason why I'm not plugged in to social media anymore.
Yeah.
So much of it is less relevant. You do genuinely reach a stage as a trader where you go, well, look, I know what I need to do. And then it becomes about, are you doing the things that you know that you need to do? And so that's not about retaining and taking on more information at that point. And many traders can get to that point. You know your edge, you know what you should do, but you're just not doing it. And that's where a coach would genuinely help a trader connect with, why are you not doing it? And let's see if we can build a better mental mapping for the trader to be able to follow their rules. But yeah, I don't follow social media because a lot of it is just productivity hacks that overpromise and underdeliver. The only thing that I need to do is know what to do and take action on it, and give myself a big enough time period to have that edge play out or pivot into an edge that's now more relevant with local market conditions. Appreciate that's a big old waffle and a big old ramble, but if you guys have got any thoughts or anything you want to build on it, I'd love to hear it, because that's just, again, that's my bias and that's my experience. and that's what's got me to where I am as a trader. So that's what's worked for me. That may not be the blueprint that works for someone else.
I agree. So I definitely do. So I love the thing that you said between a coach and a teacher. Very different. Between learning like the basics, like the fundamentals, like how you do something, how you play, the rudimentary stuff, and maybe some more intermediate skills versus that top tier echelon type aspect. And the person I would bring up as an example is Tim Grover, right? So he was Michael Jordan's coach, right? And then eventually went on to be Kobe Bryant's coach as well. Now, these guys are at the top of the game. They are numero uno, especially go back to Michael Jordan. Does he need help learning how to play basketball? No, right? But the point is, when you get a coach, it's not necessarily always just the fundamentals, like how to do basic stuff. Like, yes, obviously you can work on that, but it's that higher echelon, top tier, diminishing returns curve when you're at the 99%, but each diminishing point is incrementally harder or as hard, like 0.1% is as hard as the prior 10%, right? Once you hit that diminishing return curve, right? So that's basically what a coach is. So once you've been, you know how to trade, you're doing pretty well. How do you go to the next level? I think that's exactly what that is primed for, right? And that's basically what you do, Rich. And the same thing with Michael Jordan, Kobe Bryant, any of these guys. Like they know how to play basketball, but it's managing your emotional relationship, your energy, that kind of stuff in relation to the technical executionable skills of actually playing basketball and bringing that into synergy so that you can actually dominate across the board. And that's basically what you're doing, right? So I definitely like that. And yeah, I think sometimes it can be hard to find something like that, and especially find that in general, especially if you're an individual starting out, both not even going to that level, but also just starting out, trying to find how to actually trade, what you do. And earlier on with what you're talking about, at least speaking for myself, I've definitely found a lot of value, like I was saying, where I've learned from a lot of people. A lot of the other portion of that, though, is learning what they did and avoiding that. So it's like a disconfirmatory type aspect. The same thing right now, often where I listen to Bloomberg, and you've got certain people come on from certain banks or hedge funds or etc. I listen to what they say. I'm just like, that doesn't make sense. That's rubbish, right? And then I go and use that as a tester to, is it actually rubbish from what I've gleaned from the market, or am I personally wrong? So I use it as like a steel manning robustness thing to compare back and forth. I think that's another way of learning. So it's more of like a disconfirmatory type aspect, where sometimes people go out to learn and they just want to take in 100% of what other people have to offer. Say, even to use a typical example these days, like ICT or CMT or something. People sort of try and learn that and then apply it, rather than trying to hear it, understand it, and then see if it actually works. And they're looking for the disconfirmatory aspect. Does it actually work or does it not? They're just rudimentarily trying to apply it rigorously, aggressively, and then they blow out, rather than going, okay, I applied this, it doesn't work, now what? Right? So it's not. So I view it from more of like a rigorous testing aspect of like a science type thing. And because there's a bunch of influencers, people, strategies, approaches, that kind of stuff out there, I think if you do that, the other thing as well, you might find certain aspects which they might work, but you might not like it. So then you go, it works, but how can I skew this into the operations of my own life, which could be your personality. It could be how much time you have to spend on the charts, what assets you're trading, that kind of stuff. Maybe you go, I've learned this stuff about markets. I've learned about FX, commodities, that kind of stuff. Not quite working for me for my lifestyle. I'll go to stock trading, right? And instead of the fivers, you go to trade the pool, right? Maybe that works better for you. You can do more longer term swing trades or over like a couple of days or a week or whatever. Or you go to futures or something else, right? And so I think it's that point of plus minusing that overall. And then, like I said before, I think coaching is very valuable. I must say I haven't had too many valuable coaches myself. I think I'm also probably the generally wrong type, so I'm a bad example. Like you were saying, I'm very self-oriented. Where I'll go out, but that doesn't mean I don't take those things for value. I definitely explicitly look for them, but I just integrate that in my own manner, put it that way. So I don't know if you have anything to add, Pedro.
No, I think one of the most important parts is, as kind of you guys mentioned, I think it's important to understand in which level the trader is. Is it kind of beginning phase? Is it kind of more advanced? Is it intermediate? And so on. And also maybe the different type of coach that you are going to look for is going to be different. And maybe the coach that you are learning the basics is not going to be the one that's going to work with you on more advanced stuff. Because to become kind of, or to find a coach that also is an advanced kind of level, kind of a team grower kind of situation, he also needs to be kind of maniac on his own style, or kind of a bit of a coach to be able to help you that.
That's fair. Tim Grover is definitely hardcore as much as
and it's a completely different type of approach as well. Another even discussion that we could have is kind of again, should you be a coach or not if you are not successful in trading as well, like that. How that discussion is the same thing as a player. Should someone be a coach or a manager if they were not that great of a player? That may be for another day. That kind of conversation, but I think it's a lot about, like, in early stages, you just need to learn. Like, again, just to learn whatever it may be. Then eventually we're going to get to a phase where it's, as you mentioned, those marginal gains. That's where it's going to become, or it's going to help you to continue to level up to get to a certain level. And in that specific moment, there are, like, maybe it's not even just one coach. Maybe you need different coaches. Maybe in a certain type or phase of your journey, you need maybe a coach to work with you more your mindset. Another one maybe just something niche in terms of your strategy or your temperament. Like someone gave the example of so Sudagaro. I gave the example also of Ronnie Sullivan in snooker. It's kind of a similar situation that you mentioned with Michael Jordan. Like, does anyone needs to teach Sullivan to play snooker? Of course not. He's the best ever. Right. But he has a temperament. Like, we all know that he has a temperament. So he kind of maybe needs someone to kind of put him kind of focus on the game and not be reactive if he actually misses a ball that was maybe easier. Or maybe in early stages, you would just literally, his game would just literally be F up if he was about to just miss a ball and all of a sudden not being able to stay focused on the game. Now is more maybe relaxed, more focused, and being able to manage his own temperament. But at the same time, it's important for you to actually understand what helps you to be the best. Basically, what I want to mention with that is that depending also in each phase of your life, maybe you need different people to help you. To level up in different phases. You can even look at tennis, like even Djokovic had different coaches across his life. So I think Nadal, most of the time it was his uncle, but some others, they had kind of different depending on which part of your skill set you need help with and you need to improve. And that's super beneficial. Another part is accountability, because one thing that Rich mentioned is quite nice, quite well, is that it's true. We all kind of know what we need to do. Like, the same thing as working out. Like, you don't need to read another book about how to do abs or a new exercise of do abs. You actually need to start doing the abs itself, like, yourself, and also maybe look at better diet to get the results that you want. But maybe you need someone to help you with accountability. Maybe that's also the coach job that can help you with that. Maybe accountability. Maybe some people actually need someone to force them to be at 7 a.m. in the gym or 6 a.m., whatever it may be. I'm here with you. So let's get to work. And that's also beneficial as well. So there are different ways. Like I think if we just found between the three of us, and now we will see as well, maybe we can share this experience. Maybe a little bit similar in terms of introverted and kind of liking to do our own things our own way. But everyone's going to have their own personality type, and you're going to find out what kind of help you actually need in certain aspects. For example, I don't really have a personal a PT, a personal trainer on gym, but I do follow an app now, and it was one of the best things I did for myself, because I was usually working. I actually work from home. I have equipment in here. And it was taking me a lot of time to do the exercise. I was wasting time going on socials in between sets and everything. So like a 40-minute workout, it was taking me more than 1 hour. And since I got the app, there you go. It's a coach. It's not directly, but it's a coach that is there with me. He does my planning on a weekly basis, what kind of workouts I'm going to do. And he has the timings. And now I'm way more on point with everything. Now my workouts is actually like 35 to 40 minutes. I have the timings and the resting time. Perfect. Everything I needed. It just helped me tremendously in my own in terms of saving time, and actually my physique as well is much better than there's ever been.
I was going to say it gives you like a structure, right?
Exactly.
Like the comparison I always use is like, say you're in space orbiting Earth, right? You go out without a tether, you just end up floating away. So having those kind of pieces gives you like that tether to come back, right? So it's like home base, you've got something to lock into. Otherwise, you end up just going out and just wafting about space and who knows what happens. Right. You're just kind of all over the place. You have no measure to actually track or consider certain things. Now, I mean, obviously, some people can, track that in their brain. Maybe you do well with that. I will say that's definitely something I do, but most people won't, be able to keep up with that or keep themselves in check with that, typically. So I think it's a very good idea. Yeah. How are we doing, Griff? Welcome.
Thanks. Yeah, I'm good.
All right, Griff, you got to welcome everyone except Will.
Richard, LJ, Pedro, great to see you guys. Will,
actually. No, I might just remove him.
He's gone.
How are we doing?
It's fine, guys.
How are we doing, guys?
Hi, Will. Good to see you too.
Screw you, Griff.
I was just going to say, I'm sure Rich probably has to pop out soonish. Just give me a nod if you do. I know Pedro will. But Rich, I was just going to say, we have had a lot of questions in the chat in general. So I don't know if you want to hang around just for a little longer to answer at least some of the core ones or something like that. Obviously, for you guys, like we said before, the chat is a bit broken right now. So in the stream, we can't pop them up right now directly. It's a little bit difficult. So we've got a side thing. So sorry if we miss some of your chats in general, or we're a bit late to it. But yeah, if you want to do that, before you do, thank you, Pedro. Thank you for your keeping me company here, and good luck with your trading.
And thank you, Rich. Good luck.
See you, mate.
Thanks, Pedro.
Thank you, guys. Have a great day.
Have a good one, man.
Beautiful. So yeah, up to you, Rich. I don't know how much.
No, you're good. Yeah. I'll just touch on this just quickly before I have to shoot off. I see we've got a comment in here from Unbiased Trader, and says, I am close to giving up. I've been 24 out of 28 trades have lost over the last 11 days. Now, just above that, Mick says, if I have a strategy that works, why would I stop trading it after 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 losses? There's another comment in chat that says, I get goosebumps whenever I lose 4 trades in a row. Is that a bad mindset? Hearing you guys say 10 plus losing trades just gives myself anxiety. So, Unbiased Trader, Thursday, 3:45 UK time. You know what I'm about to say. Get yourself involved in the Discord. I know you're always in the calls anyway, and we will have a proper chat about this kind of losing period and how to build a mindset around it that makes that so much easier and takes a lot of the weight off it as well. Last week we hit a record number in the Discord calls. We hit 3 figures, so we're getting a lot of traction inside those Discord sessions. So if you do want to join us, you got 3:45 UK time on Thursday, you got the same on Friday, and then throughout the week you've got Victor, you've got Akram, you've got LJ, you've got pretty much 2 sessions a day throughout the entire week. So if you're not in the Fivers Discord, there's a lot more that we do behind the scenes that you're welcome to be a part of. We will dive into some of them topics a little bit more as we get into that stuff. So as a parting note on this, again, if you have a number that you can say at this number, my strategy doesn't work anymore. And that number has to be typically pretty far out. Because if not, we're going to get stuck in a cycle of trading 3 losses, and that's going to be enough to knock us off wanting to execute on our edge. As I said, my number is 30. If I go on a 30R losing streak, that's my number where I'm genuinely going to say this strategy does not work in the market. And I should never hit that because I have a 65% win rate at 1-to-1. So Monte Carlo simulations will give you the answers you need, but you must be able to consistently say that you execute on your trades. There's no point going into a drawdown if the trades you're taking aren't a part of your plan, because what that does is give you feedback on, are you ever profitable? Who knows? So you've got to test your system, refine your system. You've got to know your edge and know you're executing on something that has edge in the market, and then commit to only executing on that with consistent risk management for a big enough sample to be able to actually reliably say, hey, what I'm doing does work or doesn't work. So really trading is just about breaking that mental loop of where we're just going around in circles doing random stuff with random risk management, taking random trades. Because then our P&L isn't going to have meaning, it's just going to have randomness. And it is so much harder for anyone, whether it be a coach, a trader, a therapist, a teacher, to look at them results and see what's working and what's not. So it's pretty much the same as if you're walking. You wouldn't skip and then jump and then hop and then walk and then moonwalk, you know, and then go, oh, I ran a marathon in 7 hours 27. How do we know how to speed up that time? By taking one approach and doing it consistently over a big enough sample for us to be able to say, okay, this doesn't work anymore. Or, okay, this works, let's see about scaling this up. And so often we like to humanize our trading and get caught in loops of just emotional random behavior. Just really building the connection today to say, when I do this stuff, it's okay to feel fear around a trade. It's okay to feel greedy. We're all human. But when I act on this stuff, it actually doesn't help the future me. And the future me is trying to build a proper career out of this, and I'm actually sabotaging it because I'm doing stuff that isn't repeatable. So I just encourage you, if you want to go a little bit more deeper into that stuff, obviously I'm going to leave you in the incredible hands of Griff and Will, and I'm sure they've got a whole bunch of really cool stuff for you. But if you do specifically want to dive into that stuff in a bit more detail, hop into any of the Discord streams that we've got. I think we run probably 10 a week, and we can cover this and so much more throughout the session. But cheers, guys, for having me on, and I'll catch you in a bit.
Thanks, Richard.
Have a good one, man.
Cheers, Rich. Yeah, so you guys, any guys want more contact? If you got more questions that Rich didn't get to, obviously just jump into the Discord. You guys have like a Fivers trading account. You've got access to the Discord in the hub, and then each afternoon, basically after stream, we have a bunch of community Discord streams in there as well. So Rich, Victor, myself, and Akram go through it. Right now we have community week as well, so we got a bunch of giveaways for you guys. There's always roughly like 10 hub credits each time, and right now we got 20k bootcamp to give away every day through the month of April as well. So jump in there. Any of your stuff, anything you didn't get answered, you get direct access to Rich. So there you go. Perfect.
Awesome stuff. Yeah, no, absolutely. You know, that man holds so much value. It's absolutely unbelievable.
Of course.
Yeah.
I will hang around with you guys for a bit. I might just have to reset my stream because I think I'm getting the same thing that you're talking about, Will, before. Mine's I was kind of like, I was trying to talk before, and I was like, is this? Yeah, okay. I'll be back, guys. Give me a second.
No worries.
Yeah, no worries.
I can see that Rindap asks how to deal with stop loss hitting, which is kind of an unavoidable part of trading, right? What do you think about that, Will?
Dude, dealing with having a stop loss, it's one of those things. It does suck. No one likes to hit a stop loss. The best way you can deal about it is having a risk low enough that you don't really care that you've lost that money. Like, I just hit stop loss on Euro USD, and I lost about 140 bucks. Dude, it's a 100k account. I don't care about 140 bucks. I'd go take another 10 now. It really doesn't care until I've lost 1%, until I've lost like $1,000. Then I'm like, okay, it's 1% of the account. That if enough goes wrong, that account that's a significant enough loss that if something goes wrong, that account could disappear. I could blow that account. So if you're in a stage of potential drawdown, I know that we're on the topic of drawdowns. So if you're in a potential stage of drawdown at the moment and you're struggling to hit and losses, reduce your risk. Reduce your risk to the point where maybe instead of 1%, it's 0.1%. Instead of $1,000, you're losing $100. Really, really look at dividing that risk down a little bit more, and you'll find that you don't care about the losses. Now, yes, of course, your growth is going to be significantly slower, but if you can't psychologically deal with losses, then unfortunately, to be able to psychologically deal with losses, your wins are going to take a bit of a hit. And if you're good for taking your losses, you don't really care too much, you've managed to master that psychology or certainly outgrow your fear of losing, then you can up your risk. And then as a byproduct, your profits are going to start benefiting from it as well. So, for something negative to be fixed, something positive must pay. So therefore, your big wins, your big risk to rewards, your $1,000, $2,000, $3,000, $4,000 TPs, they're gonna have to take a bit of a back seat, but it's for the greater good. It's for the good of your future profits. So your losses may be significantly smaller, and likewise, so are your wins. But you're able to psychologically deal with the losses happening, and you're like, I don't care. And therefore, you're no longer caring about your profits either, really, because you're actually looking at your profits and being like, well, this is also useless. But what you're able to then do is, instead of caring about the P&L, you can then care about the process and the input and output, So you can actually think, right, okay, I'm going to follow my strict rules. I'm going to put my stop here for X reason. I'm going to put my TP here for X reason. And I'm going to have my entry here for X reason. Now, this follows my plan. But what if I hit stop loss? I don't care because I'm risking $90, $100. It doesn't matter. If you're risking enough that you don't care about the financial loss of the number of the P&L, then you can actually look at that and go, cool, I'm going to follow a plan. It's almost like demo trading, but you've got skin in the game and you're actually working on an account that can do something for you. And what you're able to do is manipulate the account to work in a way that benefits you psychologically and financially, and in a way that you can change it along your journey. Because what you're not doing, you're not changing your strategy, you're not changing your long-term outcome. Yes, okay, you may be prolonging it. Yes, okay, you may be slightly changing it in the idea that the times are changing, but your strategy is there where you're able to have confidence in your strategy, you're able to execute and move with discipline, and therefore it's a game changer. Because as soon as you start seeing that profit start coming in, as soon as you start seeing that data backing yourself up, you gain your confidence, you outgrow that fear of hitting a stop loss, and you're actually able to increase your risk, change your outcome for the positive, and have a longer lasting account, and then potentially look at passing your account, getting paid out, and having a successful career in your trading journey.
Dude, Will, what are you talking about?
Obviously,
answer is just don't put a stop loss.
That's true. You can't
lose, right?
Or technically, if you're as good as LJ, fine. Then I suppose just don't put a stop loss. You'll never hit it.
Yeah, if the problem is specifically with the stop loss being hit, and not with drawdowns and significant financial loss, then just remove the stop loss. That is
It's
good.
fine. Yeah, just remove it. It's all good.
That's very
Definitely
true.
don't do that.
0 or 100 or
It's
a million.
all in.
That's it. 0 or a million or 10 million or 10 trillion. That's it. It's all in. Like you said.
No stop loss, no TP.
Yeah.
You're
Just
either going to
infinite.
become like broke or an absolute bazillionaire. I don't know.
Go
Yeah,
big
you're
or
just
go home.
some guy from like 1920, and you just bought like some stock, and you just no stop loss, no TP, and you're just holding it forever, and you're just like, yeah, nice.
Yeah, there's a
Trillions
trust
of
out there
dollars.
somewhere. It's like the what's it called? Oh, what's his name? The bloody investor. Why have I forgotten his name?
Warren Buffett.
Warren
Well-
Buffett. There you go. Warren Buffett.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
dude, you just need to become like a brain in a jar, like
Yeah.
you just wait the next
He's got a
1,000
pickle
years.
jar. Get some pickle
That'll
juice
be-
around it.
Yeah, it'll be Warren Buffett. He'll be a brain in a jar, and it'll just be Coca-Cola.
Yeah. He'll be a brain in a jar, and it'll be like hooked up to electrodes that's hooked up to a computer. Like he is the definition of cloud space, you know.
No stop loss. There you go. Anyway, but yeah, seriously. Anyway, do use the stop loss.
Can you
Like,
eat that?
like
What
Wilson.
does that taste like?
Gosh.
Wait, what?
A brain in pickle juice.
Yeah, stop loss. Can you eat that? What does that taste like? What is the stop loss that everybody keeps talking about?
Dude,
What
that's
is the
like-
language that you speak
that's
of?
a little bit too South African for me. I know you guys eat some strange things, but like, I don't like that one.
Well, you don't
So
like
Richard just means he's never heard
doesn't
of a
taste that
stop
good.
loss.
No, it's bad.
He thought it was a
Oh,
food.
they don't taste very good, do they?
Ah, yeah. No, that's true. Stop losses don't taste good.
No.
Yeah, I'd say to Rindap, like, if your stop loss being hit is painful, then you may be over risking. And the best thing you can do, like
Yeah.
Will says, is just risk a little bit less and try and work up your kind of risk tolerance. I think I did that the hard way because, like, I would recommend people when they start getting into prop firm funding, they start off with a small challenge and they kind of work their way up. But I didn't do that. I just got a 100K account, and then like big losses were immediately kind of painful. So my tolerance went shoof, and I kind of got used to that quite quick, and that served me well. But these days, I don't even know what my tolerance is because I just lose all the time.
I was going to say, yeah, you were talking about how.
My tolerance is just like infinity. I'm unstoppable. when it comes to
Yeah, unfazed.
Winning. Try the emotional impact of having your TP hit, let alone
Yeah, how about
That
how
will
we
be
see how we
painful.
feel when we hit TP?
So
Griff's gonna be there,
Griff
like
is a
with the rain
masochist.
dance.
Yeah, Griff is a
Yeah.
masochist, right? When his stop loss gets hit, he's like, oh yeah,
that's
nice.
nice.
TP, no good, no good,
Yeah.
no good.
He just goes into
That's a
some,
funny
like,
one.
some absolute spiral because he's just
Isn't it like depression? He's like, oh no, my TP, it got hit. What do we do now?
I'd
He's
say,
there like
yeah.
cradling his knees in the corner. Like his missus comes home and he's like, Griff, what are you doing? I don't know. What do I
I
do
won a
next?
trade today.
I won.
Too much money. It's not okay.
I can't handle this. This is too much. Henry asking, what does winning taste like? Like victory.
Yeah. What does
Like
yeah,
absolution.
yeah, Rich, you were saying that stop loss doesn't taste too good. I don't know. It seems to taste alright. That seems to be my only diet. I'm a bit like Griff.
It's like celery. A stop loss is like celery. If you look at
I like
don't know,
celery.
making soup. No, I'm there's a point to this, mate. I'm just like
Okay.
Shut up, LJ.
if you like soup and you add some celery to it, the soup tastes better. But celery on its own has no nutritional value whatsoever.
Okay.
You actually burn more calories trying to
Eating
like,
it.
you do from eating the product. So that is
You
what
do.
stop losses taste like. They taste like celery. No nutritional value whatsoever, but when you add it to the soup, it tastes good.
Celery or salary, both of them's got zero nutritional value.
Say that to someone that doesn't have a salary, mate.
Yeah.
Look, on a let's say more non-joking note, when you're looking at stop losses and you have some sort of emotional attachment to having your stop loss being hit, generally for me it's the idea that somebody has an unexpected amount of expectation. Not unexpected amount, like an unrealistic amount of expectation on every trade that they take. They look at a trade generally on an individual basis. So you see a trade, it goes to stop loss, and you're like, crap. This is not what I wanted. Okay, so you have this expectation that you're always going to win a trade. And then based on that, you're going to be like, this is going to be a winning trade. So you're going into every trade with that hope that it's going to be a winning trade. So I know Griff does this a lot, but like you average all of your trades throughout a specific period, and you're like, okay, it doesn't matter I have outliers. It's so long as my core trading is within expectation. Because you'll have errors or margins of errors, let's put it like that, with expectation. So when you're trading and the stop loss gets hit, you kind of like need to ask yourself the question, why does this one trade matter? Why does this one TP or stop loss matter right now? Because in a nutshell, it doesn't matter at all, because you have X amount of drawdown available to you, so there's room for you to have losses. There's no expectation, even from a prop firm's point of view, that you're not going to lose money. The expectation is that you are going to lose money. You are going to hit certain stop losses. That's why when you look at trading, you have a win percentage. So it's taking a step back and looking at it holistically and realizing that this is part of a larger picture. This one stop loss that's there is a larger picture. And that no individual event should impact you when you look at the larger picture, because it's all part of, I don't know, like...
It's all for the greater good.
I wouldn't even say it's for the greater good. Like it's all part of this puzzle that you're trying to build.
You got to think of trades in sequences rather than as like individual trades.
Yeah.
I remember there was it must be a Mark Douglas book, and he was comparing trading with like fruit machines, like slots, and he was talking about how like in trading people don't think of trades in sequences. They think of them as individual trades, and if you take a loss, you don't want to take another trade because of the previous loss, because the previous loss was painful. But with a slot machine, it's kind of the opposite for some reason, where if you lose, you want to keep going on the slot machine in the hope of that the next one will be a win. So it's like on a slot machine, you're losing, all the time, basically. And then you're trying to, you keep going in hopes of achieving that win. But in trading, for some reason, like if you keep losing, you don't want to carry on. It's almost like the opposite effect. So I can't remember what the point of that was. There was like some connector between the two, but yeah, that's interesting, right?
I think it's because of the way it's marketed out there. I think it's just because people understand that fruities are gamblers. You go to a fruit machine, you gamble. You know that you're not going to win, but you know that there's a slight chance that you may get lucky.
But the people doing it,
exactly. But they understand that it's just degenerately gambling with the chance that you could, in the long run, earn some money.
I don't know if they do, dude.
I don't know if they do, mate.
And saying from Australia, we are the largest gamblers in the world in general, plus the largest for slots. Basically, what you're saying is like slots, right? Dude, you can go to a bunch of these places at any time of day, any hour.
Accessibility.
And you'll see how many people are there, and you will be like, what? How? Blah, blah, blah. They've been zombified, right? At that point. You get people not going to the bathroom because they got to press the next slap.
Yeah.
Right? It's dude, honestly, I don't know how it is that way, especially in Australia with most things financial, we're very strict on. Gambling, in that sense, very loose, which is weird. and say, I don't know, I guess it makes a lot of money for the government, but dude,
Yeah,
it's honestly disturbing sometimes, especially when you walk into regional pubs and that kind of stuff, where a lot of their revenue is made from the gambling aspect rather than like beers, drinks, food, normal stuff. And you go in, and these people have been there the whole day. Like you could come in at 10 a.m. You're on a holiday, right? You go to a local pub, go to the beach at 10 a.m. And you come in to just get like a coffee, right? Then you're going to go sit down on the beach, rah, rah. You go somewhere else, you get in the car, drive somewhere else, blah, 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 that kind of stuff. Come back at 8 p.m. for dinner. And you see the same person sitting there, slapping their hand. It's disturbing.
Crazy. Yeah, it's very freaky.
Yeah,
There's so much money to be made. I googled the thing that I was
to be
thinking
lost.
of. Yeah, not to be made. I'm
That's
thinking
my
of
thing.
in the house. I'm on the other side.
Like it's a bad thing. I gotta say, this is not like a cool thing. This is not. Yeah, don't do this.
Terrible.
But the
we're
point
not
is
trying
that
to
a lot of
glorify
people.
it.
The
A lot of
effect that
people
I
do
looked
that with.
up, it's called the
it's
gambler's fallacy.
Yeah.
And
I was
sorry,
gonna-
it's basically just a person gambling. If they take loads of losses, they expect that a win is due. So like if they lose 10 times in a row, they think that it's more likely the 11th is going to be a win. But like if you flip a coin 10 times in a row, on the 11th try it's still 50-50. And that's the gambler's fallacy. But they think if they hit something 10 times in a row, then on the they're really likely to get it on the 11th time, like it's due, it's right around the corner. But the reality is the odds are the same because each event is independent.
If you have only two outcomes, the results or the expectation never changes.
Yeah. And that's trader mindset.
The only time it changes is when it is not a 1-to-1. So imagine you have a coin flip, and if it hits heads, it's a $200 win. If it hits tails, it is a $100 loss. That's the only time when your expectancy starts changing, when one of the two results has a
Oh, is he gone?
He just froze, but we know what he's going to say.
Yeah,
one has a higher risk than the other.
Yeah, exactly.
Poor
Oh,
Richard.
he's proper gone. Bye, Rich.
He's built a beautiful bridge there. Look at that.
Yeah, there's a bit of an overlap though. There could be a weak point.
Probably needs to restart the generator. But like I was saying, like
fuel.
Yeah, the point is with that, where I was alluding to, is that people do that with trading sometimes.
Yeah.
It's basically typical over trading, right? Where you take a couple losses, you go, oh, this setup still looks valid. But often people, after having losses, their setup credibility and criteria gets a bit more loose, gets a bit more vague. Like, oh yeah, this kind of looks like it. I'll make back the prior losses, right? And then that's how you get in that spiral, and you L all the way down, and you don't realize that you're doing it because you've got the certain perspective where you're looking for certain patterns of whatever you're trading from the market to see that that's actually going to come through, and then it doesn't. But it's the same deal, which obviously we call it here pokies. I think, Griff, you were saying fruit machines, whatever. Basically, it's the... what do you guys call it, Will?
Yeah, fruities.
Like
fruit
slots.
machines.
Slots.
Slot
Anyway.
machines, fruit machines. We call them fruit machines, we do.
Yeah, either way. It ends up being the same thing. If you're trying to chase something versus objectively analyzing what's in front of you and then adapting to what's in front of you versus you have some idea of what you should chase or you want to get, and you're like, oh, it's going to come, right? And you keep going into the market. That is what will burn you to the ground.
It's where logic just goes out the window. Logic says, bye-bye.
Yeah, and especially when you've had one or two losses or something and you keep trying to pile in the same direction, like the market has told you you're getting burnt. Stop doing that. You clearly have like a momentum type day. Maybe you've got like a mean reversion approach. If you have that, don't jump in again. Like a lot of what I trade is min reversion. And like I said to you guys, right now, I'm out. I'm waiting for these tops. I would have preferred some kind of reversion overall, then to get long, go to these tops, then potentially short after that. But into this, I'm not trying to short it, trying to force it to go back. Because clearly right now, we're still running higher. Euro dollar, Aussie dollar, all the majors across the board. All right, so I'm not going to step in front of the freight train, try and like force it to go down.
Yeah.
I'll wait. You know?
Just seen some of the comments now. Perfectly said. Yeah, high expectations. Some of you asking for gold. Random outcomes of one trade not related to the outcome of the next one. Think in probabilities, think in terms of system and not individual trade as outcome is random. Yeah, exactly. You know, it's like we just said, you know, it's where sort of logic goes out the window and almost hopes and dreams kick in. You know, it's the idea of hoping that probabilities are in your favor instead of actually understanding the whole theory behind probability stacking and how you can make trading work for you. You know, trading, you have the ability to control the certain probabilities. You know, you can't control the outcome, but you can control the probabilities in how much you win compared to how much you lose, risk reward ratio, how much you're going to risk and put on per trade, risk management, when you're going to trade, what assets you're going to trade, how long you're going to trade for. You have so much more control over the probabilities and the outcome of trade in trading the minute it becomes slot machining, you know, slot machine gambling is when you start to tilt, when you start to understand that you are no longer in control and you just want to place any trade for the sake of hoping that you're going to win. Usually, this is more common amongst people who are in a losing streak. You know, if they're in drawdown, they're in a losing streak, they've got a couple of losses under their belt and they can't understand what's going on. They start to panic a little bit, maybe if they're getting closer to blowing the account. Another one is those who are euphoric. Maybe they feel like, you know, they've had a couple of wins under their belt and they've not quite back tested, or they've not quite got enough data on their strategy. So what they do instead is they instead of start thinking that my strategy is a profitable strategy, they start thinking I'm unstoppable. And it's almost like, and that's where ego comes in, ego trading. Like this is what I mean. You know, when you have so many different factors that can affect you and affect your trading, people don't realize that 101 different reasons you could be unprofitable for. And therefore, when you start realizing how much can affect you and how much of that a quantity of impacts can affect your trading, you will start to understand that, okay, if this many things can negatively affect me, think about how many things that I can change to positively affect your trading. You know, so it all has the yin and yang effect. You know, all positives have a negative. All good things have a bad thing to follow. All bad things have a good thing to follow. It's about being able to, and that's why I never speak about strategy in when I go away events. I'll always speak about mindset, psychology, understanding yourself, understanding your lifestyle when it comes to your trading, because these are things you can genuinely control, and anyone can coach you along these ways. You know, it's a matter of being able to be guided and have that opened up to you so you can acknowledge that, because once you've acknowledged that, the game will change and your strategy, any strategy can be a profitable one.
Yeah,
within reason.
Definitely. Welcome back, Rich. I was just going to say, relaxation with Ananda? Dude, I can't quite read that. We've got it on the small screen over here. So, LJ, can you speak about options levels and where to get them, please? So I can show you that.
Yeah, it's relaxation with Naenda.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I've got it on a very small sliver over here. So I'm like, Maybe I need glasses. I don't know. Either way.
Squint for a
So
second.
basically, yeah, if you guys go to optionscharts.io, this is where I use for the 0 DTE, which means 0 days to expiry options for the current asset. This is today's level for the NASDAQ. So if we go to home, basically what we get, you get a bunch of the stocks, that kind of thing. You can go to index, you can use it for S&P, the VIX, NASDAQ, Russell, basically it's US indices in general, right? So what this will give you is these days, what has become very popular, and you go to, hang on, option charts, probability distribution is the best way to look at it. These days, 0 DT options have become very popular. So they produce a gamma pool amongst the rest of all general options in play. Right now, a gamma squeeze or gamma pool basically implies that price as the futures price or the aftermarket price. Give me a sec, or clear my throat. As it approaches that level, wherever that is, the options providers have to buy up more of the underlying asset. So as we get closer to that price, they have to buy more and more and more for potential delivery at expiry of the option. So hence, when you have a large basket of those options clustered in a certain area, it will drive price to there because the other operators offering the options have to actually buy that up for potential delivery. So you get this like double bubble effect where they're basically hedging their books, not necessarily trading per se, plus other people trading in general, which is probably the reason why prices move that way, where you get a further push. So it's like a accelerated push, which is why it's something that I look at every day. You move towards that area, you get those options cleared, that's all fulfilled, and then you tend to either push higher or push lower, either just prior to New York Open or just after the options close, depending on how much liquidity, depending how active we are during that day overall. But that's where I find that stuff. As far as FX, I used to have another very good website for FX, but they don't offer that for free anymore. It's now like a charged thing. When I say charged, it's like $8,000 a quarter.
Oh, damn.
So, yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't cheap.
That's
It got real expensive real quick.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, you always, and that's US dollars. Like, data is always expensive.
You pay for data.
Yeah,
Of course,
you really
I
do.
was going to say literally, you pay for someone to do it for you.
Yeah. The thing is, data used to be a bit cheaper, used to be reasonable as a retail trader. Now it's only really justifiable if you have some kind of company structure, larger structure, or as a retail trader, you have larger money. Right? And the trouble is not one individual piece of data. Like once you start stacking a couple of those, like 5, 8, 10K a quarter, you're now looking at like a lot of money.
Yeah, yeah, you can't just pay for it for one quarter and be like, oh yeah, cool, this is enough to keep you going for the year. Like you got to keep on top of that, and like once you start, like you said, once you start stacking it up, by the end of the year, you know, Q4 bill, you're gonna look at it and you're gonna be like, that's heavy. That's tough going, man.
Exactly.
It's like that scene from The Big Bang Theory, where Sheldon is looking at the papers and he goes, "Why?" And he goes to the next paper, "Why?" He goes to the next paper, "Why?" And then goes to the last paper, like, "Oh, that's why." It's that feeling. It's like when you look at the information, like, "Why is this so expensive?" And then you look at the end of the quarter and you're like, "Oh, that's why."
Fair enough.
Yeah,
Fair enough. Richard, how was your trade? Nah, I closed it. I closed it when LJ jumped in and told us that we were going to go down. I was like, okay, I trust LJ. I'm just going to close the trade.
I didn't say we're going to go down. I said I'm looking for short on Aussie dollar.
he was looking for shorts on Aussie dollar, and I know that there's a little bit of correlation between the two. So it's just like, okay, if LJ sees it, I am just.
Yeah.
You would have been wrong about your short.
Yeah, dude, I was wrong about my short on EU.
But I was right about closing the Nasdaq trade because it ended up just going sideways.
Exactly. This is my point. When you close it, I was like, I'm not shorting yet. I'm looking for shorts. Right. I'm not not there yet. That's why I was like, when you close it, I was like, hey, slow down.
Slowing your horse, mate.
I was like, hey. So I was trying to say the divergence with FX and indices. So anyway.
I just wanted to finish that thought pattern I had before I got rudely interrupted by my municipality deciding to trip my power. When it comes to the gambler's fallacy, and
sorry, that was just your municipality once again.
I'm so glad you did that. Oh, I'm so glad that I was drinking coffee. I guarantee if I wasn't drinking a coffee, he instantly would have blamed me for that. So I'm so glad.
All right. So guys, so Rich is gonna ban me from the live stream. This is my final day.
I think I'm gonna go ahead and change your access level.
Get rid of his admin access.
I think I should do that.
He knows he can't do that. That's fine.
That's what he thinks.
Yeah.
Anyway,
try it again later, and then you get 700 WhatsApp messages. Oi, Rich, come back. We need your help.
So when it comes to probabilities don't generally change all that much if you have set outcomes. But what sets it apart from gambling, or between gambling and trading, is that you control the risk to the reward. Yeah. Within gambling, there's usually you have set risk to reward. So if you go to a roulette table, the roulette table in general, depending on how many zeros is on that table, is going to depend on what is your expected win rate. So the expectancy on a single zero table is 1 in 37. Because there's 36 numbers and there's 1 0. So it's 1 in 36. If you have double zero, it's 1 in 37. If you have triple zero, it's 1 in 38. But generally, if I put down a single unit, the expectancy is I'm going to win back 35 times that unit if I have a single number. And in that case, it doesn't change. But with trading, it changes a little bit because you can go and it's the same with poker as well. It's the same as trading. You can choose the risk to reward. So it doesn't have to be a 1-to-1. If it's a 1-to-1, obviously you expect to win $100 with the trade 50% of the time. You expect to lose $100 50% of the time. It's a net zero. So every spin or every trade that you take is going to be a zero outcome, zero result. If you set to make a 1-to-2, which is $200 versus a $100, every time you spin the wheel and there's still a 50% win rate, half of the time you will win $200 and the other half of the time you will be losing $100, which then equates to a $100 upkeep on every single roll, meaning that you expect in the long run over X amount of rolls to be $100 on average per spin that you take. And that is the difference between gambling and trading in that regard, in the probabilities versus win rate, because you're in charge of the win rate to a degree. You don't know that it's always going to go up. You don't know it's always going to go to 1-to-1 or 1-to-2 or 1-to-3. But if I'm gambling and I put my chips on the table, I can't move it back. I can't tell the dealer, hey, listen, sorry, that was a mistake. I want to remove my chip from the table. They'll tell you no, and then they'll kick you out of the casino. But with trading, you can close a trade partially in profit. You can close a trade halfway into drawdown, that kind of like thing. You choose, to a degree, when or where that you close your trade. If you're not sitting around and watching the trade, obviously it's going to go wherever it wants to, and you're going to come and see the result. But to a degree, you can choose, okay, I'm going to close this trade at 0.1 R, it's still a profitable trade. That's why if you look at it individually, you have some control. But if you look at it at the large picture, you will realize that doing that does not work. So that's where I think people get confused with trading and gambling, is thinking, oh, it's just a probabilities game. It is a probabilities game, but it is a probabilities plus expectancy game.
Which is plus
It's
regime.
way more expectancy. Say again?
Which is plus regime.
Yes.
Right? Because depending on its general activity plus a regime, which there's a bunch of people that have been in the current regime, sucks.
Yes.
Done terribly. Go back to a normal, typical regime. Good.
Yeah. That's why you have cyclical nature of trading as well.
Yes. And that's
where you
that's
don't have
where
cyclical nature in gambling. The expectancy is always the same.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. That's what I was trying to say.
Yeah. That's exactly that. That's also kind of what I wanted to allude to. That goes along with the gambler's fallacy. The gambler's fallacy, it's the I'm owed, it's due, but the probability doesn't change.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Like the logic again, just completely goes out the window.
Yarsh.
So in quant, that's called like arbitrage pricing theory. So APT, right? Which is where you take a bunch of quant stuff combined with like macro at the same time, and take like a broad analysis of cross correlation of assets, and then implement that into a model. So there you go. That would be the point where you try to define or decide whether your current approach is actually applicable to the current environment, current regime, or not. So it's very similar to what I do. That is a quantitative method. But I basically distill the same principles into what I do. Look at cross correlation, mean reversion, that kind of stuff, then runs or breaks on momentum. That's it. Bada bing, bada boom. Very simple.
Bada bing, bada boom.
Overall. Yeah.
Bob's your uncle.
Bob's your uncle. Definitely.
Your step uncle once removed. We've got news in about 45 minutes, which is core PPI month on month, and then just PPI month on month. LJ, what are your expectations, if you have any?
Look, higher. Same thing as CPI. So CPI, we had, I was looking for 1% on CPI. We got 0.9, and then looking for the core CPI at 0.2, which was expected at 0.3, and we got the 0.2. So CPI majorly takes in a bunch of the energy components. The primary thing you have to look at is core CPI. That's the Fed's main measure, which came in line and under market expectations. So we spoke about this on the Friday Discord, live in real time. 10 minutes before, I said I expect that to come under, with the CPI potentially higher or roughly rating that way. So as far as the red folder news, you'll see it come above, but dollar will go down because it's the core CPI that is important. PPI today, to be honest, it's kind of hard. Like, it's very skewed. The trouble with PPI, it's very much in the same basket, but it also has a bunch of this manufacturing stuff. And we've had a whole slew of the whole, defense contract type aspects going through. And this is basically producer price index. So obviously the prices are going to be higher based on assumptions for forward delivery overall. Yeah. So I don't think there's too much you can derive from that. As long as it's not really further above the current index, be pretty in line. Even if it is, I don't think anyone will really care. Because, like, no surprise, yes, we've had this current situation. yes, prices go higher. Now we've got the situation where we've got rough de-escalation. So if the prices are higher from before, now we have de-escalation. Prior prices essentially don't matter.
Yeah.
Basically where we are. Pretty simple.
Straightforward.
It's nothing too crazy. So.
It's like knowing it's going to be higher and not caring about it.
Yeah, so it's more of like you might get a 5 to 10 pip movement rather than like a 20, 30 pip movement on certain periods, on certain months outside of this. Because it's very much watered down, put it that way.
Yeah.
Overall. So yeah. And the main thing will be to look for which pretty sure most calendars don't include, but you have the composites that exclude military type operations. That is more important. I see on what's the core one we use at the fibers again?
Forex Factory.
It is for okay, yeah.
Yeah.
I was just double checking. Yeah, it doesn't have the extras at all. So
No, not at all.
Yeah.
I mean, if you have a look at Financial Juice,
I was looking at Financial Juice earlier.
yeah, Financial Juice will have
year-on-year, month-on-month, core year-on-year, month-on-month, IMF. So according to Financial Juice, the IMF World Economic Outlook is a red folder, whereas for Forex Factory, it is a yellow folder.
Yeah.
When I was looking at the red folder news this week, I think it might be the quietest news week of the year.
It's definitely not.
No?
Definitely not. Sorry,
Because there's like
the disturbing point is
five-
definitely not. Definitely not.
I counted like 5 red folder news events, which is very, very little.
Yeah, that's what I was trying
For
to say.
US or for across the board?
For everything. Like when I just go on Forex Factory, filter by red news, there's only 5 events. And there's like,
Yeah.
it's very quiet. I've not seen it like that for a while.
Yeah.
There's definitely
Yeah, it
weeks where there's like 0. But yeah, just when I flick through, I can't see anything with that few news events. I'm in August now, still flicking through. I can't find anything with that few high impact.
There's definitely fewer. There's definitely fewer. But this week, technically, from that standpoint, is definitely light. But the thing you won't see on there, we have a bunch of talks from like central bankers, government officials, that kind of thing, which right now is very, very important, obviously. So it's more of those pieces that don't quite turn up.
It's going to be like almost like
market.
secret volatility.
Yeah, and not even volatility. Almost like secret volatility. So in the sense that it won't be as they speak, you get some kind of activation. It'll be more later. It'll roll into next week and the week after, right? As you get the sentiment from surrounding countries, whether they do want to join the blockade, not join, tell Trump to go away, this, that, the other, whatever, right? So that's kind of what we're looking at right now.
Go home, Trump.
That's where it gets very difficult. So it's a very much a conditional probability aspect on what they say and what multiple countries say individually, which then wraps up into a collective going to next week and the week after, which leads into how we resolve this current strait situation, right? And then that goes into the Fed. We've got Jerome Powell basically coming up to his end of service.
Yeah.
New Fed member, the thing is, of which Kevin Walsh has not been put through at all. They have apparently lost the paperwork or just don't have the paperwork to get that in order. So now there's a side thing in the fridge, which is not hit headlines, that apparently Kevin Walsh might not be the next Fed chair. Because they're like, dude, you've had that long to get this together. Why do you not have the paperwork for him to be signed into legislation?
There's secret paperwork going on somewhere else.
Dude,
Well, I mean, dude, Jerome Powell's been in since 2016 when Trump first came in. He went through first Trump thing,
Administration.
through
Yeah.
Joe Biden, through the second, right? Like, how do you not have that? Everyone has known this. It's been so political as well that like he's gonna.
This is the greatest country in the world, and we've lost some paperwork.
Yeah, so now people also. This has been a very fringe story that is not really in headlines, obviously because of the current situation. That potentially Kim Walsh won't actually be the Fed chair.
Oh, dude, that is so weird.
That is.
I'm not gonna lie to you. That is like the weirdest thing that I've heard this week.
I was about to say this year, and I was like, it's definitely not.
Like, what is this like?
Bloody hell!
And here's the funny thing: is like Trump and the U.S. economy was so vocal about getting rid of Powell.
Yeah,
he was so vocal about it. This guy's screwing us, and no. And one would think that would be a very important position that needs to, be filled. And you want to make sure that you have the paperwork
process of it all, wouldn't you?
Yeah, you want to make sure that everything is like it's on record and it's ready to go.
Yeah,
one would think.
But I mean, that's the same. He said the same stuff when he first appointed him towards the end, right? When we're going towards COVID, that kind of stuff. So. Again, it's one of those Trump-isms, put it that way.
Yeah.
To be honest, I think he respects Jerome Powell. They just don't get along on the same social quotient. But he can see what Jerome Powell's doing. He's like, nice, I like it. Like, you're good. You're good at what you do. That's what
I just don't like you.
Yeah, well, no, not even that. Like, He doesn't not like him. He just doesn't like him in public, right? Because these are very different things for Trump.
Yeah,
so
I mean, like
Trump appointed Jerome Powell. Biden then kept him in. When Trump came in the second time, kept him in again. Okay, he clearly likes him. He's done a very good job. He's he's not a economist. He used to be a trader. He did stuff with the Obama administration during the GFC. And he understands the stuff in depth. So he's not just like a Joe Schmo academic type thing. He's an actual trader, someone that has been active in markets dealing with the stuff for a very long time with all this stuff. So he respects that. But then it's just the typical Trump thing where he's like, hey man, reduce rates. Do it. If you don't do
what
it,
I tell you,
I hate you. Yeah, it's like what he said about Iran the other day. It's like, we're going to delete an entire...
I was going to say, which part?
Exactly. So it's very hyperbolic, right? So the same thing you got to see with Jerome Powell. It's not that serious. Like, yeah.
I think Trump wants people to just do what he tells them. I want you to do this thing. So he wants puppets. He wants people to just be marionetted, and then there we go. And I think Jerome Powell was like, now I'm not doing that,
Jerome Powell is not the guy.
And then the problem started.
Yes, because Jerome Powell, like I was saying, was a trader, did work for certain banks. He's made a ridiculous amount of money before he joined the kind of public sector. Then he's joined that, made more money, plus his own personal stuff. So yes, he is not controllable. He's got too much capital where he can just be like, dude, go away.
No, yeah.
You're kind of weird. Right? Just go over there, dude. What? Right?
We've had a little bit of volatility now on Nasdaq Gold and EU and GU.
I'm just looking at the NAS now. It's just gone a whiff above that prior high.
Yeah, it's not crazy. I'm trying to have a look to see.
It just come out now? Is it coming out?
Oh, sorry, I haven't shared my screen.
I'm trying to hold
go.
off from sharing.
Sorry,
my
my bad.
screen.
I thought you.
No, it's all good, mate. All good.
Oh, right.
All good. I'm on financial juice at the moment, just waiting to see if there was any sort of news. There isn't really anything on Forex Factory at the moment. If you look at Nasdaq, it had a little bit. This was the trade of earlier. I've already closed it, but like I just kept it on. You had this wick here now. Just move out of this way. You had this wick here now. Gold as well, a little bit of a wick, not nearly as much of a reaction as we had about hour and 20 something minutes ago. AUD, very small reaction.
I mean,
Euro.
this is basically open of like pre-market, right?
Yeah, but it's a little bit early, isn't it?
Yeah, it's only.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. This is
it's 1
pre-market.
o'clock.
This is pre-market,
Yeah.
right? And then once you get the open, that's the full open. So there's kind of pre-market to the pre-market, and then London, you get the pre-market of the pre-market of the pre-market with futures. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well,
It's fine. I'm trading pre-market for New York next week.
Nice.
so it's not news, at least.
No.
It's
not news.
definitely not news on the 1
The
hour.
only news we have had is Iran's ambassador to China. No shipment of from China was sent to Iran, right? So it's basically that China isn't engaging in Iran's side in this implementation. So, like I was saying before, it's a very smart play from the US that if Iran pushes their leverage, they lose. It's asymmetric, right? It's like a trade. You have a $10 downside, you have a $100 upside. So if Iran pushes it, that's going to detriment China. China goes, hey, no good. Don't do that. If Iran just pulls out
Not
on their
good.
own, US wins. So either way, US wins. So basically, those headlines are pretty much in line with that. So I think that's pretty much what we're seeing in general. Same deal.
I only just realized that Financial Juice also gives out like JP Morgan's earnings, Wells Fargo, Johnson & Johnson. They give out some stock companies
so if you
the information. That's pretty cool.
If you scroll up to the top, Rich, scroll to the top. So see where it says My News?
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, click that. You can click where you want the news from. So this is why it's very powerful.
no way.
So you can see all the outlets that you can get this from.
Jeez.
Right, so it's very extensive. So that's where you get a very broad outlook.
Interesting. I'll go and have a look at this then. I'll
Yeah,
play
try
around
to-
with it a little bit.
Depending on what outlet gets something before someone else, that kind of thing. And at the top, you can see as well, like bonds, commodities, crypto, equities, Forex, that kind of stuff. Macro, yada, yada. They'll be very centric to that. And then the My News is like a custom variant of what you want.
Interesting. I'll go and play around with that a little bit and have a little bit more catered to me personally. Rindup is asking, what does the top ranking fans do? They just participate and comment. That's what they do.
Just be
So
cool.
right now,
It's a YouTube
Mr.
thing.
Duck Trade and Louis are in first and second. Now Louis is first. This is, you get experience from the YouTube chat for being active. So it's just what it is.
Tease what it is.
I've got to shoot off now, boys.
All right, my friend. Have a good day, Griff.
You as well. Nice seeing you guys.
Yeah, you too, bro. Have a good man.
Bye.
Well,
See you, bro.
Cheers, Griff.
Ciao, Griff. See you next
Louis
time.
saying we like to chat.
yeah, basically it means like top 3 most chatty people.
But here's the
You were
here's the
saying
thing.
Louis said that.
Yeah, it's Louis. If you spam, it doesn't count. The YouTube chat algorithm sees it as you're spamming, and it doesn't add you to the top of the list. So there's a delay between your chats as well. So if you have a message now and then a message in 5 minutes and a message in 10 minutes, but it's like good long questions or something like that, it picks it up as proper value because you can only get X amount of experience in a time frame.
Yeah.
It's quite interesting. Give me a second.
That's right.
Oh, he's gone. Bye-bye.
Dude, so Will,
Yeah.
what are you going to do with this trade? Are you still going to wait? Like, okay, so hypothetically, if this pulls back, will we still get long? Or is it kind of
I don't know,
fade out
man.
a bit? Right?
Oh, he's already hit TP1, so
That's what I mean.
If
So
this
what's
was your
moving-
trade,
is that your chart, Rich?
yeah, this
Sorry.
is my chart. This is that trade of this
Okay.
morning. This is that Nasdaq trade. This
yeah. Oh yeah,
green
no,
one
yeah.
is
Oh, so
50 EMA.
you're already long, is that right?
This was the trade of this morning that I closed, where I'd entered and what I would have done. So I'm leaving it to see how it would have played out.
You didn't take it?
I did, but then I closed it early
You fear-mongered about the trade.
Where did you close it? Yeah, what?
over here. When
Oh,
you
that's right.
said,
Oh, after
yeah.
I was talking about the Aussie
Yeah.
dollar. Yeah,
Yeah.
okay.
yeah,
And you-
over here, I was like, well, if LJ
did
says
know about trade,
Aussie is
right?
going down, I'm
Okay,
I'm
that's
closing,
fair.
so I closed
Okay,
it.
all right. I'll give you that forgiveness. That's fine. That's fine.
But also, to be dead honest with you, I had some prior arrangements that I needed to go and do. So I also didn't really want to be in the trade. Didn't want to be in the trade. But like just you saying, hey, listen, I'm actually looking at Oz sells at some point. I was like, well, you don't need to convince me. You know, you need to tell me twice. I'm gonna get out of this trade now. You know, take whatever profit is there, and then I needed to kind of like shoot off. So.
Well, I will tell you, I'm in them now at 71.29 right here. So
7129.
What's that on AU?
7129. So 29 is there.
yeah,
Okay, and I know that you have relatively sharp stop losses. So your stop loss should be like about 10 pips or so.
yeah. So it's currently at 43.
43, so it's up here.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's a 14 pip stop loss, and then where you're aiming for,
Target is 80.25.
are you sells or buys?
Sells. Yeah.
Sells 70, 80.25.
So this is
Okay,
very
so
much
you're in this cluster.
yeah.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, and it's also kind of based on some kind of negative headline because overall I do have the bias to the upside, but given where we are, I kind of feel like we're due for something, at least. And so the point is, if we hit that kind of area, I would then seek to go long. Same deal on the euro. If we get this kind of dip, I'd be going long from there overall.
Are you not a little worried about the? You're trying to get the pullback. Are you not a little worried about how volumetric this hourly push was, or does that not? Do you not? Okay, cool. So you're not bothered by it. All right.
No, because that tends to happen where you get out of Asian session. Right, we get this run. If everything's still chill, you get a further continuation going to London. Now, if it's a bit here-there, you get the pullback, right? Like there's some kind of recovery type aspect, that kind of thing. Right now, we definitely have momentum on the current theme or narrative in the market. So no surprise. Just like when we first jumped on at the start of the stream, I was saying, feels like we're just going to climb higher. Now, the other portion is to remember that a lot of people have been outside of the market in general. It goes back to the stock market as well. And some people have missed the massive run higher. People in the community trading competition had definitely not missed that. Also, there's so many guys up like 20, or I think it's like 100% or something ridiculous.
On like a single trade, or since they've started?
No, yeah. So on the community month contest, which goes for a whole month, but a bunch of you guys have captured the like gaps, like just punted it before the gaps, and obviously cleaned up. So I think number one, where are we at?
Are you in the community competition, LJ?
I am, but I've been trading like normal. Right? So I haven't been like, people are punching this thing. So I think, so it's a 10K account, right? With a 10-to-1 leverage.
Okay. So you can go max one lot size on Forex.
Yeah, so person in number one, they're up, what, 100%?
Is it on 20K now, the account?
No, on 10. It just stays at 10 whole month. So I've made 10K.
No,
on
but
10K.
they're on 20K at the moment. Their account equity is on 20K.
Yes. Yeah.
Jeez.
Essentially, yeah. But there were gaps when we had each of these Monday opens where people just go from nothing to
I'm gonna
plus,
sell.
like 1600.
I'm gonna sell
or
Nasdaq.
whatever. Yeah. So
Sell in Nasdaq
congrats.
on Friday with the expectation of it dropping on Monday, closing the trade during the Asia session on Monday, cleaning up. All right.
Basically go
We see you.
all,
We see you.
all in on Taco. So congrats. I mean, fair enough. That's a
I mean, what do you do when Taco goes away?
that's a fair strat.
What if it goes away? Then what?
I don't know. Stop being a degenerate. There you go.
True.
Like right now, it pays to be a degen in Taco land.
Yeah.
Later on, you'll just be sitting with nothing, and then they'll probably get bored, and then close the trade, and then look for something else. Same thing. Yeah, pretty much. So yeah, congrats if you guys have made money off these massive gap pulls, that kind of thing. But yes, do not rely on that. Even if you win certain accounts, whatever, going forward, it's not typical. Very much what we have now is a adverse situation, just like last year with the Trump tariffs. We had off and on with this kind of situation over the weekend. Then we had many, many, many months of none of that, right? And so the same thing now, how people have been, how people are talking about how I had a really bad time now. And same thing last year, people during the tariffs either had a really good time or a very bad time. Then the following period, they either went back to normal or they underperformed, right? So that's where you need to, I would say, have a adjustable approach to the market, depending on the current regime. This is very macro-driven, headline-driven, that kind of thing. Develop something that works with that, which is probably more of a swing trading-esque type approach. And then when you see that element coming in, you can do that. When you've gone back to normal day-to-day trading, trade your day-to-day, intraday, day trading, candlestick, whatever it might be, type setups, you'll be great. So,
dude,
are you trying to get the meh? Are you trying to get the meh indicator up again?
Yeah, I want the meh indicator.
That's the classic, the meh indicator.
Meh. It is just meh.
Are we adopting that again?
Yeah, we can do it again. Hey, Will, were you about to say something?
Yeah. I accidentally pulled my mic out, so I didn't actually know if you heard me or not.
I saw your mouth move, but I didn't hear anything.
Can you hear me now, though? Yeah, it's all good.
Of course, can.
Sweet, awesome stuff. I was just looking at my euro. I was going to break down my euro trade for you guys. Obviously, I got stopped out. I was going to break it down, but it's disappeared. Like, legitimately gone. I don't know where it's gone. I've had to redraw it all out.
If I remember correctly, you entered somewhere over here.
Yeah, I
somewhere here you had your, and I think your stop loss was just above that swing point, and you were aiming for somewhere down here.
Yeah,
I can't remember exactly where you were aiming for, but yeah, I can't remember if you took it here or if you took it there.
Yeah, I'm just redrawing out now. Is
because you got tapped in, and then it went a little bit into profit, and then it started pulling up.
Yeah, yeah, that's right. So I think I got tapped in around here. Stop was on the high just above here, and then I think I was peaking.
While you're doing that, Matthew asked, what's the major difference between US 30 and US Tech?
Big difference.
Yes. Major difference. US 30 and US Tech. US Tech is very, very, very large tech-based companies. Apple, Microsoft, bunch of them. Nvidia, MSI. It's all of these major tech companies and some of the AI companies as well. And then the US 30 is just the US 30 current ones. I don't really trade US 30 all that much.
Yeah, the big difference is with the Dow. The index is categorized by the stock number rather than the capital allocation.
Yeah.
So if you have like, let's just throw out numbers between friends. Goldman Sachs at $200 a share, right? And you have like Nvidia at 50, right? If Goldman Sachs goes up 10%, Nvidia goes up 10% as well, goes from 50 to 55. Goldman Sachs will have a higher input to the index overall, even though Nvidia is like, I don't know, what's the market cap of Goldman Sachs? Like 600, I don't know. It's basically 10x. Basically, yeah, whatever it is. Point is, so Nvidia is at least 10x bigger than Goldman Sachs, but as far as the index, Goldman will have a much larger input versus Nvidia, right? So it's based on the stock price versus the capital weighting in the market overall. So it's a bit different to the Nasdaq and the S&P, right? The Dow is kind of an old metric per se these days, when it used to incorporate like the largest, most core central companies to the economy. These days, it's very different. It doesn't quite work
there's a
the same.
massive difference between the two.
Yeah, you got share splits, all this kind of abstract type stuff. Still something you can trade, definitely, but it's very much heavily financial based overall.
Yeah.
So you just have to understand the dynamics going in.
Yeah, Nvidia's market capitalization is sitting at 4.6 trillion versus Goldman Sachs sitting at 262 to 285 billion.
Yeah, exactly.
There's quite the gap.
And then Goldman will have a larger pull on the index than Nvidia, which you have to argue, does that make sense or not? So, yeah.
So the portion that Nvidia, the weight of Nvidia for the Nasdaq is about 13.4%, which is actually quite a large amount, like percentage.
Yeah.
Of there's 100 companies whose stock prices are calculated or used for the calculation, and it's 14% of it's Nvidia. That's kind of crazy.
I think that's about fair, to be honest.
I mean, market capitalization, probably one of the largest at the moment, yeah.
The thing is, not just capitalization, like impact. So same when you look at the S&P and you've got the top 500 companies, they're all legacy, right? Are they going to grow that much? No. Will they keep existing? Yes. They just grow at GDP. Yeah. Okay, no problem. Like, where's the growth from? Right. So if you sell soap,
Nvidia, yeah.
and you sell soap, and it's a really good company, yeah, you keep doing that. Same with like Coke, but Coke isn't going to double in value, right?
I mean,
So that's what the
We've spoken about this before.
485 other companies in the S&P basically are. We're at this peak thing of,
Yeah.
same with living as a human. What more do you need?
I mean, we've spoken about this before.
pretty
where
good.
We're talking
pretty good.
about for people talking about Bitcoin to 1 million. It's like, okay, how much money do you think needs to go into that asset to push it to a price of 1 million per coin? And then you start realizing these astronomical numbers just don't make sense in current days, let's call it limitations of how much capital can be injected into something. It's the same with gold as well. We had this exact conversation. How much do you need to pump into gold for it to go up another $1,000 in price? And then you realize the market cap of gold is like, wow, we're nearing that point where it's becoming like illogical numbers.
Yeah, well, it's almost like 50% of the economy in general.
Yeah. Yeah,
Of
but
net-
it's the same
net
with
core value, right?
Yeah. But
Like
it's the same thing we were talking about now. It's like, how much do you need to inject into something for it to double?
Yeah.
Like, do you think that gold's price is going to double within the next year? Do you think that Nasdaq's pricing is going to double in the next year? Nvidia, any of these companies, do you honestly think that there is room for any of these countries to actually double in its value when you consider what is available across the whole world?
Which is where it goes back to the dollar and central banks and reducing rates or doing QE.
Quantitative easing.
Right. And then that's where you get FX, blah, blah, blah. So, yeah. Yeah. I think Bitcoin, like crypto, though, has a weird side bubble effect where obviously crypto in general is like the currency of AI.
Yeah.
Of agents. So even if they don't directly transact through the dollar per se, because they can't, into Bitcoin, which is what it's measured against.
Yeah, it's measured by it, yeah.
Certain various other routes and stable coins, that kind of stuff, eventually getting to Bitcoin and acquire Bitcoin, and then Bitcoin runs. So that's why I still think Bitcoin is a good fringe asset to hold on to, like 5-10% overall.
I mean, it's the most of the crypto coins that came out were all like, we want dollarization. We want to be linked to the dollar, because the dollar was obviously the currency of trade. So if you're linked to a dollar value, because I mean, there was a point when Bitcoin was worth $1. It was the equivalent. Very long ago. And now it's to the point where it far outweighs, because it's a finite. It's not a finite asset. It's actually. No, it is a finite asset, not an infinite.
It is
finite asset. So there's limitations. It's not like, hey, quickly let's print more. It's like there's only so much. Technically, we're printing it by mining it, but there's only ever going to be X amount. But here's a funny thing. You know the halving thing where they say, okay, we'll release half, we'll release half, we'll release half, we'll release half. Technically, we'll never reach 21 billion coins or 21 million coins.
Yes, I see what you're saying. But there is like a point where it avoids that.
Yeah, they'll cut it. They'll say, okay, cool. Instead of halving, now we'll just release the law.
Yeah, there is actually like a thing that does avoid that. But I see what you're saying. So it's like inverse compounding. But that is also hence the protection method, where it gets increasingly harder to penetrate. Yeah, I don't know. It's weird. I think you have to diversify into that overall.
Yeah,
I think
agreed.
not doing so would be naive in general. I can't say I fully believe in crypto itself in the current form or Bitcoin. No, I very much early invested into Bitcoin at like $67. I put way too much money in it back then. My family was like, "What are you doing?"
I'm cray cray, mom. I am cray cray.
Yeah. Same with like Charizards, that kind of thing. So, which I still don't have, mate. But we'll see. Very mad. Anyway. Triggered.
Dude,
That
it's
just
triggered
had a
me.
moment on stream.
Oh god. Anyway, but yeah, so I think it's very worth as a diversifier, a hedge type aspect to put into. It makes very much sense. Not even Bitcoin itself, but blockchain in general. And now the poster boy for blockchain in general is obviously Bitcoin, right? You got ETH, you
She is
got
the big boy.
Solana, whatever. Very much the obvious rails for AI, that kind of thing. We've seen how AI with OpenClaw, that kind of stuff, has tried to sort of break out in general. And even if it's not trying to break out itself, people themselves will try and do that.
Let it. Yeah.
Get them to go free, my son.
Yes.
Go on.
And then rug pull.
Yes. So I think, yeah, and at the same time, you have like, BlackRock, Vanguard, all that kind of stuff. Every single bank trying to tokenize assets in general. Now, it does actually make costs cheaper because it is blockchain. So you can index this stuff, search it up. It makes like taxation, regulations like law stuff, all that kind of stuff cheaper, plus ownership, everything. So it's a very obvious port of call, I guess. And then the question is, when that happens and fully comes into legislation, does that lift every other crypto? I think Bitcoin, it will. I think others,
I don't know.
bit less than people think.
I don't know.
That and/or I think there might be an initial spurt, then comes down. I think some of the tangentials just go to zero. It's like, why do you need it? But if we get that, and then we get some kind of finality of like a general, almost like a USD, which isn't the USD, but it's some kind of collective currency agreed between AI or robots or participants on that kind of layer. They will also want some kind of basically gold equivalent, which then becomes Bitcoin. And that's also how they get the interaction between their world, our world. We translate that to there, go to Bitcoin, go to gold, go to this. It's just,
you know what's the funny
very
thing?
clean, very obvious, but
it
almost
seems
not obvious that it's one of those really obvious but not obvious but obvious, like where people
here's
just
the thing.
People just sleeping on it.
Okay, so here's the thing. What
rich.
made the dollar it is today? It's the fact that it got linked up as the world currency of trade. No, okay, but like you were forced to do trading in dollar because it was the world currency of trade.
But why? Why did that hold energy?
No. We don't care about the why right now. We're just caring about, okay, you're forced to do something with this, which means that it creates a demand for that specific currency. So a demand was created for dollar. Okay, so if you just go on that concept and you start looking at all of the cryptos that is available right now, what do they have that is that demand to have it? Bitcoin had the idea of scarcity. It had a supply issue. Supply was very limited. And then it got coupled to the dollar in terms of, listen, we're getting dollarization with Bitcoin, so it's actually tradable. And then on top of that, you could use Bitcoin to do purchasing online, which was kind of like it filled a gap for certain online transactions. Let's just put it like that. It was a method in which you could circumvent certain restrictions. Let's just put it like that. So there was a certain demand. There was a certain demand for it. You do not have that with the other cryptos. And that's what I'm saying.
No.
I don't think we're going to see the same thing. We just had PPI come out.
I was going to say,
information.
I did.
Yeah, we're starting to go bullish now.
Slightly lower than expected. On EU, we're having a slight little reaction. Sorry, that's not the tool that I'm looking for. I'm looking for this one. As of right now, it's a 5 pip movement. We'll see what happens after this 5 minutes over. GU so far, as of right now, is a 6 pip movement. NASDAQ, as of right now, it was a $50 movement, $47 movement, so 4,700 points. So as of right now, not massive reactions. AUD, as of right now, it's a 4 pip movement. So nothing like crazy at the moment with PPI.
No, it's all pretty in line. When you strip out the deviation from energy input prices plus military stuff right now, like it comes basically in line. So hence the initial knee-jerk shock, and then it's like, yeah, whatever. And so I was trying to read it whilst you were talking that, and yeah, there's nothing spectacular from here.
0.1 and 0.5. 0.1 for core expectation, or the forecast was 0.4, and then 0.5 from a expectation forecast of 1.1. But it's like you said, there was going to be a slight. It's either going to be as expected or slightly lower. So we got that.
Yeah,
hello, Victor.
Just trying to.
Yo, Victor was good, man.
Hey,
Yo, Vic.
didn't want to interrupt and start talking while you guys were still in the mid-phrase period. How is everyone doing? Richard, LJ, and Will is back. Great. I like it. Nothing like home, right?
I know, mate. Literally nothing like home. Oh, I love that.
I'm the only one with a crappy setup in the background. This is all fine.
Yeah, you're like, yes, no, Will, stay in Hong Kong because you've got the worst setup.
Yeah, don't worry. It's going to be improved very soon. So,
Nice.
No doorbell. Victor, you're slacking.
Yeah, Victor, hang on a minute. You got to ring the bell,
We
mate.
changed that. Yeah, what is this? Also, apparently, yeah, a bunch is attributed. To airline fares. Well,
It's
So again.
airline fares for PPI.
Yeah.
How much did you pay to go home?
I paid, I think it's about 600 quid to fly home.
You didn't
That's
fly
not bad.
first. What's that?
Jesus, but that's cheap,
No,
dude. What?
That-
Really?
Dude, it was £800 down to 600 for a direct flight
When did you book this though? How long ago?
a few weeks ago.
Oh, okay.
You did not. I cannot believe that, Will. You did not fly first. I mean, every self-respecting social influencer on trader land nowadays flies first and only first.
Well, I was gonna get the I was gonna get the PG out, but it's in the workshop having some work done.
Basically, Victor is saying he only flies first class, and Will, if you don't, you're a peasant.
Yeah, I know. Right? I am slacking. Well, like I said, the private jet is in the garage, guys. Come on. In all fairness, though, so when I was flying out to Hong Kong, first class was about $3,000 and $3 or $4,000, and I did consider flying first, and I thought, no, maybe on the way home, we'll see.
$3 or $4,000 for first class.
Yeah, it was super cheap.
What?
That's cheap.
Really, really cheap. Oh, okay.
From Hong Kong to where?
It may be business class, to be fair, not first class.
Hong Kong to London.
Like 8.
Yeah, I was gonna say, what, dude? Try like
it's a 16-hour flight.
Like, what are we talking about? Yeah, more like 30,000.
Oh, honest to God, yeah. I looked at it; it was like $3 or $4,000, and so the flight home for economy was the same price as it was for business on the way out there.
It was like wait, say that again.
So business class to fly out to Hong Kong when I was prior to the war was about $3 or $4,000. Okay. Now economy to fly home during the war is about $3 or $4,000. So I went to Dubai. I stopped off in Dubai for 2 hours to stretch my legs, and it cost me about £600.
Jeez.
Well, I mean, fair enough.
I was like, yeah, I'm a profitable trader, but I'm not an idiot. I was like,
yeah.
Dude, it sounds like you avoided the main troubles.
All right, I'm just gonna for as they say, shits and giggles. I'm going to see how much it's gonna cost myself to come and visit LJ.
Okay.
Yeah. You got to give us first class, business class, and economy though.
That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to give you a breakdown of each one.
Give the breakdown. Yeah. Yeah. What the hell, Will? Like, hey, if you paid that much, obviously you paid weeks ago, early confirmation before the war.
Yeah.
But good price. Good price.
Dude, yeah, it was to be fair. Yeah, it was a really good price. And that was with Emirates as well. If I wanted to fly with like BA or Cathay...
Rich is laughing right now.
It would have been huge. Yeah, I dread to think what he's laughing at right now.
Yeah, no, go on, Will. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, I was just... Oh, so Johannesburg to Brisbane, yeah.
Okay, give me 1 second. I gotta jump up.
Economy.
I'll come back.
Oh wait, are we doing this? I was gonna say, are we doing this in rand or are we doing this in dollars?
I'll do it in rand, and then we can do the.
Okay.
We'll do the. So economy is $19,950 in rand. Okay.
Okay.
Then you get something called premium economy.
Yeah. Yeah. Premium economy there's no point. You just skip premium economy and go straight to business. You're gonna pay more, but it's premium economy is pretty much not worth it. You get a comfier chair maybe. Because I did look at premium economy, and by the time I actually broke down what you're getting, I was like, nah. No.
Usually you get a little bit more space between the next person in front of you. So if you have long legs, that might be something you pay a little bit extra. You have that little, 10 centimeters or whatever it is extra, you can stretch your leg. But that probably is not a major thing for most people.
Yeah, exactly.
I was about to say, if you get extra room for your legs, I mean, done. I don't fit on the buses here in Australia. My legs are too long. All of my height is in my legs.
Yeah, fair.
So I need some
I guess the premium economy is your economy, LJ.
Yeah, apparently. Because often when I've been on like a plane, I have to go like this. I think my thing got.
What's the time of flight as well? By the way,
pull my legs up. What's that?
What's the time of flight? Because dude, that's not cheap.
Is this from like where you are, or do you have to travel somewhere else in Africa?
I'm assuming. This
is from
straight out of
Johannesburg
South
Airport
Africa.
is like an hour away from me, so it's super
Okay.
close.
that's pretty close. That's not too bad.
So this is the dollar value of a flight from Johannesburg, South Africa to Brisbane for economy, premium economy, business, and first class is
how long is the flight?
Yeah, the thing is, how many hours? That's the question. Yeah.
The calculation that I do between choosing what level of comfort
It's 1 day and 14
during the
hours.
flight. 1 day.
Yeah, I'd be going business class then. Yeah, screw that. I wouldn't.
What?
You're not catching me on economy for that.
38 hours.
It's a 16-hour to 18-hour flight. So Qantas offers a one-stop flight, which is 16 to 18 hours. And then you can have something like Cathay Pacific, which takes roughly 22 to 24 hours.
With like a stopover somewhere.
Yeah, so it's 16 to 24 hours.
So I said to my parents, we were chatting about Australia a couple of days ago, and I said you'd never catch me flying economy to Australia because again it's like 22-hour flight. I couldn't cope in an economy seat or a premium economy seat.
Do you see where in this whole war type scenario we're just chilling?
Yeah.
Like,
sorry,
no
LJ, I really wanted to come and visit you, but I'll wait.
No one can fire a rocket.
See if Ryanair do anything, Richard.
Okay. All right.
Oh, dude. This was Qantas, by the way.
Yeah, Qantas is our main airline, per se. They're quite good, to be fair. They are a little bit more expensive, to be honest. But that's what you get for the international type thing. But they are very good. So more expensive, but very good. Commensurately.
Louis is saying, I'm walking. Walk to Australia. Yeah, this is ridiculous. Sorry, LJ, can't visit you.
Well, we'll see. Maybe I'll take the inverse over your way, and we'll see some giraffes. Because, dude, I went to Australia.
I'll tell you what, LJ,
if you do that,
I'll come with you.
Yeah, well, I got to see rhinos. We got to the Africa part. So Australia Zoo, they have like a Southeast Asia, Australia, a bunch of other places. They have an Africa part. We saw the rhinos, and then we missed everything else. So I missed the giraffes. I missed like the lemurs.
Madagascar.
There was like cheetahs, some other stuff, whatever. So definitely need to come there. And yeah, Will, dude, if you say you're gonna go, we can definitely go.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, we'll
make
South Africa's been on my list for a long time, even before I met Rich. So it's if you're planning to go South Africa, let's do it.
We should make content out of it as well.
Yeah, 100%. Dude, that's sick.
Will, Rich, and LJ.
Yeah, that would
be like a cross.
You want to join us, Victor?
Meeting.
Sure. I'll join you anytime.
Will, Rich, Victor, LJ.
I wonder if we can do. Have you seen these live streamers do like what's it called, IRL live streaming, in real life live streaming?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Joe, I may see if I can do that. Should we go live with like on the Fivers channel in real life live streaming?
I mean, we can. I'll have to like curb my language, but yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Dude, what do you think I need to do?
Well, same thing. Every single day on stream, I'll be like, "Oh yeah, blah blah," and no, I can't say that.
Okay, maybe we'll create a new channel and we'll have it like in collaboration with the Fivers. So if we get cancelled, then at least we're not cancelling the whole.
We'll do a not safe for work version, and it's all just because of 18 plus for language.
The fortunate version
behavior.
The thing with Australia, we also have many variations of the same thing. that you're saying this, which will just other people will be like, "What are you talking about?" But
Yeah.
it means the same, right? So we can do that.
Yeah.
Henry will love
You
it
can diverge a little bit, but
for sure.
if
So,
every Australian that's going to watch you is going to be like, naughty boy, LJ.
It's like that Leonardo DiCaprio meme. Oh,
yes. Dude, but yeah, definitely. Will, we should actually do that with like a meet at some point in Africa.
yeah, 100%.
Man from foreign lands.
Okay.
2 men. Maybe your brother. We do like a triple.
You know that Akram is all the way north in Africa.
Well, maybe we can pick him up on the way.
Pick him up.
Like a
you can go Algeria to South Africa.
And then come all the way down.
Yeah.
Dude, that'd be sick. I'm so keen for that.
Yeah. So we go like Egypt, because that's
Cape to Cairo, mate. Cape to Cairo.
Close.
Or in this case, Cairo to Cape.
Yeah, but Egypt, like Will, myself, Marat, we go to Algeria, we go somewhere through here, plan some other route, come down to you at the bottom. Great.
Dude, that's the plan.
Don't forget Victor. Victor's coming along as well.
Dude, Victor will be there the whole time, and we just won't know. Right? He'll be in the mask and just following us, and just on every single. Like
I guarantee. I'll see Victor again. I'll just completely ignore him.
Yeah, we catch a bus, and he'll just be.
It happened already.
I was gonna say it's already happened. I just looked at Victor as if he's a complete stranger. I was literally, and then someone goes, "Oh, Victor's coming." I was like, "No way, Victor's here." He's like, "Well, you spoke to him like an hour ago." I was like, "Oh no, I know exactly who Victor is."
The
now.
thing that I don't get is just like, how did you not recognize the voice? Because to me, Victor has a very iconic
I know.
voice.
Like, if I'm not gonna recognize him, like, at least when he speaks to me, I'm like, that's Victor's voice. But I don't know. Maybe I was just in such a hyper focused mode because I was getting ready to go on stage. But dude, mate, honestly, I was so embarrassed.
It was.
Do you need glasses?
To Will's defense, it was the very last few minutes right before he went up on a stage in front of hundreds of spectators. So I understand, you're focused on different things right then, and not recognizing me, I mean, without the mask is completely understandable.
Yeah, dude, I was. Yeah. Look,
okay, but this is the nice thing. This is Victor
that's
being
very
nice.
sweet. Victor, yeah, that's very sweet. Can you just like destroy him instead? Be mean, all right? Please, just absolutely.
How could you, Will?
Yeah, how could you just not recognize me? Dude, oh my god!
Disgusting.
I just internally melted into myself.
It makes up a good story, Will. I think you meant it all along.
It was all about the memes. It was all about the memes.
Oh wow!
All right, guys. I think we should get back to the chats because we did have a little bit of movement, but nothing that I think.
If I can hijack the charts real quick, I'm going to share my screen just before I pop off. So I'm going to head off in just a little moment. I just want to show what happened yesterday with the gold long. You guys will remember I was talking about the 1-to-1 risk to reward. I was talking about a gold long potentially setting up, after we had this beautiful lots of wick rejections here. Price just completely stopped and consolidated. We had a nice 3-candle push, pullback, attempt to break below this sort of hold in price where price just tried to push lower but failed. Where we failed to break lower and then we broke above, creating a new higher high. I spoke about forward testing the idea about having the break and close entry. Could we get a pullback or not? It turns out, once we had this close candle here, that was the invalidation. So I then took this ideology out. And then we did end up hitting a 1-to-1 before then completely reversing. But nonetheless, that was a beautiful TP, or would have been a beautiful TP on gold. So gold's starting to move a little bit nicer at the moment for me. Have been planning it, have been watching it a little bit more. but it is still struggling. You know, I'm still a little bit nervous to be trading gold with what's going on at the moment. Still forward testing it, and it's starting to actually play out a little bit nicer. Again, euro. This was, when was this? Monday, 13th of April. This was yesterday. Did I trade yesterday?
Yeah. I think you marked one out.
Yeah,
I don't remember you taking a trade.
Apparently, I hit TP yesterday as well on euro, which I've completely forgotten that I marked out. I need to put that in my journal because I shouldn't be that shocked that I placed up a trade. So I think I need to I think I need to revisit my journal because I don't think that's in it. So yeah, marked that out clearly, and it did well. Unfortunately, though, yeah, today we got taken to school by Euro USD. Could it set up again here? Could we sell off if we break and close underneath this low? Possibly, but in all honesty, I've got a very busy afternoon ahead of me with the family. So, you know, I've got a lot of
118.10.
So can
118.10. Close the gap. Do it.
We've closed the gap.
118.08 to 10. No, from the original gap.
Oh, fair.
Yeah, back from
March,
when the
beginning
escalation started. Yeah, so I think that's what we're going for, and then see where we are.
We've come up to it already. Right? Fair, okay.
Yeah, 118.11, 118.10.
Yeah,
it's still a couple pips higher, but yeah.
Yeah, fair.
Yeah,
I'm just looking at it now. Okay, we've tapped into it, but we haven't quite filled it.
I like the idea, same deal, but just adjust it.
Yeah, because I did say that this morning. You know, I was like, if we can close, or if we can close this gap, that would be good. But the way price was going, I thought, you know what, maybe not. Maybe we'll pull back, then buy up. My overall daily bias was buys. You know, I wanted to come up and close the gap from March. But unfortunately, you know, I kind of thought we'd have a pullback first, but we didn't. So I'm not interested in selling this now until we do close this gap from March, and then I think I'll be looking at sells.
Yeah.
Nice. All right, guys. On that bombshell, I'm going to love you all and leave you. I'm going to leave you in the very fantastic hands of Victor, LJ, I don't know if you're staying or Rich, and the fantastic gentleman in the background who I'm sure is going to come on and absolutely wipe the floor with the markets.
Yeah, that's Samir.
Nice.
We'll see if Samir is going to be ready soon. I see his screen is shared, but he's not at his PC at the moment.
Awesome stuff. Right, guys, anyway, I'm going to love you and leave you. I shall see you all tomorrow. So make sure you stay safe, look after yourselves in the markets, guys, and out of the market, and make sure you follow your plan strictly. But for now, peace.
Cheers, Will.
Take care, Will. Thanks.
Cheers, Will.
Rich, before you say anything else, without me taking an advance of whatever the content it is that you were going to share with us, I see that within the platform, the chat is not updating. I have the YouTube chat in the background that I can check the chat. So for those who are watching and writing back to us, thank you. And if there's any delay in me reacting or any of us reacting to your great comments, then you know why that is. It is because we are not getting the chat as we should. I was going to say something about Samir. I think Samir just said he is in the background and will be joining us soon. I think that's what he meant while we were talking. So go ahead, Rich. You were going to say something, I think.
No. Actually, I was not going to say anything. I was just going to quietly sit here and probably just watch your trading. I was actually going to ask LJ whether or not he needed to hop out.
Hang on. Just checking something, which is a bit off. I can stick around if you want. Maybe give me like 10 minutes to come back.
Okay, finally I'm here.
You're good. You can hop off. Victor and Samir is here. Yeah, because it's already like very late in the evening for you, so I don't want to hold you much longer.
Yeah, if that's all right. That's all good?
Yeah, it's good, mate. It's
Alright.
all good.
Beautiful, guys. Sorry we don't have the chat active like Victor was mentioning before. Tomorrow, hopefully we will. Hopefully it's back to normal. I'll see you guys tomorrow once again. Ciao for now. Adios.
Take
Stay
care,
safe as
LJ.
ever.
Take care.
Hey,
Take care.
Cheers,
LJ.
LJ. Have a good one.
See you guys.
Take care. All right.
Then,
So
with that, sorry, Victor, I'm just
Yes.
going to say hello
Go
to
ahead.
Samira as well, and then
Hello.
I'm also going to hop out. I'm going to try and fix this issue that we have with the stream at the moment, just to, contact support and all of that kind of like stuff, and just kind of like see how we can get this linked up again. So I'm going to love and leave you guys. Have a great day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Thank you, Rich.
Take care, Rich. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. We appreciate everything you do in making this happen, making this a reality. I know you're in the background listening in, so thank you. All right. So, Samir, how are you doing?
Hello, Victor. I'm doing better. I was having fever yesterday, and I don't know from where I got it, but today I'm feeling better.
Okay.
Little bit low, but yes, far better than yesterday.
I seem to think I have that slight impression that your eyes indeed look a little bit like you're under the weather, but it might be just
Yes,
it might be fever. That's
can be, yes.
could be. All right. So what I wanted to say was on the charts. If you're been watching the news at least the last couple of hours, the market has not the market, the situation in the Middle East has seems to have a better prospect. They were mentioning that there's going to be a second talk planning later on this week. Last thing I read, it seems there was another mention, which is a huge mention, that Iran is considering freezing their nuclear ambition for at least 5 years. That's the kind of news that we've been waiting for. That's the whole the whole conflict from the Trump's perspective. That was the main goal, and we're getting slight indication that there might be something happening soon in terms of an agreement. And I really hope, I mean, on a personal level, but I mean, for everyone involved, I really hope this is really we get some kind of resolution on this conflict. It's affecting everyone economically, but I mean, everyone in the region as well. So that's some great news. Coming back to the market, the what I wanted to say was, if you look at EU, right, from where we were before, and the last couple of days, and if you look, you can see it in other pairs as well, GU, and the reason is of course that it is the dollar that's actually moving, right? Looking at the dollar index, but if you look at gold, where's that move? It's not there, right? If gold is denominated in dollar, if there is dollar weakness, and you can see that in the Dixie and on other pairs as well, why isn't gold going up? That's of course the reason is we have it's the risk, right? Risk as a safe haven. But that's something to think about if you're thinking about gold resuming its trend. You should be at least there's an equal force on both sides. It's the safe haven effect that is no longer, or at least is perceived to be less necessary, and the dollar moving, and the same, they're opposite. Then they cancel each other out. That's why gold isn't moving. That's something you want to be considering, because if there's indication of that, quite huge news, at least an indication, it's not a definitive fact yet, but at least that indication, the door for a second talk, and maybe there's something's going to be coming out of that. That should give you an idea how gold will react in the coming days and the coming weeks, because if there's a de-escalation and there's clearly indication of that happening, I mean, we are already in a ceasefire period, and likely there's that potential of an agreement. That's going to be bearish for gold. So you want to be thinking that into account as well. If you're trading gold, in any case, What are you looking to at, Samir? I like the. Go ahead. Go ahead. I was gonna say something, but go ahead.
Yeah. So I was looking at the US 30, and I was also thinking, like, what if I buy a challenge and pass it, or I can also get in a losing streak, but try to pass it in front of our viewers.
Nice.
I was thinking about it. So probably in a day or two, I'm gonna execute this plan for our lovely viewers. And secondly, US 30 wise, we still have like 31 minutes left for the session to open. So I can share my thoughts on US 30. When the session opens, probably like 5 minutes before the session open. Okay, we have my screen here. So going to the 1 hour, I do think we are very bullish here. We can retest these highs once again. So we also have couple of resistances which we haven't tested. Looking at the momentum, I do think we can continue bullish today. Of course, we can liquidate this move and then still can continue bullish. And there can be the trade here also, taking the opportunity for shorts. But the overall bias US 30, definitely it is going to be longs for me. Even if you look at the daily time frame, let me erase this VWAP. Look at the last daily candle, it was way too bullish, and this maybe is retesting this small resistance to continue its momentum to the upside. Of course, and NYSE gonna bring some volume in this particular asset, which is Dow Jones, US 30, YM, MYM if you are trading futures, or CFD. So how I'm gonna be planning for the trade? Going to the 1 minute time frame, I will look for some kind of impulse and corrections, and then I will make my decisions accordingly. Going to the 15-minute time frame, seeing what kind of structure market is making. I'm just giving you an example. For an example, we was at NYSE open, and this was a demand area for me. Price retested it. I will go to the 1 minute time frame. I will do something like this, take a breakout of this trend line. So as we are not in the NYSE session, so we can also impulse to the downside and then again can reclaim this zone. So that's why I like to wait for the NYSE open. But looking at major pairs, which is Euro USD and GBP USD, they are looking very clean. Look at the impulsive reaction right here. Not even 1 4-hour candle was bearish. So if you're someone who is trying to sell this pair, please don't do that, because right now the information that you have, market is clearly showing you that the strength is to the upside or the bias is bullish. I think you can wait for some kind of pullbacks and again continue with the strength that we are seeing here. To give you some more insights, I can do some analysis. Let's go to the daily time frame and let's draw some levels here and there. Okay, so we have some level right here, some kind of support and resistance area, and definitely we have a decent level here, but it is way too big. So let's make it a little bit smaller. We can adjust it on the 4-hour. Yes, 4-hour we can adjust it like this. Do we have any trend line? Not really. We already have broken this trend line. If you look I'm sorry guys, if you look at this nature, it was not at all impulsive, so you can expect impulse anytime. So this is impulsive phase to me. I definitely think we can even test these highs, but for that you need some entry criteria to go for to take some buys here. Going to the 2-hour time frame, this is a decent area. So let's see if price pullbacks in this area, little bit of rejections, definitely you can take a trade here. Your trade will look something like this. You can keep your stop loss little bit wide. It is okay because the bias and strength is looking way too clean. I think in this kind of market scenario, the trailing stop losses can work. Why? Because we have it is a fresh breakout of this trend line, and right now definitely we are showing some momentum. So if we get a decent pullback and you manage to get the entry, then I think instead of taking the profits, you can trail your stop losses, because I do think we can get some impulsive behavior, because we are in the impulsive leg and we just broke out of this corrective structure. So, and of course there are some catalysts in the market, which is some war things. Trump is tweeting here and there, some new scenarios coming in and out. So let's see what it does. But looking at the current price action, a pullback will be fine, and then taking entries based on that pullback. Right now, I will not do anything. If you miss the opportunity, it's okay. You can wait for tomorrow or later in the session. If you see a pullback, you can take the trade. I'm sure Euro USD will also show something similar. Let's see. Okay, Euro USD is also in this level. Maybe you can play a pullback move also. Let's see if we can get something like that. Okay, this candle is not having a wick. So I have explained this couple of times. When the candle doesn't have a wick, in the future, like price tends to act as a magnet in this kind of candlesticks. To give you more example, let's see if I do have any example here on the daily time frame to show you. I'm just gonna take 4 or 5 seconds. If I see anything, then definitely I'll show you example. If I didn't, you can just use this as example. So definitely I think shorting right here will not be that much cleaner. Shorting here can make much more sense, because I have seen couple of times these kind of areas does act like a magnet to price. Of course it doesn't happen like every time, but definitely there are some scenarios or some probability happening around these areas. So if you want to short this, I will consider shorting somewhere around here. You can keep your stop loss here, and you can target maybe 1 to 2. I think that's fine, even 1 to 1.5, because you are playing reversal. When you are playing a reversal trade, you should not hold the trade for a longer period of time. So this is a line that I have, which is a decent area for shorts. Yes, it can happen tomorrow also. If price closed, if this daily candle closed something like this, and next daily candle just short to the upside, and you see some kind of behavior on the smaller time frame, you can take the shorts here, and you can place a decent stop loss. Don't keep the stop loss way too tight, give it a little bit room, and you can go for 1 to 1s or maybe 1 to 1.5s. So very decent area. We will look at this area tomorrow, or even if we get to this area later in today's session, we'll see. I'll just keep this area on, and we'll see how this area play out tomorrow or maybe later in the session. On GU we don't have anything like that, so EU is looking good. This area I will like to play some reversal trades here. Of course not a huge reversal, I will say some pullback trades. We are traders, we can take opportunities, we can even play buy sell whatever we see in the charts. So it doesn't mean like price is moving way too bullish. If we have some technicals areas aligning with some confirmations, aligning with some we have some confirmations, definitely we can take advantage of some pullbacks also. So that is the beauty of being a trader. So you can buy sell wherever you see. For an example, if you short here, some trader bought here, you booked your profit, both of you guys made money. So that's beauty of trading here. So I'm sure maybe you are also looking at this area, and maybe you are looking for confirmations to go short, because maybe this is an order block in your eyes. I just want to see what your point of view is.
Yes, that's is that euro that you're showing there?
Yes,
Is it
it's
or pound?
Euro USD. Yes.
Okay, yes. Yes, I'm gonna switch to my screen so the our viewers who are thinking about hitting the like button and subscribing to our channel can see us. All right, see the screen. So there's a couple of things that we can go through. I mean, the euro,
And
pound, but
we are gonna come to chat in just 5 minutes. For the guys asking some things in chat, be patient. We will be getting back. And I'm sorry, Victor, I interrupted you. Please continue.
no problem. I have if you can see the chat, right, Samir?
I can see on YouTube actually. I'm not seeing in this
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
platform.
Yeah, that's correct. I
Yeah.
have it like that as well. Yeah, so there's some technical difficulties with our platform that we're using to stream, and the chat isn't shown in the place it should be, so there could be some delay before we respond to yours. But keep those comments coming. We love them, and we want to hear what you guys think and what you guys want us to um, analyze or any questions you might have. Yes, going back to the charts, EU, we have a couple of things that we could be looking into. One is the fact that we're getting close to a weekly. This is the monthly time frame, and actually, maybe I should mention that we did have a first retest of. Actually, it's not the first retest. It is the second one, but because it's a quasi, it doesn't really matter. You have the left shoulder, the head, neckline, price goes all the way down. Already made a right shoulder, but now for the second time is retesting right here. Right there is retesting the same structure, and the structure held the first time it actually made price go all the way to below parity. Maybe you remember that. And recently we had a reaction as well, but the reaction did not the reaction didn't last that long, at least if you consider and if you assume that this is going to continue going higher. It wasn't a big of a reaction like we had the last time. Although you can see the pattern as well. The first time we were retesting, it took 3 months, 3 bearish candles before we retested for a second time, made a lower high. And then we had that big sell-off that took months, maybe even a year. It looks quite long. This is the monthly time frame, so that's something to consider, right? It's not all blue skies for a euro. The other thing is, of course, we are in a different position because you can see how the market was retesting here at the 200. This is the monthly time frame, but the 200 EMA, and it was respecting it quite nicely. And right now, that's not really the case anymore, right? We've been able to close at least once. Let's see, yes, once above it, and maybe this month could be the second time. Although there is a whole half of a month in front of us before we have to close. But so this candle will tell us a lot about what the intention of the market is. If we're able to close above the previous swing high, the recent swing high, that changes the picture completely. Comparing to the last time we retested that same order block. So that's something we all need to be looking for either this month or maybe the coming months, if it doesn't do it quite quickly. The other thing is that we had a bullish outside bar that was negated quite quickly, right? It's a strong indication that buyers came in when they created it, but right now, at last month's close, very quickly, only 2 candles broke that structure. That's a bearish sign. So even though today on the lower time frame daily and even on the weekly things look positive and bullish that price could continue to go higher, this is still overhanging EU's prospect, because it means that price could be heading into resistance soon. Not too soon. I mean, it's still about 200 pips above us, but I mean, we will, if we continue with this move, we will soon get there. But before we do so, let's go to the structures that are tighter or closer to where we are, and you can see that we had a weekly quasi, right? So we do have not only a bearish reason to go short, right? It's monthly, so it takes a lot of time to develop, but we also have a weekly reversal pattern. If you can see that, I'll show you where it is. This is the weekly. Actually, it's up here, but you can consider that as well. That's the uptrend, the established uptrend. It broke it last time around, and then came all the way back to one. There, actually, this whole area is as another bearish quasi entry order block. This is the last one that we have on our chart. The next one, not the last one. And as you can see, the market is getting very, very clear. Actually, to be fair, that needs to be there. Very clean to that order block that we have already retested. We're already interacting with it. So that's important for on the weekly time frame. If we go, and we're going from a weekly bullish structure to a weekly bearish structure. That's important to understand. We've reached target basically we reached the next level. Now is the moment, and there's quite a wide area, so it's not like you're gonna get, it's about 132 pips, so there's plenty of space for price to continue go higher without leaving the crossroad, the intersection, because that's what this order block is. It's an intersection for price. Are we going to follow the reversal pattern? This is the reversal pattern, right? Established downtrend, whether you took it from that low or this low, it doesn't matter, or even this one, it does not matter. I mean, these two, whether you took it from that one or this one, the neckline, both of them were broken. And the question is, are we getting ready for this move? I know it sounds ludicrous, or it sounds completely not expected, given all the positive things that are happening, ceasefire, possible second talk, and all of that. But I mean, this is the chart. These are the patterns that the market uses all the time. These are the reversal patterns, and we are currently at one of the order blocks that could indicate that we should be looking for a possible reversal. So that's something you want to be looking. This is the weekly. So before the weekly actually triggers and before it sets up to be triggered, you will see indication of that or not on the daily. So no worries that you will miss that chance. We're going from weekly to weekly, and now is the moment. Is the market going to reverse from here? That's the question. That's one. Or are we going to break through it and then continue higher into the next structure that we have above, which would be that monthly order block that we last time retested? Okay. All right. I think I see we lost Samir. I suppose he will be joining us shortly. Probably just a connectivity issue. All right. So we have, that's the weekly. Let's go to the daily. And there are plenty of things here to see, but I will take this off because I was explaining before. So we do have also on the daily a reason. This is not ready yet, right? So the impulse, the momentum, all of that is bullish, right? We're breaking out on the daily time frame, on the lower time frames as well. Everything is bullish, but I'm looking from a bird's eye view. I'm looking from afar and zooming out. And what I do see is that we do have. I'm gonna take these. They don't bother me as much, but I'm gonna take them out just so it doesn't obstruct your view. We have a number of we have a structure, and that's the same structure we saw on the weekly, but this is with a lot more refinement because it's a lower time frame, and it is this quasi, which is this same basic area. We saw the same pattern that we saw on the weekly, but this is with a higher resolution, meaning a lower time frame. And there are three areas that are particularly interesting for us. One is the one we already got into. There is another one, which is a slither of a order block entry. Order block, very tight. I actually like those because they give very precise opportunities. With if they're wrong, you typically only lose, at least with my tie sub, I only lose a few entries. But if the area is wide, then it can trigger me multiple times, and there's a higher cost to that. So I like when it is tight and narrow, because that means I can get in if there is with a lower cost, basically. So we're currently in one of the entry order blocks on EU, one of the three, and this one has these two, I should say, has the overlap of the weekly. So that's nice to know. Let's see that. And if we go to lower time frames, we're not ready yet because the daily isn't telling us. But if I do get on a lower time frame, I get something like this. Either on the hourlies with a fresh order block on the H4, or maybe it's not here. Maybe it's going to happen something above here. And without the daily order block being invalidated by a close above it, that means that I have not only a day trade, but also a swing trade. I've been talking about this on our Discord. The last session we had, which was yesterday. Those are great opportunities that you should not. I mean, if you can, and if it's within your trade plan, you should not go unnoticed. You should try to capture as much as you can from them. And talking about Discord, this month we're celebrating a community, our Discord community, because this year we're celebrating the 10th anniversary of the Fivers. And so we're focusing on this month on the Discord community, our very helpful, supportive group community we have from traders. In To celebrate that, we are giving away an account. Yes, you can win an account, a free account, completely free. It's a 20K bootcamp account in Discord. Today, there's one that is being given away, and also 10 hub credits for a second winner. And you don't have to do anything. Just be there. We'll have a conversation, be active, and we will choose randomly a winner. So if you want to win an account, today is your chance to have a chance to win one. And it's completely free if you're asking, not only because of the Bitcoin. Hi back, Samir. On the
I'm back.
Yes, you
I'm
are.
sorry, electricity went off. I just came back. So yeah.
Whole city?
Electricity. I was gonna set up my laptop, but then the electricity came back. Then I was like, let's do it on PC.
Yes. So I was talking about the great that you're back, Samir. I assumed there was something about the connectivity, and great that it's back, and hopefully it will stay around. Stay on. I mean, on the bootcamp account, not Bitcoin, but bootcamp account, we have normally you pay a small fee to begin. You pass the phases, and at the end, right before you get to the funded account, you pay the rest of the cost. But since this is free, you're gonna get both of them free, right? The first fee, the small fee, plus when you get to the funded phase, you will get as a gift. It's completely free. The only thing you have to add to this account is your edge. Edge not included. So you include your edge, and you trade away. All right, that's on the Discord community. And if you don't know how to get in, get onto our dashboard so you get your account.
Let's go, guys.
So you get your Discord. So on EU, we were going on the lower time frames. We already hit the target, the macro target that we were planning. I wasn't going because this wasn't a day trade. I mean, it wasn't a swing trade. It was a day trade, so I couldn't target the macro. But we already touched the macro target, reached it, and if you go back to the H4, we have a couple of structures here, but this structure is way too long, too big to include them. So there's nothing here to be trading, based on the quasi to the left. To me, there's no quasi there, meaning this area. But it is on a daily structure that I'm looking to sell. Yes, to look for that reversal. It is within a weekly structure that is visible, as we saw on our charts. And if we go to the H4, I need current level, either the daily, to start going. All right, so I checking out. I have some trades in the background. Hit TP. The one. So the daily. One thing that could happen is that the daily gives us a reversal candlestick combination. That's one thing. If that happens, then tomorrow, right? Because I need to wait for the close of the daily candle. Tomorrow, I would be looking for the retest of that structure for that possible reversal. That's one idea but that would be on the daily, not today. And the H4 needs to start building a reversal pattern. But as you can see, for the H4, the neckline is all the way down here. That's not going to happen clearly today. Chances are that's very, very slim. We're talking about what? Let's measure what the distance is, but that's going to be, 143 pips. Not impossible, but not likely to happen. I mean, it needs to be a very catastrophic thing to happen for that to be broken today. So I don't see the market breaking H4 structure yet. And if you look at the momentum, you can see that the market is actually not at all telling us that it is, market structure is not at all looking that way. If you see the up legs are way bigger than the consolidation or the retraces. So that means that the market typically does not change direction on a dime, right? It slows down, it breaks structures, it attempts to make a higher high. Maybe it does, but doesn't quite get the same leg distance the second time, meaning maybe it does something like this and get to this level and before it breaks structure and then and on, right? It has a process. And I don't see any indication of that happening on the H4 yet. So far it looks very bullish, and you shouldn't be trying to go against this. So even though I said I'm looking for that possible short, I'm also waiting and very conscious of the fact that price action isn't showing us at all that it wants to, this is not at all indicative of a possible reversal. This is just, consolidation. It was so strong, so bullish that the market didn't even need to retrace. It just consolidate, held price, and then continue on. And that's all has to do with the de-escalation indication we're getting from the Middle East. So that's EU, and there was one another. The market is going to open in 3 minutes and a few seconds. Pretty sure Samir is very keen on getting his trades on. I see him smiling. Yes, so there's something else before we do so. Hopefully I can do this in just a couple of minutes before the open. But dollar CAD has something quite nice for us in store. Let's take a look at that. We do have the market is, market structure given on the EMA has been, you can see it here, has been bullish, right? Retests, and another one, we did have a deeper retest before on this. This is the 50 EMA on the monthly, just to give you an idea where we're coming from. So the market is positioning bullishly. The structure is bullish, and we did create a bullish order block that we retested, and seemingly we're looking to, we did squeeze it, but we did not close below it. So to me, this is still a bullish, a valid order block, a bullish one. And you can see we did have that reaction, which all fits within that idea. We did that this order block is what is pushing price higher and is likely to continue to do so. But the price does not go in a straight line, right? We say that all the time, but it's so true. It moves, it comes back, and then it moves again. It keeps on doing that as it goes up, right? As it goes up. So my idea is, if this is valid, and it is, and we have enough indication that the market eventually will be going higher because of the MA, because of the structure, because of the mitigated order block we have here. My question is that means that we're going back now to retest something on our way up. That's the monthly, so you got to be patient with this move. But if you go to the lower time frame, what do we see there? We do see that there is a weekly reversal pattern as well, and that's, so now where I'm listening, I got a monthly reason to go long, and also a weekly one. Look at this. So you do have the reversal pattern, right? It's actually there, but doesn't really matter. That's the neckline, left shoulder, head. Price goes back and squeezes, but was unable to close and break the entry order block on the quasi. Not only that, price moves with creating 1-2 bullish order blocks as it moves out. Beautiful, making a higher high here as well. All of that looking very good, very bullish for a continuation to at least this high. Let me correct this to the proper high, at least to this high, and possibly something higher as well. So if that's going to happen, I don't know if that's going to happen, but if it is going to happen, where would price come back to retest on its way to, higher levels. We have the fresh order block that was left behind. That's something we could be looking for. Actually, this isn't, well, you could use it, but it wouldn't be fresh. So let's mark that. And that's the fresh order block within a bullish entry order block on the weekly within the monthly. That's the kind of alignment that I talk about if you want to catch these big, big, big move, right? And if we go to the lower time frames and see what are the areas, do we have a quasi as well? And yes, we do. The same area, you can spot the quasi, and it's a little bit lower, but that's fine. That's because of the squeeze. And this is the quasi, right? The left shoulder, neckline, head. And we activated the neckline by taking out this high. And we're coming back. So what do we have left from this point to that point? Where do we have? And if you mark, I've already taken the liberty to mark it. This is the area that I'm thinking about. Either the market will make a new daily structure within the weekly in up here, or it's going to be actually using the daily structure on the quasi. We are not there, so this is, very early sign, very early signal that we could be looking for a reversal here, and you want to be in this trade, because if you catch this, you want to leave something off on the table, not off, take off at the end of the day perhaps, but target the bigger picture, right here. That's the macro target. That's what you want to be targeting. You get in, you look, you do whatever it is that you take your trades on, whether it is tighter or very low time frame, or even a little bit bigger, maybe even a 20 pip stop, and then target, leave something open for that big huge move that is likely. I don't know if it's going to happen or not, but if it will happen, you want to know about it, and you want to be a piece of that, because these are the opportunity where you have the higher time frames aligning all the way up to the lower time frame. That's the opportunity you want to be having. And if you enjoy the fact that we're bringing you these opportunities, consider hitting the like button, or subscribe if you haven't subscribed yet. Check if you're not subscribed yet. Sometimes it looks like you're subscribed, but or maybe you did in the past, but it's no longer subscribed. So check it. That's the only thing we ask from you in return for everything that all our efforts. So let's go back to Samir for the open. The open already happened about 2 minutes ago.
I'm looking at some opportunities. Let me explain our viewers what I am potentially seeing on US 30. Okay, so Remy, can you? Okay, now we have my screen. Okay, so I have this resistance area here. If it failed, definitely I do see price coming to this area, which is again another support and resistance area. Now if you go to the 1 minute time frame, I saw a trend line break and I took the short here, and my stop loss is 100 points, and I am aiming for at least till this area, which is this red line, but I'll be out in about 1:1.2 or something like this. I just waited for the 1 minute close right at the market open, which is 7:01, which is 7 p.m. and 1 minute. I took my trade. And am I making any mistake? I was talking to myself. To me, it's like I'm okay with this trade. We are on this Fibonacci area. It is also some kind of head and shoulder area. So, and to me, this is some kind of price rejecting from this area. And the VWAP is also bearish. Now the 200 EMA is also bearish. We have a huge imbalance area here. So I do think we may can get a retest here, and in that my TP will be done. So let me recheck everything. Okay, my stop loss is somewhere around here. Yes, and my trade is somewhere around here. Actually, it is very very weird entry I got. I wanted to enter somewhere around here, but I missed around like 16 points, and I will go for at least 1-to-1. Yes, let's see how it is gonna go. Going to the different time frame, 3 minute. Yes, price also closed under the VWAP on the 3 minute. Now this is some kind of consolidation on the bigger time frame, if you see. So this is also becoming some kind of 50-50 trade to me. Why? Because we can also, go above this high. If we go above this high, and of course it will be my stop loss, then I will like to take chance around here. That will be my second trade. So if we reject from this trend line that I have, then I will still be in the trade. My stop loss is very decent, which is above the high. And yeah, let's see how price is gonna do. Do we have any areas that we can respect from? We have this some kind of supply area that can be the last hope for me if we go and touch this trend line. Let's see. I do think we can fill the imbalance today. Trade is making sense to me, and target wise I think we can easily go for any unfilled area. We can even use the Fibonacci on like 50% of this area, which is, let me mark the 50%. Let me erase the background. Okay, it is way too far. So even if price didn't tap that area, still we can expect this area to be hit. Actually, I'm using one screen as my terminal is logged in one screen. So let's see how it is gonna be. Okay, we have tested this area. Now we'll see if we respect this area, it's good. If it didn't, then definitely we are taking this high out, and that will be my stop loss. And then I will give another chance around this area, which is another 4-hour area if I show you. Okay, you can see the support and resistance going on. So I will give another chance around this area. Let's see how it is gonna be. Okay, now you can see here I took a trade here. We are in a deep drawdown, almost about to hit the stop loss live here. So yeah, in trading, if you take a position, sometimes it goes against you, and you have to accept it. And it can also be like that we reject from here. So let's see, our stop loss is at very decent place. Why? Because if we break this high, definitely we are going to tap this high, and we can go more higher. And I think we cannot stay in that kind of position where we are letting trade go way to basically against us that much. So here, this is the last hope. As I mentioned, this is some kind of supply area. So let's see if we respect this area, good. If we didn't, whatever, we'll take a chance around this area, as I mentioned. Yes, very close to the stop loss. So yeah, yesterday was a clean day. Today it is a choppy day. Why? Because the VWAP is cutting the prices like this. So that's why I don't like this. Okay, the stop loss is triggered. I just lost 1% here, and we move on now. Now I think cells can play around this area. So I'll just wait, and I'll see how price behaves around this area. Even if we take a look at 200 EMA, which I have on the other chart, it was bearish. So according to me, I haven't broke my plan. We broke the trend line, and I just shorted it here. Stop loss was decent. According to me, this was some kind of head and shoulder Fibonacci, some kind of fair value gap fills. So according to me, this was a decent trade, but maybe this is not my day. So yes, I'll just risk around 0.5% around this area, because I don't want to go too crazy. So if we got a rejection from this area, that will be good. Going to the 1 minute time frame. Yes, now we have to wait for a couple of minutes, because we need to give price a little bit time to form some kind of pattern, because I cannot enter directly like this. That is not in my trading plan. I do wait for some trend lines and the breakout of the trend lines. That's a part of my strategy. So yeah.
Yeah, it's that's live trading, right? That's the reality. That's what we want to show you as well. This is not, because this is live. This is not, uh, it is as it is raw. We take losses and winners in live in front of you. That's the whole idea, right? Show you how trading is in reality. Not like a polished, edited, little short you get on social media. A lot of nowadays, where you see these cherry picked moments where the trader wins a lot of money and you're left with an impression that that's how that person trades all the time, which I'm not there, but likely not be the case. That is likely not the case. So let's see. We have someone in the chat. We have a couple of people talking to us in the chat. The market is breaking out to the upside on NQ. I'll be showing my charts later on. We have David G saying, "Hola, Victor. How are you doing?" Yes, I'm doing fine. Thank you for coming in and saying hello, David. We have Indurant at Samir asking about the average. How long does it take you to get funded on a two-step? And that's referring to you, Samir.
Okay,
How long
so
do you
yeah.
take to get funded on a two-step program, considering that you take one trade daily?
So
Nice question.
considering that thing that I take one trade a day, so I think in general, if I'm on a like decent streak, because I follow one-to-one system, right now I am having some wins loss. So my stats are, I'm at like break even. Yesterday was a winning day, today it is a losing day, so I'm at the break even here. I think Friday was a losing day. Yes, we missed from a TP. It was a break-even day actually. Yeah, we was having TP very somewhere around here, and I still remember I took this trade, and it just missed by a couple of points. So I took a break-even here, and so it has been break-even 2 weeks for me. So if there is a normal scenario, I am not in a break-even stage. I am in a decent streak. Probably I'm having like 70% win rate here and there. It takes like 1 month to pass phase one and phase two both. But if I'm in this kind of streak, break even here and there, I think max it can take 2 months. I think this streak that I have, it will not last for more than a month. So because market condition is changing, you can see from downtrend we are coming in an uptrend. Today was a tricky session, but definitely I was having that 4 hour area. If I get some kind of consolidation, definitely I'll be looking for sells. But I was not in this trade. I was testing that fair value gap, if we gonna reject from here or not. But I do think if we get second fair value gap, then that will be good. Then I think I will give you live trade here, but let it happen, and then we can plan our trades. I think now is
Nice.
if we break this high and then there is a fair value gap, something like this, then yes, this is a trade, and we can go for 1-to-1, something like this. But let that scenario happen. I have explained this strategy also a couple of times. It also works decent, but I'm mainly focusing on US 30. And now I have to wait for a couple of minutes, like 15 to 20 minutes, because I cannot really do anything. Once it gets to my area, which was, let me draw it again for you guys, which is around here. I have to wait for couple of minutes, because my strategy is not allowing me to just enter straight off of a level. We are getting some rejections, but I do want some trend line, something like this. If price did this, I am taking the trade here live with you guys, and we'll see how it goes. But NAS 100, definitely let it break this high, and once we inverse a fair value gap, that can be a good setup, because this is the strategy that I've traded like a lot. I was using this previous year, Now I have shifted to some kind of trend lines here and there. You might be wondering why I shifted the strategy, because I was in a losing streak for maybe 2 months. So I was like, what can I do better? So I just realized in that particular market condition, trend lines was really working well. And the moment I tried the trend lines thing, I was getting frequent payouts here and there. Now I am in a break even scenario, because as I mentioned, taking wins, loss, break evens here and there. Probably like some negative are here, like 1 or 2 are negative. But yeah, let's see what we can do here. NAS 100. Okay, if we close below this now, that will be a trade for you. I will not take this trade, but I'm just giving you the strategy that I was using. If you close below this, definitely you can go for 1-to-1. You can even go for this VWAP, because I have noticed if price is way too away from the VWAP, you can definitely go for the for this VWAP. I'm just gonna leave it like this. We're gonna come to it once we get a closure below this, but I'm gonna notice how US30 behaves around this area. Just one more push and then breakout. That will be my entry signal. This is a way too weird trend line for me. So once rejections and it just close below, that is gonna be a trade for me. I'm not gonna take a trade here.
You're shorting. You're going to for a 1-to-1, 1-to-2. What are you going for?
Let's say if I was gonna take a trade here, then I can place my stop loss, let's say 100 points, and I will go for a VWAP, which is gonna be 1-to-1. But as I mentioned, I wanted at least 2 touches of this trend line. This is not even a trend line. Let me just erase this thing. But now this is some kind of support break. We broke this support. I don't want this. Let the price go higher. We can create another pattern. Then definitely that can be the entry signal for me. NAS 100. Okay, we are going higher, and yeah, still this inversion in fair value gap is still in play. Let the price close below this. You can easily get 1-to-1, if not 1-to-3. I'm not even promoting 1-to-3. I think 1-to-2s, 1-to-1s, 1-to-1.5s, that is all you need if you want to secure some payouts and pass your challenges here and there. Just repeat this thing every day. Same pattern you're trading. Like, I'm just waiting for that pattern, as I mentioned. I was trading a trend line break, didn't play it out. Okay, another trend line break. I'm just waiting for the same thing. So yeah, let's see what we can do. Okay, we have a supply area also here. Let me mark it. Let me go to the 2-hour. If I can refine it, I think it's fine. The 4-hour is fine. I can delete this area now, because we have the supply area which is also aligning with my support and resistance area. So this can be the selling area for me, and for that I need some kind of confirmation. I'll just let it sit like I'll just wait for some kind of consolidation, and then I will plan my trades. Okay, still this fair value gap, as I mentioned, is in play. Let the price break below this. I think you can easily get 1-to-2 in this case, because VWAP is way too away from price, and you are also getting some kind of third touch of this trend line, which I know it broke, but that is also a sign that this can be a liquidity, and then price comes lower. But if we need a close below this, a body to close below this fair value gap, and that can be the entry signal. And US30 wise, I think, can this be a breakout? Actually, VWAP is way too close now. Even if I take this breakout, I cannot squeeze 1-to-1. I will be in negative risk to reward, which I don't want to do that. I want the price to go a little bit higher, and then the similar thing, then I can squeeze a little bit more risk to reward. That can be the ideal scenario for me. NAS 100 rejecting from the fair value gap, and yeah, we have to wait again. Now comes a waiting game. We cannot really do anything. So yeah, let's see the chat if we have something. Okay, hi Samir, I have purchased high stake account yesterday. Amazing. Okay, what should be my approach? I trade gold only. That's also amazing. You are focusing on one pair, which I promote, which can get you closer to your payout, and you are following 1 to 3 risk to reward system. What should be my approach? How to do risk management? Okay, you are following 1 to 3 risk to reward system. That is also amazing. I want to know one thing. Do you have your high probability setup, which you have faith on, which you trust? When you see that pattern, you get confidence. Okay, this is the pattern that I want to trade. Do you have that kind of confidence? I want to know. Please type yes in the chat if you have that, or if you're not sure, you can type no, or whatever your scenario is. Please explain it to me so that I can give you a little bit more insights on this. Why are you not reading my comment? I'm reading comment. Okay.
There was someone, Peter, good friend of ours, who wrote on 32 past the hour, asking me in this case, given your strategy, Victor, what's the longest you've ever held a trade, and did you trail your stop or closed partials? Yes, though that's three question there. Let's start with the last part of it. I always take, if whenever I go for the higher time frame, I always take partials, because every trade I take begins as a day trade. So that means that I will be taking at the end of the day, or at least at the next, overnight, the next morning, next midday, I'll probably take most likely take a partial, and then let the rest run. So yes, I do close partials. Trail my stop, yes, I do. What I do is, after I close the partial, so the trade is no longer a day trade but a swing trade, I put my stop almost always to back to break even plus a few pips, for no risk, no more risk than only the profit that is floating. That's one thing. And as the market is moving towards my target, to that higher time frame target, and to when it gets to certain level, certain fractions of it, meaning depending on where the levels are, and the intermediate levels. Let's say I have a weekly target that I'm looking for. Whenever the market takes out a daily, right, so a intermediate in that case, level, I then move my stop to somewhere that makes sense on that time frame. So meaning, if it is breaking a daily, I'm going for the weekly. But if it breaks a daily structure on its way to the weekly, that means that the market is telling me on the daily that it's bullish and it still has legs to run. That means that I need to trail based on the daily. All right. So I will be moving my stop loss to the nearest, or maybe the second nearest from price daily bullish order block that is still hasn't been invalidated. So I would then trade it on the daily, going towards that weekly. And whenever I get closer to let's say I'm 90% there, I'm 85% there, also because the market is very close to where my target is, I start I'll start to become more selective, not more selective, much more conservative. So I start trailing out my trade, meaning that if it misses my target, my higher time frame target, by a few, I will not be exposed, the whole profit that I got up to that moment. Let's say I have, I don't know, maybe I think in terms of R, if let's say that trade is 20, the target is 20 R, that means that, and I'm already for the partial that was left on the daily, let's say I'm at 18, I will likely have my trail, my stop, maybe at 15 R in profit. Meaning, even if I miss it and it turns around on me, I will only lose a portion of the floating target. It makes sense because sometimes the market does not reach your target, doesn't always reach it, but you're on the greater scheme, you were right. It did approximate or approach that level, and things could have changed, and you would be losing a lot. So trailing makes sense as long as you do it taking into account the breathe in and breathe out of fluctuations, daily fluctuations that the asset has, so you don't get taken out as the market is moving in your favor just on a consolidation or maybe a little retrace. So I hope I answered your question. The longest that I held, it's the longest was actually a trade that I passed evaluations and scaled up count because it lasted too long, but I took the trade on a private account as well. So that was over 2 months that I held the trade. It was a monthly signal that was able to hold. I don't remember how long it was, but it was over 2 months. I think it was like 2 months and 10 days, something like that. But that's only because once you catch these moves, it will pass your accounts, it will scale you up, it will, whatever limit there is, you will hit it most likely rather quickly. But so you'll only be able to measure them on a private account. Otherwise, there's no way to measure that. Hopefully that helps. There was someone as well asking us about support question. And I think that was the person who was asking why are we not reading? We try to pick out the messages that are that we can respond to in terms, we have an actual response for. But if you're asking, I think it's SACU 2025, my friend, I see you're telling us on the chat that you're having some difficulties. You scaled your account, but you're having difficulties with the payout. Here at the Fivers, we always take care of our traders. And yes, there are traders, and I'm not saying you're one of them. Don't get mad at me. But there are traders who, try to game the system, and do not abide perhaps to the terms and conditions, or for regulatory reasons, something is not completely in compliance. And I'm not saying that's your case, right? So I don't, but the point I'm trying to make is I don't have any information. Samir doesn't have any information. We're not support agents here at the Fame. We're traders, and we're sharing our trades through our stream. But the Fivers always, we as a company, and this is what I've seen, my whole period here, we try our best to filter out, the bad agents, those bad actors who try to game the system and do taking unfair advantages. We grow a great length in filtering them out. So there is a process. Sometimes there are a little bit of a process that is taken. It may take a little longer. If that's your case, be patient. If you are a real trader, you didn't do anything wrong, you comply with all the rules, then be patient. The Fivers will find that out as they go through your case, and you will get what you deserve. So if you're a real trader and you haven't done any violation, don't worry, my friend. Be patient, but contact the support. We are unable to help you. That's what I have to say. And there's a number of other messages. Much love from Chicago, Town D5I. Thank you for that. And we see here, let's see, Jan Z for Truth. There's a competition. Yes, we have, a lot of things happening in our community. We only have 2 minutes, but we have a special competition going on the Discord community, and there's many things you can, not only competition, but activities. You will see, get inside the Discord, and you'll see how great it is being part of our community. I'll be hosting a call in about 45 minutes from now, maybe a little bit extra than that. We're going to go through, I'll pick, when we are in those calls, I'll pick a few questions and I'll elaborate a little bit more about them. Help as much as I can, with my limited knowledge and experience, but still able to maybe help one person, or maybe if it's not me, someone in the crowd will explain their experience, and that could help the other traders and maybe even myself. let's see. We have many. The chat is quite active. I like that. I like that a lot. Don't forget to like and subscribe to the channel. Cannot emphasize that often enough. As we here are trying our best to, deliver value, opportunities, basically edge if you follow us, right? Samir talks very openly about his trade, his strategies, even when he goes from one strategy to the other and the why and all of that. And as many other hosts as well here at the Fivers, I'm very open about my quasi and order block strategy. If you still want to know about it, get a strategy used by a funded, profitable, consistent trader. Then join our YouTube session. The last, not only the last few hours, which we're on, the whole session, I should say, but I'm on the first few sessions, and you can ask me anything through chat. And if you want more, you can get on the Discord and ask me anything you want about trading. And I'm basically an open book about the strategy, and you can use it to your to your benefit in getting those payouts, like you dreamt. All right, Samir, before we finish off here, anything you would like to
Okay, so
share before we
last
go?
thing, yes, definitely. The last thing that I want to cover is I have taken a small position here and I have shifted my bias. Why? Because this target is still unfilled. This is a fair value gap on the 2 hour. So VWAP is coming close. I saw a correction pattern to the downside. So I was like, maybe we can take this high out once again, and that will be my target. So I'm giving this trade one more chance. Now I have flipped my bias because I do think we can move to the upside, because this is the 4 hour area and this is another area that I have. And let's see how this trade is gonna go. But guys, I want you guys to follow your plan, and there is gonna be a big giveaway in our lovely Discord community. You can be a part of that, and we have mentioned a couple of times how to be a part of that community. 20k bootcamp account you can win for free, and take the full advantage of this opportunity, guys. And this is, again, we have mentioned a couple of times, a community month, and this whole year we're gonna do amazing thing for you. And thank you for being part of this live stream of our lovely channel. And if you haven't subscribed to our channel, make sure you do that, and I'll catch you tomorrow same time. I'll be trading US30, this same trend lines here and there, and try to make some some percent here and there. Let's see. Okay, seems like if we hit this area, that will be good. And maybe we can wait for 2 minutes and let's see what these 1 minute candle do, and then I'll see you tomorrow, guys, and you will see me do the similar thing that I do here. Trend lines, some support and resistance here and there, VWAP, and yeah. And don't forget, guys, to follow your trading plan. That is very important. Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Samir. Thank you very, very much. We have many in the chat, and I'm trying to read through them. I see one person who's very active, Big D Guy 666, saying hello first, and then asking if we like, and other questions. Thank you very much for your question. You're very, very funny. I like it. But that's all for us for today. Take care, and see you guys next time again. Bye bye.
Bye, guys.